Chapter 1. State University of New York. In the library study room, there was no one around. Reid, who had finished his homework for the day, stretched out his body. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at the clear sky outside the window. I want to create a new future video. With me as the protagonist, I will integrate the plot line of Kamen Rider Kuuga, change the location of the story to near New York, and make it self-consistent. The presentation effect will continue to use the form of commentary plus live broadcast, and then it will be directly projected into the light screen. Ding. Insufficient legend. In front of Reid, a translucent blue and white virtual panel flashed. Tisk, isn't there even this little bit of legend? Reid sighed, muttering to himself in frustration. Since traveling from Earth to the Marvel world more than a year ago, Reid, like many travelers, has obtained a gold finger as expected. Template System of All Heavens. This is the name of Reid's gold finger. As the name suggests, the system will provide powerful character templates from all heavens and worlds. Then Red plays according to the characteristics of the template, thus causing a sensation worldwide, collecting people's emotional fluctuations and turning them into legends, so that he can constantly unlock the template progress and obtain endless power. In addition, legends can also create everything in the world, whether it is the interstellar superweapon Death Star, or the Zanpakuto in Death God, or the three mythical gods that dominate the dual world. Only with enough legends can these magical things that do not exist in the Marvel world be created one by one. In terms of effect, it can be called Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. But, although the system's ability is powerful enough, but Red was somewhat distressed in his heart, because the first role-playing template given by the system is Godai Yusuke, Kamen Rider Kuuga. And if you want to play this role well, you must run through his philosophy and fight against monsters to protect people's smiles. It sounds simple, but the problem is that the time he traveled through was before Tony Stark became Iron Man. Where did the monsters or aliens come from during this period to give him legends? Thinking of this, Red's joy gradually faded, and he slowly regained his composure, thinking about how to implement the next plan to better unlock the template progress. After a period of hard thinking, a plan that can break the situation emerged in his mind. Since there are no monsters in reality to brush for me, it is better to collect legends through videos. Anyway, the system does not say that I must play in the real world. As long as the final result makes the world believe that I am Kamen Rider Kuuga who fights monsters to protect people's smiles, I can still get legends. This is not easier than playing hard in reality. While thinking, Red couldn't help but recall some inventory and spoiler novels he had read in his previous life. Maybe he can also create a light curtain system like those novels. At the beginning, Tony, Stark, Steve, Rogers, and other superheroes are used as the protagonists to create Marvel future videos that are full of reality and make people unconsciously believe. Then, he would add his own content to these future videos so that he could play the role of Godai Yusuke in the fictional future videos, obtain the legendary degree, and complete the template unlocking. The system gave a feasible answer to this. For the system, the role-playing in reality and the role-playing in the fictional videos are the same. What is important is not the process, but the final result. As long as he grasps the concept of Godai Yusuke and plays it, and makes the world believe it, the system can convert these emotional fluctuations into legendary degrees one by one. Coincidentally, his novice gift package has 10,000 legendary points given by the system. Based on these legendary points, Reid quickly developed a detailed planned flowchart. Later, in the past year or so, in addition to using the legendary points to arrange a college student identity for himself, hiding in the State University of New York and becoming friends with Gwen, Harry, and others, he spent all the rest of his time on making light curtain videos. The content played was a video about the future direction of Marvel in the form of commentary and live broadcast, combined with Reid's memory, to gradually gain the trust of the world and make them believe that everything played on the light curtain is real. Definitely, these are just appetizers. Red never forgot that all he did was to complete his role as Godai Yusuke. After more than a year of preparation, now is the most appropriate time, and it is time for him to appear on the light curtain. While thinking, Red immediately added to the system. Since it is impossible to complete the creation of Kamen Rider Kuuga in one go, then create it one episode at a time, and then put it into the light curtain. This time, the system did not issue a rejection prompt, but started to work quickly. The next moment, the light curtain flashing with psychedelic colors appeared out of thin air above various cities, and then a voice sounded slowly. Time, space, reality. It is not just a linear process, but more like a prism reflecting thousands of changes. A subtle choice can bring infinite possibilities, and then create strange parallel worlds. This time, I will lead you into the epic journey of the new hero. Chapter 2. SHILD, Triskelion Building. In the dark office, the sound of the air conditioner blowing is endless. Nick Fury is discussing SHILD with Phil Coulson. Suddenly, they notice strange movements in the sky. They look out the window subconsciously. When he noticed the light curtain that appeared out of thin air and the clear sound, Nick Fury frowned instantly. On the side, Phil Coulson couldn't help but make a worried sound. A new future video is about to be played. I hope it won't be bad news this time. No wonder he is so worried. After all, the changes brought about by the light curtain in the past year or so are really too great. At first, Phil Coulson saw a doctor named Bruce Banner through the light curtain. He accidentally turned into a green giant due to a military experiment and was hunted by General Ross. In the end, he fought a battle with the military forces on the desert pyramids. He thought it was a virtual image specially created by Hollywood to promote the new movie. As a result, within a few minutes, Nick Fury contacted him and told him that all this was true. In reality, there is indeed a doctor named Bruce Banner who is being persecuted by the military, and he was ordered to go to the Hazinia slum in Brazil to rescue this poor doctor. In this regard, Phil Coulson gladly accepted the task, but he also began to have a premonition that the light curtain was not simple. Later, when he went to Brazil to perform the mission, the light curtain played a series of future videos such as the birth of Iron Man, the return of Captain America, and the advent of Thor. As a result, not long after the broadcast, the New York Times, the Daily Bugle, and other media successively broke the news that Obadiah Stane, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, was found to have sold high-tech weapons to terrorists and encroached on the interests of the company. Then Tony Stark himself also held a press conference and announced to the public that Stark Industries would close its weapons manufacturing department from now on, and the group would make a major decision to transform into a controllable energy industry in all aspects. Then, Captain America was dug out of the ice by the America official and returned to the world. At this point, except for Thor who has not been found yet, all the people and objects that appeared in the video have been confirmed one by one. So far, both Phil Coulson and some other ordinary citizens have begun to realize that the future videos played on the light screen may be real, rather than some spoof movies made with 3D special effects. But why the light screen plays these future clips, Phil Coulson and others do not know, and can only make various assumptions. And the light screen has never made any response. In this case, the world can only accept the existence of the light screen. After a long time, some people even think that this is not a bad thing. After all, the existence of the light screen has indeed prevented many disasters from happening, and it has also allowed the superhero representing justice to enter the stage of history several years in advance. However, just when everything was developing in a prosperous direction, the future video played by the light screen next showed a future that made everyone feel desperate and fearful. That future video tells the story of a cosmic overlord named Thanos, who sent his invincible fleet to invade the blue planet in order to seize the infinite gems and realize his ambition to balance the entire universe. In front of the huge Chitauri army, the superheroes led by Iron Man and Captain America had no room to fight back and could only passively face the enemy's wave after wave of attacks. The city where they fought was directly reduced to ruins, and the casualties of the citizens were extremely heavy. Recalling the desperate scene, Phil Coulson felt powerless. He really couldn't imagine how to deal with this cosmic overlord who would definitely invade the blue planet in the future with the current power of mankind. Don't worry, the screen will show the future video of the new hero this time. There won't be any bad news. Knowing what Phil Coulson was worried about, Nick Fury patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Then he looked at the huge screen outside the window, and the only intact eye flashed with a hint of expectation. The epic journey of the new hero? I want to see who can be described by the English word epic. If it's appropriate, maybe it's not a bad idea to include him in the list of alliances. Since Nick Fury took the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he has been preparing a plan. That is to form an Avengers team to deal with threats from outer space. But unfortunately, there are too few superheroes who meet the requirements. At this stage, there are no other suitable candidates except Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, and Iron Man. And this number of people is undoubtedly not enough to fight against the Chitauri army that will invade Blue Star a few years later. After all, the light curtain has played the desperate future. The few superheroes can't make an effective counterattack against the huge Chitauri army, and finally fall under the human wave tactics of the universe overlord. Faced with such a desperate future, perhaps, the only way to deal with it is to call back the guy who wanders in outer space every day. But Nick Fury is not very confident that she can deal with the universe overlord alone. At this time, the light curtain brought a new future video, which undoubtedly gave him more choices. If he can recruit a few more powerful superheroes through the light curtain, he will be more confident in dealing with the universe overlord. Thinking of this, the expectation in Nick Fury's eyes became more and more obvious. At the same time, the light curtain began to flash different colors, and then the new future video officially started playing. New York, Adirondack Mountains. There is a huge crack in this mountain composed of hundreds of unconnected peaks, in which is hidden a retro-looking ruins, which is brightly lit and filled with various modern archaeological equipment. A group of staff members in archaeological costumes were collecting samples and doing various record-keeping work in the ruins with tools in their hands. In the innermost part of the ruins, a huge sarcophagus engraved with mysterious runes was standing diagonally high up. The pulley device located above was connected to several thick iron chains, which firmly bound the four corners of the sarcophagus lid and then slowly tightened to lift the heavy lid. When the coffin lid was lifted to a certain height, the pulley device stopped working, and then a group of staff members holding professional tools stepped forward and began to stabilize the coffin lid suspended in the air. The remaining personnel, led by Professor Jimmy, the head of the archaeological team, put on night vision goggles to observe the scene in the sarcophagus, and what caught their eyes was a male corpse wearing a stone belt and gray-white clothes. Although his body had been completely withered over the long years, his skin was close to his bones, and every inch of muscle seemed to have been ruthlessly taken away by the years, leaving only a skeleton-like outline. But everyone present could feel that the corpse still had a glimmer of vitality, as if it had just been buried. Such a strange scene was completely beyond the scope of the archaeological team's understanding. You should know that according to the analysis of the soil collected so far, this mysterious underground relic has existed for at least tens of thousands of years and has been buried deep underground until a major earthquake last year caused the Earth's crust to move and the Earth to crack, which allowed the relic to see the light of day again. And in such a long time, the corpse still remains as if it had just been buried. How incredible it is. Duh. Chapter 3. I didn't expect this kind of thing to be unearthed in the Adirondack Mountains. Looking at the still shiny skin of the male corpse through the night vision goggles, Professor Jimmy was shocked by the strangeness of the corpse, but also felt a burst of joy. Because he knew very well that excavating such a corpse with research value would cause a sensation in the archaeological community, and would also bring him countless fame and fortune. Professor, this is completely different from the burial method of the Indians. It seems that we have unearthed relics from a more ancient period. At this time, after some observation, a staff member couldn't help but excitedly tell his discovery. But another staff member next to him seemed very uneasy. For some reason, he always felt a sense of fear when looking at the corpse in the sarcophagus. Professor, this coffin lid shouldn't say that anyone who touches it without permission will be cursed, right? Monty, we have already touched and opened this sarcophagus, and no curse has been triggered, so stop saying these foolish words. Professor Jimmy replied unhappily, then clapped his hands and ordered, "Okay, don't stand here in a daze," and then split into two groups. One group will be responsible for photographing the mysterious runes in the ruins, and then organize them into data and send them back to the laboratory, so that Dr. Stacy can translate these runes as soon as possible. As for the other group, start sorting out the corpses and burial objects in the sarcophagus now, and try to classify the items tonight. Yes, Professor. As the conversation ended, everyone in the ruins began to work again. However, none of them noticed that when they got back to work, the fingers of the corpse in the sarcophagus moved a few times inadvertently. Well, I have guessed what the subsequent plot will be like. In the Cliff Villa, Tony stopped optimizing the steel battle suit and watched this episode of the future video with Pepper on the open-air balcony. When he saw the light screen playing this part, he subconsciously teased. He was often invited to participate in movie premieres and could fully imagine how tragic the end of this archaeological team would be. However, despite the teasing, Tony did not forget the purpose of watching the light screen this time. Therefore, he quickly turned to look at J.A.R.V.I.S, which was recording and analyzing the content of the light screen, and asked it if it had analyzed any information. J.A.R.V.I.S, what did you learn? Sir, based on the analysis of the equipment used by the archaeological team in the video, it is currently determined that the timeline of the future video played by the light screen this time is approximately between 2016 and 2017. If I remember correctly, the Chitauri invasion was in 2012. Pepper raised her eyebrows in surprise and said uncertainly, and the timeline of this future video is between 2016 and 2017. doesn't it indirectly mean that we won the final victory in that battle against the Chitauri army? If that's the case, then this will be the best news I've heard in a while. Tony drank the wine in the glass and muttered in an impatient tone, I hope the light screen is not playing a future clip from a parallel universe this time. The light screen is like this. It only needs to play these future clips from different parallel universes as usual, and Tony Stark has more things to consider. After all, long before this, the light screen has played several future clips that were confirmed to occur in parallel universes. In this case, Tony dare not immediately assert that the video played this time is in their universe. Tony, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Pepper knew how much pressure Tony had been under during this period and hurriedly comforted him. It's still 3 years before the Chitauri invasion. During this period, we may be able to find other solutions. I hope so. Tony didn't want Pepper to continue to worry about his situation, so he replied with a relaxed attitude, and then stopped talking about this topic, but turned his eyes back to the light screen in the air. Kennedy International Airport. Last June, when I was traveling in Annapurna Mountain in Nepal, I was trapped in a small cave because of a mountain accident. I was really scared at that time because I had little water and food left, and I had no idea whether I could survive until the rescue arrived. In the empty parking lot, an Asian man in a brown coat squatted on the ground, looking at the little boy in front of him who was separated from his parents and kept crying and danced and talked about some things in the past, trying to comfort the child in this way. But the child of the local guide who was trapped in the cave with me at that time stood up to encourage me, smiling and telling me that the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and as a human being, we must not be defeated by difficulties in any way. Under his encouragement, we survived countless dark nights in the cave with the little food left and successfully waited for the arrival of the rescue team. So, although you feel scared when you are separated from your parents, you can't lose your courage and cry on the spot, because your parents and the police uncles must be anxiously looking for you. Wow. Obviously, these words said by the Asian youth did not work. On the contrary, facing his comfort, the little boy cried even louder. Seeing this, the Asian youth couldn't help scratching his cheek, and then patted his head as if he remembered something, took out a few small balls from his backpack, and performed the juggling he had learned in college. Suddenly, the little boy's attention was attracted by the performance in front of him, and even the original sobbing stopped unconsciously, and then slowly showed a smile. Chapter 4. Yes, that's right. You should always keep a smile on your face. Looking at the little boy who was smiling again, the Asian youth gave him a thumbs up and handed him the ball. Hey, try it too. Yeah. The little boy nodded and happily took the ball and started playing with it. At this time, there were bursts of hurried shouts not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, the Asian youth and the little boy soon saw a couple running towards them under the guidance of airport security. Zion, look, I told you not to run around alone. Under that seemingly stern but caring voice, the couple hugged the little boy tightly in their arms, and the little boy also smiled happily. Later, the little boy's father noticed the Asian youth next to him and quickly stood up to thank him. Thank you for taking care of the child. It's okay. It's just a matter of convenience. The Asian youth smiled and waved his hand, then made a farewell gesture to the little boy, then stepped on a slightly worn-out white motorcycle and sped away in the direction of the setting sun. In reality, when the light screen played this level 1 segment, most people did not have any special reaction. At most, they praised the Asian youth for doing a good thing. But there were also some people who knew this Asian youth and were surprised that he appeared on the light screen. For example, the teachers and students of the State University of New York. Although the Asian youth on the light screen looked much more mature, they still recognized him at a glance as the super student who won the first place in the school year not long ago. Reid. And his class was suddenly in a sensation because of his appearance. When Jessica saw the figure of her classmates appear on the light screen, she hugged Gwen's arm excitedly and shouted to her, "Wow, Gwen, look, Red is on the light screen. You said he is not the new superhero that the light screen is going to introduce this time, right?" According to Hollywood's shooting techniques, this shot can basically confirm that Red is the new hero to be introduced this time. But it involves the mysterious light screen, and it is estimated that we still have to wait for the subsequent future videos to be played before we can confirm it. Although she has a certain affection for Red, the super student who has been competing with her for grade ranking, and hopes that he can become a world-renowned superhero like Iron Man and Captain America in the future. But facing the inquiry of her friend, Gwen still made a rational analysis. But as soon as she finished speaking, the content played by the light screen made her subconsciously open her mouth and show a stunned expression. Late at night, silence. In the archaeology laboratory at the State University of New York, a blonde woman in a dark sweater was sitting in front of a computer, flipping through the information just sent back by the archaeological team. At this moment, the phone rang and the blonde woman answered the call. Hello, hello. What? It's Jessica. I'm a bit busy now. Call me later. You're not dating a man. Faced with the repeated questions from her friend on the other end of the phone, the blonde stopped the work at hand and explained, in order to decipher the ancient texts in the ruins of the Adirondack Mountains, I am looking for similar texts in the history of civilizations around the world. Also, don't think too much. There is no way there is a curse rune in the ruins. After all, it is a text in the ruins. It is probably a catalog-like rune like, whose coffin is this, and what funerary objects are buried in it. So, the big headlines of the journalists, you should dig them out yourself. Goodbye. After chatting with her friend Jessica for several sentences, the blonde hung up the phone, then stood up and stretched. Following this action, the picture finally froze on the identity card hanging around the woman's waist. Head of the Archaeology Research Laboratory, Gwen Stacy. Great, Gwen, you're on the light screen too. Jessica danced with excitement and shouted to Gwen, who was surprised, and my name is on the light screen too. It seems we're all going to be famous this time. While she was talking, the other people in the class turned their heads and looked over in tacit understanding. This, well, it should be. Faced with these looks and Jessica's shouting, Gwen was somewhat at a loss, and even her reply was a bit perfunctory. After all, before this, who would have thought that she would appear on the light screen? It's impossible that she would become a member of the superhero, right? For some reason, thinking of this, Gwen felt a little excited. However, before she could start her reverie, the phone rang suddenly, and when she picked it up, she found that it was a call from her father, George Stacy. Gwen immediately had a bad premonition. Because she knew her father well, she had guessed the purpose of the call. But even if she guessed, Gwen couldn't just ignore the phone that kept ringing. Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, she finally pressed the call button. The next second, George Stacy's anxious voice instantly resounded throughout the classroom. Baby, stay in the class now. I'll come to pick you up now. Remember, don't get close to those. Dad, don't talk so loudly, I know everything. Although she knew that it was because her father cared about her that he was so anxious and loud. But noticing that the eyes of the classmates around her became teasing, Gwen still felt her face blush, and quickly turned down the volume and replied, then hung up the phone and pretended that nothing had happened and continued to look at the light screen. Chapter 5. In the research room, Gwen stretched for a while, then walked to the bookcase not far away where the information was stored, and began to look for the information and documents she needed. But in this quiet night, a strange figure quietly appeared. He wore a white horror mask and climbed up silently along the winding vines on the wall of the university building. Finally, he stopped climbing when he approached the floor where the archaeology research room was located. Then, this mysterious figure quietly pushed open the curtains and jumped into the research room agilely like a light leopard. During the whole process, he did not make any sound, and walked step by step towards Gwen, who was concentrating on finding information, giving people the illusion that a bloody murder was about to happen at the scene. Seeing this scene, in reality, many kind-hearted people can't help but worry. They are afraid that this blonde beauty who seems to have walked out of a fairy tale will die at the hands of this mysterious climber. And George Stacy, who was driving a police car and rushing towards the State University of New York, instantly showed an angry expression. He swore that if anything happened to his precious daughter on the light screen, he would make the climber pay with blood. Under such worried and angry eyes, the light screen continued to play the subsequent videos. Seeing that the mysterious climber was about to touch Gwen, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Although I really want to say it's been a long time, I still hope you can change this bad habit and don't come in through the window again, Red. Has this been discovered? Red, wearing a horror mask, shook his head and argued. But this can't be blamed on me. The walls of the teaching building are obviously covered with vines, and no one has come to clean them up. Isn't this like inviting others to climb? Please, think about it carefully. How could the school issue such an invitation? We are the ones who will be scolded for doing this. Gwen sighed without looking back, and then continued to search for information while replying. Sorry, and look at this. Hearing this, Red scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, then took off the horror mask on his face and changed the subject. This is a local product I brought back from Indonesia specifically for you to ward off evil spirits. It is said that this is a mysterious mask specially made by the Korowai people in ancient times to fight against evil. There are more strange things. Turning her head and looking at the mask in Red's hand, Gwen smiled, then walked to her seat with the information in her hand, and asked, Would you like coffee? No, no. Red shook his head. I'm leaving soon, and I'm going to take a trip to the ruins of the Adirondack Mountains that have been hot in the news recently. Red, you're still the same. You can't rest. Ding. As she spoke, Gwen slowly sat back in her seat. At this moment, a prompt sound of completed translation suddenly popped up on the computer screen, crisp and loud, instantly attracting Gwen's full attention, and she quickly moved her eyes from the file in her hand to the screen. However, when she saw the contents on the screen clearly, her long and thin eyebrows wrinkled involuntarily, and her eyes revealed confusion and puzzlement, as if she saw something beyond her expectations. Is this what it means? What's wrong? Hearing Gwen's doubtful voice, Red's curiosity was instantly ignited, and he quickly leaned in to look at the computer, and what came into his eyes was the English words death and warning all over the screen. Death, warning. What is the translation of this rune, Gwen? This is a rune pattern excavated from the ruins of the Adirondack Mountains. I am currently helping Professor Jimmy of the archaeological team with the relevant translation work. According to common sense, these internal materials that have not yet been released to the public should not be disclosed to outsiders. But out of trust in Red, Gwen still said it without reservation. Hearing this, Reid showed a nervous expression. Then this screen full of death and warning, doesn't it mean that the things in the ruins are very dangerous? That can't be said. Maybe, the part of the text I just translated just corresponds to the cursed text that the burying person wrote to the tomb robbers before his death. Gwen said so, but looking at the translated content on the computer, she still felt uneasy for a while. After a while, she talked to herself as if to convince herself. For the time being, ask the people in the archaeological team for advice, just as a topic. As she said, Gwen picked up the special telephone in the laboratory on the table and dialed the number of the archaeological team. At the same time, in the super-ancient ruins in the Adirondack Mountains, the instrument used to explore data suddenly seemed to be shrouded by an indescribable dark energy, and it made a sharp and piercing noise crazily, like the roar of a ghost, which was particularly harsh in the silent ruins. Immediately afterwards, the lighting lamps originally hanging around also shattered under the impact of this energy. The originally bright space was instantly swallowed by darkness, and the entire ruins fell into endless darkness again, leaving only the panicked voices of the archaeological team members echoing in the ruins. Hello? Is it the police? This is the ruins excavation site in the Adirondack Mountains. Please come and save us quickly. Save us. Monty, who had just been scolded by Professor Jimmy not long ago, was terrified at this moment. He held the phone tightly in his hand and trembled to dial the police station's emergency number, his voice full of despair. The staff member in charge of photography beside him was also frightened by the sudden horror scene and was weak, and the camera in his hand slipped directly to the ground. In front of them, a figure shrouded in darkness slowly approached, and then a hideous palm stretched out from the darkness and ruthlessly covered Monty's face, twisted by fear. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the ruins, and the sound was full of despair and helplessness. The image on the screen also froze, focusing on the camera that fell to the ground. At this moment, the camera is still working normally. The lens faithfully recorded everything that was horrible. The dark figure, the terrified face, and the various items scattered on the ground were all captured one by one, becoming the eternal witness of this disaster. Chapter 6. After watching this scene, most of the real audience began to express their opinions online. Wow, the last scene played by the light screen really scared me. I didn't expect that there was such a terrifying monster sleeping in the Adirondack Mountains. Oh, who cares what monster it is? Anyway, we don't have many years to live. It's better to think about how to spend the remaining time happily before the Chitauri army invades Blue Star. Hey, man, think positively. Maybe there will be a new superhero standing up to deal with the Chitauri army invading Blue Star, and then get rid of that damn purple potato spirit together. Thanos is not only powerful in himself, but also has an invincible fleet that dominates the entire galaxy. Even the Xander star specially introduced in that issue of the light screen was easily washed away by him. What kind of superhero can have such strength? So stop telling these jokes. Don't be so pessimistic. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Maybe there will really be a superhero who can create a miracle and get rid of it for us, whereas Thanos. What the above person said is right. And don't forget that the title of this light curtain is The Epic Journey of the New Hero. The fact that the light curtain can be described as epic means that the superhero appearing this time is definitely of great weight. And perhaps he is our hope. By the way, where is this Red from? How does he know the doctor of archaeology at the State University of New York? Someone has just revealed that he is a super student who won the first place in the academic year at the State University of New York not long ago, and is a classmate of the blonde doctor. Amid the quarrels on the internet, the picture on the light curtain continued to change. Hello? Hello? What should I do? The call was delayed and no one answered. Gwen's thin eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and she felt uneasy. I'll go take a look. Call me if you have anything. At this time, Red's voice suddenly sounded. When Gwen looked up, he had disappeared in the direction of the door and did not give his old classmates a chance to stop him. The picture turned. At this moment, Red was driving a white motorcycle, speeding on the Central Expressway like a flash of lightning, heading towards the Adirondack Mountains. However, the sky changed at an inopportune moment. Heavy rain and howling winds forced Red to slow down the car, and then stop the car at a flashing red intersection. While waiting for the green light, he took out a raincoat from the trunk and put it on himself. At this moment, his intuition seemed to have a premonition of something, and he subconsciously turned his head to the left. I saw a pale, ghostly lightning column suddenly rising from the direction of the Adirondack Mountains and blasting into the sky. Then, countless slender arcs of lightning spread out like a group of silver snakes, quickly covering the entire sky of New York. The scene was spectacular and terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. In this shocking scene, a figure shrouded in darkness slowly walked out of the super-ancient ruins. He has a huge body far beyond that of an ordinary person, like a moving mountain, with long hair scattered and messy, entangled with countless pale lightnings, and with every step he takes, there are arcs of lightning spreading around, destroying everything around him like a rotten wood. It seems that he is the monster sealed in the ruins of the Adirondack Mountains. Beside the pool of the Washington Monument, Steve, who was jogging in the morning, stopped and looked at the dark figure on the light screen with a solemn look. Although he couldn't see the face of this monster clearly, with the experience accumulated from years of military combat, he still perceived an amazing murderous intent from this dark figure. This feeling is like being stared at by a top predator, as if it will open its bloody mouth and pounce on him in the next second. Imagining this picture, Steve's muscles all over his body instantly tensed up, and his eyes looking at the light screen became more vigilant. After an unknown amount of time, the mysterious figure stopped at a crack further down in the ancient ruins, then opened his hands, revealing the mysterious runes hidden in his palms. The next moment, the pale thunder in the sky gathered in his palms. Then, the mysterious figure raised his hands high and spoke a language that had never appeared in human history. Resurrection. As the ancient language fell, he slapped his hands heavily on the dark golden belt around his waist. At this moment, as if some ancient mechanism was touched, the pale thunder condensed in his palms changed instantly. From the original single lightning, it turned into two different colors of thunder, one red and one blue, flashing a strange and powerful light, and then injected into the crack under the control of the mysterious figure. Suddenly, there were bursts of wind-like roars from the crack, followed by hideous figures that were also shrouded in darkness, slowly crawling out from deep underground. These figures are of different shapes. Some look like twisted monsters, and some look like mutated creatures, exuding a chilling aura. Such a terrifying picture. It seems to be foreshadowing that a disaster is about to begin. At this moment, the entire super-ancient ruins seem to be shrouded in a strange and terrifying atmosphere, and those dark creatures crawling out of the cracks add a bit of mystery and danger to this land. Chapter 7. SHILD, Triskelion Building. Nick Fury looked at the monsters covered by darkness crawling out of the cracks on the light screen, frowned, and gave orders in a serious tone. Phil Coulson, no matter whether the video played on the light screen this time is a future clip of our universe, we must take precautions before it happens. Next, I'll trouble you to go to the Adirondack Mountains. No wonder Nick Fury spoke in such a serious tone. After all, the power displayed by this mysterious figure is too terrifying. Not only does he have a terrifying murderous intent that seems to be able to kill everything, but he can also summon pale thunder out of thin air and cover the sky over the entire New York in just a few seconds. You know, the area of New York State is as large as 128,401 square kilometers. It can cover it all in such a short time. Needless to say, how strong this mysterious figure is, not to mention that he has the ability to revive other monsters. When he thought of this, the fear in Nick Fury's eyes became more and more obvious. At this moment, he was still able to maintain a relatively calm tone to give orders, which was enough to restrain his inner emotions. Well, I'll go now. Understanding Nick Fury's concerns, Phil Coulson didn't care to continue watching the future video played on the light screen at this time. He nodded and responded directly. then turned around and left the director's office. In the end, only Nick Fury was left in the office, watching the light screen. New York State. Excavation site of the ruins in the Adirondack Mountains. After last night's violent storms and raging thunder, the mountains welcomed the first golden sunlight in the morning. However, the excavation site at the moment was completely different from the hustle and bustle of yesterday. The silence revealed unspeakable changes. The tents that were originally neatly arranged around the ruins are now in ruins, with only broken canvas and broken brackets scattered on the scorched land, like a battlefield that has experienced war. The scene has turned into a barren land. The ground is cracked, and deep cracks are like scars, silently telling the horror of the natural disaster last night. In addition, a group of police officers are busy searching for clues, looking for traces of cobweb that the criminals may have left. But unfortunately, they didn't find any of them. Not only that, as the search deepened, the signs of damage to the excavation site made the police fall into deep confusion. As for lightning, the scope and power of this destruction are too great. Not only did it destroy all the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of thousands of meters, but even the ground and huge cracks around the ruins were blasted with countless cracks. Is this really what lightning can do? A man wearing a yellow-gray windbreaker and black sunglasses looked at everything around him, frowned, and then asked the prosecutor beside him, "Do you think it's possible that something else exploded, causing the excavation site to become like this?" "Impossible. I've just confirmed with the head of the Meteorological Bureau that there are no recent records of earthquakes caused by explosions in this area." The prosecutor shook his head and responded truthfully. While they were talking, Red had already arrived at the excavation site and squatted under a charred tree, curiously watching the movements at the ruins. His sight was like a searchlight, taking in the broken stone pillars in the ruins that once supported the super-ancient civilization, the cracks in the earth that were constantly smoking and exuding an uneasy atmosphere, and the police officers who were busy searching for clues. But at this moment, when Red's eyes inadvertently moved to the entrance of the ruins hidden in the huge crack, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged into his heart like a tide. He unconsciously stepped back several steps, and in a panic, he almost slipped down the slope. He quickly stabilized his body and held the ground tightly with both hands, barely maintaining his balance. What is this? After regaining his footing, Red's eyes turned to the entrance of the ruins again, and a curious expression quietly appeared on his face. Because he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a mysterious power in the ruins calling him, urging him to enter quickly. Although it was unclear what this mysterious power was, but driven by his inner curiosity and calling, Red finally walked down the slope steadily, then crossed the cordon and approached the entrance of the ruins step by step. But the more we investigate, the more mysteries we find. On the other side, at the entrance of the ruins, the prosecutor continued to chat with the man in sunglasses wearing a yellow-gray windbreaker. "I have been engaged in mountain rescue for so long, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation." Hearing this, the man in sunglasses frowned and was about to ask something. But at this moment, he keenly perceived the strange movement behind him, turned his head, and saw a young man in his 20s sneaking past him. "I'm late. Sorry. I'll get to work right away." Reid realized that he was discovered, and hurriedly pretended to be a staff member, perfunctorily speaking, while speeding up his pace, trying to take the opportunity to enter the ruins. However, his attempt did not succeed. The man in sunglasses reacted quickly, stretched out his hand and grabbed Reid's sleeve, and then pulled him in front of him. "Tell me the truth. What do you do, and why are you at the crime scene?" While asking questions, the light curtain also very considerately posted the identity of the police officer. Johnny Stone, chief of the New York State Police Department. Chapter 8. "Oh my God, Susan, look, I'm on the screen." Looking at himself on the screen with a handsome appearance, Johnny jumped up from the sofa excitedly and shouted to his sister, "It seems that this time, your brother is really going to be famous." "Johnny, I have to warn you in advance." Susan rolled her eyes and replied unhappily, "I don't care how you want to play, but you must not bring those girls home, understand? Oh, by the way, remember to come back before 12 o'clock. Otherwise, don't blame me for complaining to my parents." "Oh no." Hearing this, Johnny's excited expression collapsed immediately. "Then what fun is there?" As he said, Johnny collapsed directly on the sofa behind him, looking like he had no desire to live. Seeing this, Susan couldn't help but smile, but looking at Johnny's serious expression on the screen, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by deep worry. Because the Johnny Stone shown on the screen has a completely different personality from the brother she is familiar with, and this huge amount of contrast makes her feel unfamiliar. At the same time, she is also worrying about what kind of changes will happen in the future to make a lively and cheerful brother become so calm and serious. It's still not possible. Red sighed and turned his head to look at the sunglasses police officer who stopped him. No. Johnny Stone looked up and down at Red in front of him with a scrutinizing look and asked in a bad tone, "What do you mean by this?" Nothing. Just some words to myself." Red didn't dare to say in front of the police that he wanted to sneak into the ruins, so he immediately changed the subject and told the purpose of his trip. "Actually, I was called here by Dr. Stacy from the State University of New York. She is an external translator of the archaeological team. When interpreting the ancient text in the ruins last night, she translated ominous text. For safety reasons, she asked me to come to the ruins site to inform everyone in the archaeological team to be careful." Ominous text. Yes, it's a warning of death. Although Reid looked very confident, Johnny Stone didn't completely believe what he said. Therefore, he quickly asked again, "Are you related to the archaeological team?" "No, I just happened to be free, so I came here to inform Dr. Stacy." Reid shook his head, then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, this is my business card." After taking the business card, Johnny Stone looked down at the content on it. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. "The man pursuing his dreams, Reid?" "Exactly." Reid smiled and nodded, then gave the police in front of him a thumbs up. Faced with this thumbs up, Johnny Stone fell silent. After a while, he suppressed his desire to complain and continued to speak. "John, take this guy to the police car and detain him first." "Yes, sir." Police Officer John, who was watching the show next to him, suppressed his smile and took the task, then pulled Red's arm forward. "Come with me, Mr. Red, who is pursuing his dream." As he said, regardless of whether Red reacted or not, Police Officer John directly carried him towards the police car at the bottom of the mountain. Wait a minute, who is that?" The ruins were so close, Red didn't want to be dragged away like this, so he pointed his finger at the sky next to the ruins and shouted, and then took advantage of the distraction of Police Officer John to break free from his restraints and ran towards the entrance of the ruins not far away. However, these little tricks he played obviously did not fool Johnny Stone. Seeing that Red wanted to force his way into the ruins, he blocked the entrance of the ruins and said in a deep voice, "Stop." But the ruins were right in front of him, and Red didn't care about these warnings, so he rushed over his arm and continued to rush forward. Seeing this, Johnny Stone was no longer polite and immediately stretched out his hand to trip Red's feet, causing him to lose balance and fall to the side of the stairs. And there happened to be an archaeological instrument scattered on the ground, pointing at his head at the sharpest angle. If they really collided, I'm afraid Red's head would be broken on the spot. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Johnny Stone reacted in time and grabbed Red's collar, allowing him to stabilize his tilted body, and then exerted force again to pull him up directly. On the other side, Red, who had luckily saved his life, quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then looked at Officer Johnny, who saved his life, and thanked him with a bit of embarrassment and apology. "Thank you so much, Mr. Policeman." Chapter 9. Don't think it's useful to say this now. I'm going to arrest you for obstructing public service next. In response, Johnny Stone rebuked him mercilessly, then turned his head and looked at Officer John. "Take him back to the police station and interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, Mr. Stone." Officer John knew that his superior was angry, so he didn't dare to neglect it. He quickly took out handcuffs to tie up Red's hands and pressed him down the mountain. "Don't. I'm just curious. I won't commit the crime of obstructing public service, right?" Faced with this scene, Red quickly begged for mercy. Just at this moment, a police officer walked out of the cave entrance of the ruins with a stone belt and then walked past him. At this moment, the indescribable feeling of touch from before surged into Red's heart again, and in his mind, a lot of memories that did not belong to him emerged. In that strange memory, a man in gray and white clothes seemed to be wearing this stone belt, and then changed his form at the moment of turning around, turning into a warrior covered in red armor. Although these memories seemed very vague, causing Red to be unable to remember the full appearance of the Red Warrior, he still vaguely remembered the red compound eyes and the horns that flashed with golden luster. Just as I guessed, the stone belt is the key. In the military, in a private office. Looking at the figure of the Red Warrior appearing on the light screen, General Ross's eyes flashed with excitement. As a representative of the Hawk faction in the Army, General Ross has been committed to creating a super soldier corps like Captain America throughout his life. That's why he is so obsessed with Hulk and has been implementing the plan to capture Bruce Banner for several years. Even when the American official dug out Captain America from the ice, He also made a crazy suggestion, which is to use Steve Rogers' body for human experiments to see if a complete version of the super soldier serum can be extracted. But unfortunately, all his proposals and plans to hunt down Hulk were ruined by Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he successfully persuaded the president and congressman to jointly order the military to disband the Super Soldier Research and Development Department. In this series of targeted actions, General Ross's plan to create a super soldier army was delayed. And in this context, a magical belt that may create super soldiers appeared on the light screen, and he would definitely be tempted by it. If he could dig out the stone belt from the ruins of the Adirondack Mountains and study it thoroughly, so as to achieve mass production, then he could fulfill his wish and create a Red Warrior army. By then, even if that damn Thanos invaded America with his Chitauri army, he would have the confidence to stop it. Under such temptation, General Ross quickly picked up the phone on the table and called his most trusted and capable subordinate. Captain Bronsky, I need you to lead a commando company to the Adirondack Mountains and bring me the stone belt that appeared on the screen. No problem, General. After taking the task, Emil Bronsky immediately picked up the military-specific communicator and said in a light tone, Guys, it's time for us to go on the mission. New York, Brooklyn Police Headquarters. Red, who successfully escaped from the interrogation of Officer John, was sitting on the motorcycle at the moment, looking around boredly. At this time, Gwen's crisp voice came from not far away. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay. I just happened to get out of the police station. Turning around, seeing Gwen running towards him in a hurry, Red smiled and replied, then continued to ask, By the way, has the investigation I faxed to you at the convenience store come out? I did a preliminary translation and came up with several possible translations. Gwen took out the copy that Lin Luo faxed to her from her pocket. But which one it is, I can't confirm yet. Really? Let me take a look. Red hurriedly moved closer and looked at the copy in his hand very closely with Gwen. At this time, a familiar voice came from beside him. I didn't expect you to be still around here. It seems that John's interrogation took a long time this time. No, in fact, Officer John let me go soon. The reason I'm still here is just that I happened to meet a friend nearby. Looking up, he found that the visitor was the sunglasses police officer he met in the Adirondack Mountains in the morning. Red didn't hold a grudge and explained with a smile, then pointed to Gwen beside him and introduced her. By the way, let me introduce you to Dr. Gwen Stacy, whom I mentioned earlier. Oh, are you Dr. Stacy? Hearing this, Johnny Stone quickly took off his sunglasses, looked at Gwen, who looked confused, and said in a business tone, I was planning to contact you in a few days, but I didn't expect to meet you here. I don't know if you are free now, Dr. Stacy. I just want to ask you something about the ruins in the Adirondack Mountains. Although she still didn't understand the current situation, she nodded when she heard that the police officer wanted to ask about the ruins. Then, under the leadership of Johnny Stone, Gwen and Red, who was joining in the fun, entered the meeting room of the police headquarters. Chapter 10. This is a videotape that our police found at the ruins site in the Adirondack Mountains. In the conference room, Johnny Stone took out a previously backed-up videotape. It is also the only item left from this tragedy. Then are all the other members of the archaeological team killed? Yes. Johnny Stone nodded with a heavy heart. According to the forensic examination, all the members of the archaeological team died on the spot. As partners, we have only known each other for a short time. Hearing this bad news, Gwen's face suddenly turned pale, and even her thin eyebrows were tightly wrinkled at this moment. By the way, what is recorded in that videotape? Reid took over the topic and asked about the videotape after noticing Gwen's sadness. But this time, it was Johnny Stone's turn to fall into silence. After a while, he spoke with hesitation. I don't know how to describe it, so please watch the videotape together. If you feel uncomfortable in the middle, we will stop playing the videotape immediately. Speaking, Johnny Stone turned off the lights in the conference room and played the content recorded on the videotape. As soon as the picture appeared on the screen, it was filled with shrill screams and fear. Then, the picture turned to the deepest part of the ruins, where a sarcophagus seemed to have suffered a violent impact and tilted down, causing the male corpse in gray and white clothes hidden in the coffin to fall out. Then a mysterious figure with scattered hair slowly stood up amid the panic of the crowd and picked up the stone belt from the ground with anger, making a roar like a beast. Kuuga, accompanied by the undisguised anger, the mysterious figure in the raging hair slammed the stone belt in his hand to the ground, then turned around and walked towards the archaeological team, who were also in the ruins with an indescribable rage. At the end of the picture, those once familiar faces became fragmented in an instant, and their lives disappeared one by one under the claws of the mysterious figure. Facing such a cruel picture on the screen, Gwen lowered her head directly, unable to bear to watch it anymore. But the grief in her eyes could never be concealed. Seeing all this, Reid gently patted her shoulder and gave silent comfort. During this period, the videotape had also been played, and then Johnny Stone turned on the lights in the conference room again and said, "At present, the true identity of the mysterious figure is still unknown. But that guy threw the belt-shaped ornament to the ground in anger at the end. This action made me a little concerned, so I want Dr. Stacy to help identify this belt to see if there are any clues from it. Definitely, you don't have to worry about the relevant procedures. I will find a way to solve this." As he said, Johnny Stone opened the suitcase containing the stone belt and placed it in front of Gwen and Reid. Isn't this the belt I saw in the ruins this morning?" With just one look, Reid recognized that this was the belt that had given him an illusion in the ruins before. "Yes, because it involves the case. This artifact unearthed in the Adirondack Mountains is currently being handled by our police." Johnny Stone nodded and explained. At this time, a police officer pushed open the door of the conference room with a panicked look, came to Johnny Stone's side and whispered, "Mr. Stone, something happened." It appeared next to the 3rd Street building. "Well, I know." Hearing the police officer's words, Johnny Stone frowned and immediately turned to Red and Gwen Stacy and said, "I'll leave this artifact to you two for safekeeping." "Thank you." Excuse me. After that, Johnny Stone followed the police officer out of the meeting room. As for Red, after watching Officer Johnny leave, he picked up the stone belt in the suitcase, pointed to the mysterious rune on it, and asked, "Gwen, do you know what this rune means?" Faced with Officer Johnny's departure and Red's question, Gwen also briefly recovered from her sadness, then pursed her lips, looked at the mysterious rune on the stone belt, and explained. "This rune has several interpretations, but combined with the appearance of the belt and the content of the videotape, I am more inclined to its meaning. Power. Power." Red subconsciously repeated the word, but he didn't notice that when his hand touched the mysterious rune on the stone belt, the belt inexplicably flashed a faint silver-white luster. Chapter 11. As the video on the screen played to this Level 1 segment, countless viewers outside were discussing it. It seems that this belt is the one that Red used to gain power and become the key to superhero. Wow, this is just like the plot of a Hollywood movie where someone is chosen by a super ancient power as the protagonist. It's so enviable. I wish I could be in it. Hey, man, if you really want to, you can actually go to the Adirondack Mountains. What if you were lucky enough to dig out this belt from the ruins? Don't even think about it. I live near the Adirondack Mountains. The area is now blocked by the police, and I saw the police arguing with a group of guys in suits. Looking at the scene, it feels like they might fight at any time. Compared to these crappy things in reality, I pay more attention to the content of the plot. By the way, did you notice that when Red handed over his business card, Officer Johnny looked like he wanted to complain but had to hold it back, as if he had eaten something? It's really funny. That's right. Officer Johnny's expression is so funny, and Red, his personality is similar to that of many animation protagonists. Maybe he was chosen by the belt for this reason. Speaking of the belt, I think of the monsters that were also buried under the Adirondack Mountains. Why didn't we find any fossils or clues about these monsters before? It's impossible that the entire race was buried there. I also feel very puzzled. Could it be that an ultimate war took place in the super ancient times, causing these monsters and the civilization that sealed the monsters to be completely extinct, leaving only the Adirondack Mountains with some traces of civilization? You'd better wait for the archaeologists to answer this question for you. I just don't know if they dare to enter the ruins now. Don't worry, someone will definitely enter. The scene changes. A group of police officers have driven police cars to the scene of the accident. This is next to the 3rd Street building in Brooklyn. There are mysterious, unknown creatures that have opened huge amounts of spider webs between the tall buildings. As the police officer reported the information, the picture shifted to the top of many police cars, where there was a super huge spider web with a diameter of more than 100 meters stuck between the floors. And in the middle, there was a weirdo who looked like a spider but could walk on 2 legs like a human. This was Gumamu Ba, one of the many monsters resurrected by the mysterious figure. Not only did he have a sturdy body of nearly 2 meters in length, but he was also covered in gray-brown armor. In addition, the hideous bloody mouth could spit out extremely tough cobwebs, and the wrists could also extend and retract fangs and claws that were enough to break fine steel. Although, through the previous video playback, it has long been known that the monster buried under the Adirondack Mountains has been resurrected. But when the monster really appeared on the light screen, the audience watching the light screen couldn't stop their panic, because the monster looked too scary. And all this was actually intentional by Reid himself. After all, the video played by the light screen is not like the special drama in the previous life. It needs to consider the audience and the review system. So, when creating this video, in order to make the audience better immersed in their own fictional future video, Reid used the system's ability to make the monsters that appeared in it more realistic and thoroughly displayed the extremely terrifying real posture of the Garangi clan to the world. And his approach soon ushered in the harvest. After watching this scene, Jessica screamed subconsciously and then fell into Gwen's arms with a panicked look, not daring to look at the light screen again. As for Gwen herself, although she was still watching the future video, but if you look closely, you will find that her lips are trembling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she is obviously scared. Hey, Ned, you are a brave man. How can you be scared by the fake monster in the video? Midtown High School, Queens, New York. Ned Leeds looked terrified at the spider monster on the screen, but he still forced himself to watch the future video. But his big hands had been tightly holding his good brother Peter Parker's arm since I don't know when. This made Peter Parker scream in pain. Ned, you are holding too hard, and don't you think your posture is very problematic? If other students see it, they will misunderstand our relationship. Oh, sorry, I was just a little too nervous just now. Next time, no, get out of the way. Hearing this, Ned quickly let go of his hand that was holding Peter Parker's arm. But at this time, the next picture played on the screen scared him to grab Peter's arm again, and then let out a shrill cry. This immediately attracted the attention of other students in the class. When they noticed that Ned was holding Peter Parker's arm in such an ambiguous posture, their eyes suddenly became warm. Peter Parker was a little bit in tears. Chapter 12. Let's not talk about the situation of Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker. The video on the screen also played a tense and exciting moment at this time. On the huge amounts of spider webs, watching a group of Lindo dare to approach his hunting range, the spider monster Gummo's face flashed a fierce look. Then he jumped down from the spider web, rushed to the front of a group of policemen at a very fast speed, and then used his fangs and claws to instantly pierce the necks of two policemen and hung their bodies on his spider web. Damn it, fire immediately. Seeing his colleagues die in the hands of this mysterious creature, the police officer in charge of the team roared and ordered to shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The next second, gunshots rang constantly. Countless bullets flashing with golden luster shot out from the muzzle and hit Gummo's body at a high speed. However, this firepower offensive that was enough to destroy any flesh and blood body only left a few slight dents on the body of this spider monster, which could not cause any effective damage to it. The audience in reality saw this scene and showed surprise. Obviously, even they couldn't believe it. There are people in this world who can block bullets with flesh and blood. You know, even the group of Zatori soldiers who invaded Blue Star would still bleed after being hit by a bullet. In such a surprised mood, the light screen played heavy music at the right time, which seemed to indicate how powerful the enemy that humans would face next was. At the same time, it also allowed the audience to immerse themselves in the video better, provide Lin Luo with an endless supply of legends and progress in unlocking templates. Humph, is Lin Luo so weak now? Gently patting his sturdy body, Gummo spoke the unique language of the Garangi clan with a contemptuous tone, and then rushed into the crowd and began to kill crazily. Suddenly, countless blood and limbs were splattered on the street. Faced with such a bloody scene, a police officer was completely frightened. Taking advantage of the air attack of the spider monster against other companions, he directly got into a police car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. However, he wanted to escape, which did not mean that Gummo would let him go. Looking at the police car gradually going away, Gummo directly spit out a ball of cobweb from his fong-filled mouth, broke the windshield at the rear of the car at a very fast speed, and tightly wrapped around the neck of the fleeing police officer. Then, he hung in the air, slowly retracting the cobweb while approaching the speeding police car. On the other side, at the Brooklyn Police Headquarters, Reid and Gwen Stacy had already arrived at the first floor of the police station with a briefcase containing a stone belt, ready to take it back to the State University of New York for research. Before they could walk out of the police station, an out-of-control police car crashed into it and hit Gwen hard. Faced with this sudden crisis, Reid subconsciously pounced on Gwen and rolled her to the corner of the first floor, thus avoiding the collision of the police car. But the briefcase in his hand accidentally fell on the table beside him, causing the stone belt placed in the box to fall out. At this time, the out-of-control police car stopped. Then the car door slowly opened, and a monster covered in gray-brown armor walked out. He was the spider monster who had appeared on the street and killed police crazily before Gummo. Moreover, the moment this monster came out, it seemed as if it smelled something familiar. It turned its head and looked at the stone belt that fell on the ground, and then uttered a low voice. Huh? Is this my belt? While speaking, Gumu subconsciously moved his feet and walked towards the stone belt. But at this time, the police officers in the police station also came back to their senses from the riot just now, and then quickly pulled out their pistols and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, countless bullets hit Gumu's solid armor again. But apart from sparks, no substantial damage was caused. Faced with such a horrifying scene, the police officers showed stunned expressions. Obviously, even they did not expect that the spider monster in front of them would have such a terrifying defensive ability. On the other side, Gumu seemed to be annoyed by the actions of the police officers. He ignored the stone belt not far away and rushed into the crowd to start a crazy killing again. After a while, the police headquarters was stained with a layer of scarlet. On the other side, the stone belt seemed to have sensed the breath of the deadly enemy. It immediately made a hum sound and enveloped Reid with a strong light. At this moment, the familiar warrior figure appeared in his mind again. Although it was not very clear, he could still see that the warrior was wearing red armor, with unique scarlet compound eyes and golden horns, and the silver belt shining with mysterious luster. Chapter 13. Here you go again. What on earth do you want to tell me? Red covered his head, feeling his brain in a mess. But after seeing the police officers die tragically at the hands of the mysterious creature, he simply made up his mind and followed his instinct to roll over to the stone belt. Red, what are you trying to do? I'm going to try to wear it. My instinct tells me that this is the only way to save everyone here. Faced with Gwen's worried words, Red hurriedly responded, and then buckled the belt around his waist with a resolute expression. At this moment, a dazzling white light flashed instantly, causing all the survivors in the police station to subconsciously close their eyes. Even Gumum was no exception to this. Fortunately, this dazzling white light did not last long and soon dissipated. Woo! However, Red let out a painful roar at this time, and beads of sweat as big as beans instantly burst out from his forehead and dripped onto the blood-stained ground. This is a lie. The belt was actually absorbed into Red's body. Gwen opened her eyes again and looked at Red again, but the scene in front of her shocked her, and she showed an unbelievable expression. It turned out that the stone belt that was previously buckled around Red's waist had disappeared, leaving only burned scars on his abdomen. All this silently showed that the mysterious belt had been completely absorbed into Red's body. Gumum also knew this very well. As a Garangi who survived the super ancient times, he knew the secret of this belt better than anyone else. There is only one possibility for this phenomenon. That is, the Yaguru spirit stone in the belt chose this Linduo as its new fit person. Humph, I'm really underestimated. Yaguru, you don't think that you can defeat me, who is from the Z group, by temporarily choosing a Linduo as your fit person? Gomu snorted coldly, grabbed Red's neck, and threw him to the open space outside the police station. Then he immediately followed and continued to hit the new fit person chosen by Yaguru. Linduo? It seems that this is a general term for human species in the super ancient period. As for the belt, according to Spider-Man, it seems that it has a certain degree of intelligence and can choose its host independently. This is a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that humans in the super ancient period could develop a civilization that is completely different from modern ones. Because of the light screen translation, Tony Stark was able to know what the spider monster named Gumma said. This made him interested in the civilization of the super ancient times, and he quickly ordered J.A.R.V.I.S to summarize the information to see if he could find some extra clues. On the other hand, Pepper showed a very worried expression at this time. She looked at Red, who was being tortured by the spider monster on the light screen, and said distressfully, "The child named Red is so pitiful. I feel that if he continues to be tortured like this, he will soon die in the hands of the spider monster. Don't worry, this is just a temporary pain." Tony took out a bottle of collector's edition whiskey from the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of fine wine, and said, "This episode of the future video has been played to this level 1 segment, and it has been basically confirmed that the child named Red is the protagonist of this episode. Since he is the protagonist, he can't die so easily." After saying that, Tony took a sip of the wine glass, then looked at the light screen with anticipation, waiting for the subsequent plot development. "We can't take the beating like this, we must fight back." In the picture, Red was thrown out again by Gumum's huge force and fell heavily on the hard ground. However, even in such a desperate situation, he did not give up hope. Instead, he gritted his teeth and climbed up, then took the opportunity to punch the Spider-Man in the abdomen. Boom! With a loud bang, the strong muscles on Red's arms seemed to be twisted by a mysterious force. In the flickering light, a deep black strengthening layer was covered, and between the black strengthening muscles, there were two colors of gold and white. Strengthening the armor, it fits tightly like a precision mechanical part. Moreover, his arm also burst out with unprecedented strength at this moment, blasting the spider monster who was originally unscathed by dozens of pistols. Hoo-hoo, shape-shifting. This is the key to defeating monsters. Red panted, staring at his left hand that had completely changed its shape. His heart was full of shock and joy, because he could clearly feel an unprecedented power surging in his arm, as if this power could enable him to defeat any strong enemy. However, the joy had not completely faded. He caught a glimpse of the spider monster Gumu walking towards him again with heavy steps, which made him not think too much, and hurriedly swung his fist and hit again. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Instantly, the sound of hitting continued. Under this sound that resounded through the sky, Red's body completely metamorphosed into strong energy fluctuations. Not only his arms, but also his legs, chest, and head began to be twisted by a mysterious force. Finally, he transformed into a warrior with golden horns, red compound eyes, and white flesh armor all over his body. And at this moment, he threw a powerful punch, directly blasting the Spider-Man hundreds of meters away and landing on the floor opposite the police headquarters. And Gwen Stacy happened to run out of the police station at this time and witnessed all this happening with her own eyes. Red, he has transformed. Chapter 14. It is indeed a product left by the ancient civilization. It can actually make an ordinary person gain extraordinary power to fight against monsters with just a belt. On the military truck heading to the Adirondack Mountains, Captain Bronsky stood up from his seat instantly and stared at the screen. Looking at the figure of the white warrior in the video, his eyes were full of unprecedented greed. Red is just an ordinary person, and after successfully combining with the belt, he can obtain such powerful power. In this comparison, if he can be replaced by an excellent soldier like him and combine with the belt, I am afraid he will get more powerful power. Imagining this picture, Captain Bronsky's greedy eyes became even hotter. At the same time, SHILD, Triskel Building. Nick Fury also felt excited when he saw this scene. He thought that if SHILD could master the technology of making belts, they might be able to directly create an invincible Avengers team and beat all the aliens who dared to spy on the blue planet. In addition, he was also interested in Red in the video, especially when he saw him facing the Spider-Man. He still waved his fist without fear, and his only intact eye flashed with admiration. Both his character and courage are excellent. This young man is definitely a good seedling. Or, just arrange an agent to observe him for a while. If he meets the standards, he will be directly included in the Avengers plan. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Nick Fury thought for a moment and soon made a decision. Then he reached out to the phone on the desk. Natasha Romanoff, please come to headquarters now. Huff. Bang. Red panted and slowly retracted his fist. But at this moment, an indescribable feeling of powerlessness suddenly swept over his body, causing him to fall directly to the ground. What's going on? Why am I so tired? Red struggled to raise his hands. He could clearly feel a scorching power flowing from his abdomen to his whole body, making him stronger every moment. But in this process, his body also began to feel powerless. It was as if all the nutrients in his body were squeezed out at this moment, making him feel uncomfortable and kneeling on the spot. No wonder your strength is so much weaker than expected. It turns out that your horns have become smaller. On the other side, Gomam had already climbed up from the opposite floor. When he noticed the young horns on Red's forehead, he couldn't help but chuckle and made a low sound. But this is expected. After all, you are just an ordinary Lindo. You have reached your limit to this extent. So, you should just accept your fate and let me, as a member of the Z group, completely destroy you. After saying that, Gomam didn't care whether Red understood his words or not. He jumped into the air, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and rushed him. Then he knocked him to the ground with a diamond arm, and then added a roundhouse kick. Bang! With a loud bang, Red was kicked out on the spot, and the whole person rotated several times in the air before falling to the hard ground. Do you feel it? This is the absolute difference in strength. The attack worked, and Gomam did not choose to pursue the victory, but continued to wriggle his ferocious mouthparts, speaking the unique language of the Garangi clan to mock the new fit person chosen by Yaguru. But just as he said this, he saw Red struggling to get up from the ground, and then came to the back of a large truck. With a roar, Red pushed a large truck weighing more than 10 tons and hit it hard forward regardless of his fatigue. Gomamu, who was caught off guard, was hit into the building behind him by the large truck pushed by Reid. In reality, the audience took a breath of cold air when they saw this scene, and then discussed it frantically on the internet. Obviously, these viewers were shocked by the power displayed by Reid, who had obtained the super ancient power. At the same time, Reid himself, who was in the library, couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly when he saw the crazy accumulation of legends on the system panel and the progress of templates being unlocked. The growth rate far exceeded expectations. At this rate, it might not take long before he can display the ultimate power of the void in reality. Thinking of this, Reid looked at the light curtain with more and more expectation. Did it succeed? Slowly stopping, Reid looked at the truck that was almost completely sunken in the building and muttered to himself. But at this moment, a familiar roar came from the building. "Oomph. New fit, is this all you can do?" In an instant, the large truck that was originally sunken in the building was pushed out by Gumam, and then a ball of cobweb sprayed out from its wriggling mouthparts, tightly wrapped around Reid's left arm. Not good. Looking at the cobweb on his arm, Reid's face suddenly changed, as if he realized that something was wrong. And the fact was as he expected. The next second, Gumam had jumped into a building tens of meters high, and then quickly twisted his head, using the force of inertia to throw Reid into the air. Bang! With a bang, the wall made of reinforced concrete was hit by Reid's back and cracked, and then he began to fall straight to the ground. Chapter 15. Fortunately, Reid reached out and grabbed the water pipe next to the building in time, thus avoiding falling from the building tens of meters high. But the crisis was not resolved. Reid knew that on this high wall with a 90-degree inclination, his sensitivity would be greatly reduced. If he fought with the spider monster who was good at climbing in this environment, it would only be a dead end. So he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly grabbed the water pipe and climbed up all the way until he crossed the wall on the rooftop, and then stopped. On the other side, Gumam had also climbed up along the smooth wall, and then walked forward slowly with a calm mentality, while wriggling his ferocious mouthparts, and said in a cold tone, "Fit, your strength is too weak, and you have not exerted the potential of the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone at all. You are not qualified to be called Kuuga like this." After that, Gumam's eyes flashed with a cruel light, and then he clenched his fists and showed the fang-like claws hidden inside his wrists. "Oh, sorry, I don't understand your language. Please speak English next time." "Definitely. Huxiao is fine too. I can understand that too." Reid stood up with his back against the large air conditioning condenser behind him, watching the Spider-Man vigilantly while making a subconscious joke. Gumma didn't say anything about his joke, but just raised his right arm and stabbed forward. It was so fast that it seemed that it would pierce Reid's body in the next second. But Reid, who had been aware of the precautions, still dodged with his agility. However, the large air conditioning condenser behind him was not so lucky. It was torn apart by Gummu's claws on the spot, leaving only the broken shell of the body. Seeing this scene, Reid swallowed his throat and raised his vigilance to the maximum against the Spider-Man's claws. At this time, Gummu waved his claws again and rushed towards Reid, who was covered in pure white flesh armor. At this point, a fierce battle has completely started on the empty rooftop. In reality, the light screen also played the symphony of the battle in a timely manner, and countless viewers who were watching this battle had stopped other things at hand and concentrated on this thrilling battle. On the screen, on the empty rooftop, the warriors covered with pure white meat armor and black strengthening muscles are trying their best to dodge the fierce attack of the spider monster Gummo. After all, before this, Reid was just an adventurer who loved adventure, and he had no fighting experience. In contrast, Gummo is different. As a member of the proud Golangese group, he has experienced countless life and death battles to achieve today's achievements. Therefore, not only is his own strength terrifying, but his combat experience is far superior to Reid. After a short fight, the warrior form that Reid transformed into was suppressed by Gumam. Even the sturdy, pure white flesh armor was torn with countless scars, and bright red blood was seeping out bit by bit. In the end, the cobweb spit out by the spider monster wrapped around his neck, and then pressed on the guardrail of the rooftop. It's all over, the fit one. Next, die in the hands of the warrior Z, Gumam Ba, who hunts Lindo with your incompetence and regret. Gumam issued the final death announcement from the mouthparts that spit out cobwebs, and then exerted force with both hands, swinging the fang-like claws at his wrists and stabbing Reid's head fiercely. If he hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed the spider monster's hands in time, he would have died long ago. But the situation is still not optimistic. After all, Reid himself is transforming for the first time, and he is still trapped in the problem of insufficient physical strength which makes it impossible to fully exert his strength. This made him gradually lose the upper hand in this struggle, and he could only watch Gumamu's fang-like claws approach him little by little. Rumble. And at this critical moment, with the sound of the rotor turning rapidly, a military-armed helicopter came quickly from the distant sky and soon arrived on the rooftop. Then, Johnny Stone stuck his head out with a pistol in his hand and looked at the two figures fighting each other at the guardrail of the rooftop. There are actually two monsters, although he was a little surprised that there were two monsters, not one as stated in the intelligence. But seeing the enemy in front of him, Johnny Stone didn't think much and directly raised his pistol and pointed it at the two people fighting and pulled the trigger repeatedly. But his action not only did not cause any harm to the spider monster. On the contrary, it aroused his anger, because Gumamu would never allow other Lindo warriors to intervene in the battle between him and Kuuga. So he simply stopped and used his great strength to throw Red out again, then turned his head to look at the armed helicopter above his head, and the 6 compound eyes on his face suddenly flashed a fierce look. Humph, since you have chosen to intervene, I will get rid of you first. As he spoke, Gumamu opened his hideous mouthparts and spit out tough cobwebs to wrap around the armed helicopter. Then he slowly tightened the cobweb and pulled his body onto the helicopter. Chapter 16. Bang, 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 bang. On the helicopter, Johnny Stone looked at the approaching Spider-Man without any fear. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at Guma's chest and emptying the magazine on the spot. However, the damage caused by these bullets shining with golden luster was negligible. Gumu just patted his chest, and the bullet marks caused by the bullets returned to their original state. Then he moved his ferocious mouthparts and said slowly, "How can a mere bow and arrow hurt my well-trained body? So you should give up, Lindo's warrior." As he said that, Gumu raised the fang-like claws on his wrist and stabbed in the dim helicopter. Johnny, although his brother was right beside him, but looking at the picture played on the screen, Susan couldn't help but make a worried sound, and her eyes were instantly filled with a layer of mist. "It's okay, Susan, I'm still here." Johnny patted Susan on the back and said comforting words, but his eyes looking at the light screen became solemn from some point on, and he was obviously affected by the future clips played by the light screen. In the picture, Officer Johnny was about to die in the hands of Spider-Man. The armed helicopter shook suddenly at this time. Then, Red's arms covered with pure white flesh armor and black strengthening muscles stretched out from behind, tightly locked Gumamu's arms and neck, and successfully blocked the fang-like claws that were about to stab out. "Fit, don't try to stop me." Gumamu didn't want to let Lindo, who dared to offend him, go so easily, so he began to struggle frantically on the spot. Suddenly, the armed helicopter, which was already shaking violently, shook even more violently, causing Red and Spider-Man to lose balance and fall outside. Then, on the landing gear outside the helicopter, they continued to fight desperately until Red caught the flaw that Gumu accidentally revealed, and then he successfully kicked the monster down. Woo-ah! In that shrill scream, Gumu fell straight down from a height of dozens of meters, smashed through the hard ground of the rooftop, and disappeared in the smoke and dust. Only the panting of Red and Johnny Stone echoed inside the helicopter. You saved me." After a while, Johnny Stone stood up with the help of the smooth body, and then looked at the mysterious creature in front of him that looked like a stag beetle, and spoke slowly with a hesitant tone. In the face of the inquiry, Red didn't say anything, but just nodded calmly, and then stretched out his right hand and raised a thumb. At this time, it was dusk when the sun was setting. Under the setting sun, even through Kuuga's red compound eyes, Johnny Stone could still feel the smile under the mask, which made him stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, the ancient warrior Kuuga, transformed by Red, jumped directly from the armed helicopter and disappeared on the street at dusk. The last picture was Johnny Stone sitting alone on the armed helicopter, silently watching the direction where the white figure disappeared. After a long time, he seemed to remember something, raised his right hand, and slowly made a thumbs-up gesture. No way could it be him. As this sentence fell, the picture on the screen gradually dimmed. This means that the Level 1 segment of the future video played this time has ended, and the second stage is currently loading slowly. And during this waiting process, the audience in reality also began to discuss. How come it's over now? Light screen, please load the second stage video for me immediately. I want to see Red's handsome battle. Hey, man, don't be so impatient. According to the rules of the light screen, it will probably take another half an hour to load. Oh, it will take another half an hour? But I want to see the subsequent future clips now. According to the last picture played by the light screen, it seems that Officer Johnny has discovered that Kuuga's true identity is Red. I don't know how to deal with it later. In fact, half an hour will pass quickly. Also, have you noticed that although the spider monster looks scary, he doesn't seem to be the mysterious black shadow in the ruins? I feel that he is much weaker. Much weaker? Please, that spider monster is completely immune to bullet shooting, and with a light jump, he can jump to a building 30 or 40 meters high. This strength is compared with the existing superhero. I'm afraid only the Hulk can beat him. The above, I didn't mean weak like that. Just comparing Spider-Man and the mysterious Black Shadow, I feel he is much weaker. Hearing you say that, I also have this feeling. Then according to the information we have now, maybe the mysterious Black Shadow will be the final boss. Yes, I have this feeling too. Chapter 17. Outside, the audience was chatting on the internet. The light screen had loaded the second stage of the video, and the screen had begun to play. In a tea restaurant located on 3rd Street in Brooklyn, New York, Gwen was sitting quietly in the corner of the restaurant, her white fingers gently resting on the keyboard of her laptop, concentrating on translating the mysterious runes from the ancient ruins. It's so bright. At this time, Reid, who was sleeping on the sofa opposite, woke up slowly, stretched his body, and his voice was full of fatigue. Isn't this definitely natural? Gwen stopped her busy work and said with a hint of resentment, "You know, you slept for 11 hours in the restaurant. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting here for so long." Reid scratched his cheek embarrassedly and explained with an apologetic smile, "Yesterday was the first time in my life that I felt so exhausted, so I slept a little longer without realizing it. Oh, by the way, why don't we have a meal here? I'll treat you, just as compensation, and I can also take care of the store's business by the way. After all, the manager was so kind to let me sleep here for a whole night." With that, Reid turned around and waved in the direction of the cashier without waiting for Gwen to reply, signaling the waiter to bring the menu. "I didn't sleep all night." On the other hand, seeing that Reid didn't take yesterday's incident seriously, Gwen couldn't help but puff up her cheeks. "Not only did you see that video yesterday, but you were also attacked by strange mysterious creatures. Even your appearance has changed, Reid. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to your body?" "Don't worry. I don't feel any discomfort in my body now." Hearing Gwen's question, Reid subconsciously touched his abdomen. In fact, until this moment, he could clearly perceive an endless stream of energy emanating from it, as if it was constantly strengthening his body. Although he was also deeply worried about this. But facing Gwen's worried eyes, he still pretended to be indifferent to respond, not wanting to make her worry more. "You are too open-minded." Gwen was obviously not satisfied with Reid's reply, and she could not help but speak more seriously. "I thought that after you became that look, Reid, you might no longer exist. This made me worry all night." "Don't worry, that look is not uncontrollable." Reid patted his chest and replied with confidence, "I have tested it in advance. When I have the idea of fighting, I will change into that white fighting posture, as if there is a key in my heart that opens some mysterious mechanism. Then when I don't have the idea of fighting, it changes back again, just as natural as the rise and fall of the tide." With this explanation, don't you think it is super simple and easy to understand? Isn't this something easy to understand? Problem. Forget it. You should go travel around the world as soon as possible. Gwen knew Reid's character well and knew that he was being stubborn, so she said directly with a tough attitude, "Don't come back to New York during this period. I'm afraid that if you continue to stay here, there will be some accidents, and I don't want you to continue to get involved in the incidents related to weirdos. As for the belt, I will explain it to Officer Johnny." Well, turning back to a pure adventurer and continuing to travel around the world is indeed my dream. Reid scratched the back of his head and said slowly in a hesitant tone, "But I always have a strange feeling." Strange feeling? Faced with Gwen's inquiry, Reid did not answer immediately. Instead, he pursed his lips and looked at his left fist with a complicated expression. For a moment, he fell into silence, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Only his slightly rising and falling chest showed his inner restlessness. At the same time, in the underground parking lot of the police headquarters in Brooklyn, Johnny Stone walked steadily to a police car and was taking out the key to open the door. Suddenly, Officer John called anxiously beside him. "Mr. Stone, please wait for me. Since the murder case at the ruins the day before yesterday, strange things have happened everywhere, right? Children disappeared mysteriously, cows were sucked dry of blood, and inexplicable noises were always heard at night. Why don't the higher-ups make these things public?" Johnny Stone did not answer Officer John's question immediately, but took him away from the police headquarters in the police car, and then slowly explained. "Unconfirmed life forms number 1 and number 2. So far no traces have been found, which means they are still hiding in the city." Haste of information disclosure in this situation will only increase the public's anxiety and fear, and may even evolve into new riots and $0 shopping activities. It is based on this idea that the higher-ups made the decision not to disclose intelligence in the conference room. But Officer John hesitated, with deep worry on his face. Correspondingly, our security forces will probably be strengthened. Knowing what Officer John was still worried about, Johnny Stone continued to add, "The police station has reported the situation to the higher-ups and asked for a batch of high-tech weapons. When this batch of weapons is delivered, the Metropolitan Police Department will give priority to distributing them to us. By then, I think these unconfirmed life forms will be solved by us soon." Chapter 18. Great. Hearing this, the sadness on Officer John's face instantly disappeared, and he immediately turned into an excited expression. This is really incredible news. Just as he was smiling, Johnny Stone finally arrived at the destination of this trip, then slowly parked the car on the side of the road, and walked alone towards the tea restaurant opposite with a steady pace. He stopped when he walked to the huge amounts of glass window outside the restaurant. He then bent down slightly, stretched out his slender and bony hand, and gently knocked on the glass window. Reid, who was leisurely eating lunch in the restaurant, was suddenly attracted by the sudden crisp knocking sound. His body shook slightly, and then he quickly turned his head to look. When his eyes caught that the knocker was Johnny Stone, Reid subconsciously blinked quickly, his pupils full of puzzled light, obviously wondering why this police officer appeared here. In response, Johnny Stone did not say much, but pointed outside with the finger that had just knocked on the glass, signaling Reid to come out first. "Gwen, wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Seeing this, Reid did not think too much, turned his head and said briefly to Gwen beside him, then put down the tableware in his hand without hesitation and ran out of the restaurant in a hurry. "If I misunderstood, please forget it." Walking on the quiet, dense forest walkway next to the tea restaurant, Officer Johnny slightly turned his head to look at Reid beside him and spoke slowly with a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. "Did you?" "Yes, I was the one who fought with the spider monster yesterday." Without the slightest hesitation, facing Officer Johnny's questioning, Reid smiled brilliantly and then raised his iconic thumbs up again. "How could you reveal your superhero identity so easily?" At Midtown High School, when Peter Parker saw the screen, he looked incredulous. Because in his opinion, except for superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America, other superheroes should hide their identities. After all, there are definitely many bad guys who are offended in the superhero industry. And exposing your true identity so casually will only cause unnecessary involvement of your relatives and friends. Unless he is not afraid that the people around him will be hurt because of him. But is this possible? With such doubts, Peter Parker continued to watch the future video on the screen. Sure enough, you are the unconfirmed life form number 2. Although he had expected it, when he heard Reid's reply, Johnny Stone still couldn't stop the surprise in his heart. He subconsciously opened his mouth and blurted out his voice uncontrollably. "Reid, what happened yesterday that made you look like that?" "Unconfirmed life form number 2. So the police gave me this name. It feels a little tongue-twisting." Faced with Officer Johnny's question, Reid first smiled and scratched his cheek with embarrassment, and then slowly spoke. "As for why you look like that, it should be related to the stone belt. At that time, Gwen and I were going to take this artifact back to the State University of New York for research, but the spider-like monster attacked the police headquarters, and then the belt burst into a ray of light, calling me to wear the belt to stop the spider monster. Then, I followed this call and put on the belt, and it drilled into my body, turning me into that look." "You idiot, why did you take such a rash action? Aren't you afraid of becoming the same kind as that monster?" Hearing this explanation, Johnny Stone couldn't help but yell at Reid. He really couldn't understand why a prestigious school like the State University of New York, which is well known in the education field, would cultivate such a guy with such a rash and careless style of behavior. Well, how to say it? On the other hand, Reid didn't take Johnny Stone's deafening roar to heart at all. Instead, he reached out and touched his chin leisurely, thinking quietly for a while, and then gave his answer with a relaxed smile. "Because the belt needed me, and wanted me to stop the spider-like monster from killing innocent people, so I put it on. It's just a belt. Are you sure your feeling is right?" "Sure," Reid nodded. "I tried it later and found that after wearing the belt, I have the ability to change my form at any time to fight. Just relying on feelings, without any basis, it is possible to become the same kind of monster." Amidst the fierce debate, Johnny Stone took out 2 photos taken on the rooftop yesterday from his pocket and handed them over. "Look at how you looked yesterday. There is no human appearance at all." Is this what I look like after the transformation? This is even more handsome than I expected. So good. However, what he never expected was that facing the white and hideous self in the photo, Red not only did not show the slightest fear. On the contrary, his face was full of an extremely happy smile. This scene made Johnny Stone completely speechless. He sighed helplessly and couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently rub his frowning eyebrows. At this moment, Red's eyes were bright, and he continued to ask, "Oh, by the way, Officer Johnny, what happened to the spider-like monster later?" Chapter 19. This matter has nothing to do with you now. Don't ask so many questions. Johnny Stone didn't want Red to be involved in this matter, so he refused to answer this question without hesitation, and then took his hand without saying anything, and walked hurriedly towards the police car. "Also, you should go to the hospital with me to check your body now. It is impossible that there will be no other changes or effects after the unknown belt is absorbed into your body. Don't. It's just a small matter. It's not necessary to go to the hospital." "Mr. Stone, Officer Cedes just sent an emergency report saying that a murder case was found in Greenwich Village. It is said to be very special, so I would like to ask you to go there." Just as the two were arguing, Officer John, who was originally responsible for guarding the police car, ran over in a hurry and interrupted the conversation between Johnny and Red. "What?" Hearing this, Johnny Stone's face suddenly changed, and he didn't care to take Red to the hospital for a while. Finally, he could only quickly take out a pen and a notebook from his pocket, and the tip of the pen moved quickly on the paper. After writing down an address and a contact number, he tore off the paper without hesitation and handed it to Red. "Red, go to the special surgery hospital later and find the doctor above. Just say that Johnny Stone asked you to come. She will do a detailed examination for you for free." After that, Johnny Stone and Officer John left the scene in a hurry without stopping. Only Red was left standing there alone, staring at the small note in his hand, his lips moving slightly, and he slowly read out the English words on it. "Special Surgery Hospital, Christine Palmer." Puff. Christine spit out the coffee she had just drunk, then widened her eyes, with an expression of incredible shock on her face, staring at the small note with her name and contact information on the screen. This is not referring to me. "Miss Cedes, I'm so sorry. I'm late because of something." The scene changed. Outside the Catholic church in Greenwich Village, Johnny Stone jumped out of the police car in a hurry, then crossed the cordon and came to the side of a black female police officer and got straight to the point. "I wonder what you want to know from our security department. I'm sorry to ask you to come here specially." Facing Johnny Stone's puzzled look, Officer Cedes first responded with a polite smile, then straightened his face and started talking about business. "Actually, I am concerned about decedents wound. In the recent cases, all the victims have the same feature. That is, there are 2 teeth marks on their necks that look like they were bitten by sharp teeth, and there is a large amount of blood loss on their bodies, which is like being sucked by vampires. It is a completely extraordinary event. So, I want to ask, is it possible that the 2 unconfirmed life forms that survived the accident last night were responsible?" While talking, Officer Cedes brought Johnny Stone to decedent's body, gently uncovered the white cloth covering it, and let him carefully look at the shocking wound on decedent's body. Looking at the particularly obvious tooth marks on the body, Johnny Stone quickly frowned, shook his head repeatedly, and responded without hesitation. "No, I remember that the mouth shape of unconfirmed life forms number 1 and number 2 is completely different from the tooth marks on the body." "Is that so?" Officer Cedes slowly lowered his head, his eyes slightly closed, revealing a thoughtful expression. After a while, she raised her head again, squinted her eyes slightly, looked at the scorching sun hanging in the blue sky, and continued to ask, "Then, Mr. Stone, do you know if the 2 unconfirmed life forms have any specific light fear?" "No." Johnny Stone shook his head again, and then a puzzled look appeared on his face and asked puzzledly, "Miss Cedes, this question should have nothing to do with this case, right? Is there something else going on?" "Well, because not long ago, we received a call from a drunk." Police Officer Cedes spoke with a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. According to him, he was attacked by an unknown monster last night and almost died. As a result, the sun rose at that time, and then the monster let out a fearful roar and ran away. Hearing this, Johnny Stone's eyebrows also frowned tightly, and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly spoke in a hesitant tone. "Could it be that there is a 3rd unconfirmed life form here?" Hearing this, Officer Cedes's face changed instantly, and he subconsciously looked at Johnny Stone, only to find that both of them had a solemn look in their eyes. At the same time, Red, who had previously overheard the conversation between Johnny Stone and Officer John, also rushed to the scene driven by curiosity, and through the conversation between a mother and daughter who were chatting next to him, he unexpectedly discovered a key clue that even the police had not noticed. According to common sense, this time period should be the opening time of the Catholic Church. But the church here has not opened its doors for a long time, and a murder has occurred next to it, and no priest has come out to understand the situation. There must be something wrong. While thinking, Reid, who was hiding in the crowd of onlookers, subconsciously turned his head to look at the Catholic Church next to the crime scene. Then he quickly took a step and walked towards the direction of the church step by step. Chapter 20. New York is really full of disasters. SHILD, Triskelion Building. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff has walked elegantly into the director's office, standing side by side with Nick Fury in front of the huge amounts of French windows, watching the future video on the screen with a focused look. When she saw this scene playing on the screen, she couldn't help but slightly raise her head and sighed with her red lips. The spider monster hasn't been dealt with yet, and now an unconfirmed life form number 3 similar to a vampire has come out. From this point of view, the future situation is not optimistic. Don't worry, since some tragedies have been known in advance, they will never happen again. Knowing what Natasha Romanoff was worried about, Nick Fury pulled his low and magnetic voice and slowly said, "Moreover, I also specially sent Phil Coulson to take charge of this matter. I will never let these monsters escape from the seal so easily. Hearing what you said, I feel a lot more at ease." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then raised her thin eyebrows and asked, "It's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's not even the usual working time. You called me here. It seems that this mission is not easy, Director. Don't think about it." Nick Fury slowly turned his head and looked at Natasha with his only remaining intact eye. Romanoff said in a deep voice, "This mission is just to let you observe a guy who may become a member of the Avengers." "Oh, do you mean?" Natasha Romanoff glanced at the light screen subconsciously, and a thoughtful look flashed across her charming face. "Well, it's the superhero introduced by the light screen this time, Reid. As far as the presentation in the future video is concerned, this child is excellent in both character and courage, and he definitely has the ability to become one of us. So I hope you go to the State University of New York and observe him carefully for a while. If he meets the standards, then directly invite him to join us." While speaking, Nick Fury took out a prepared document from the drawer and handed it to Natasha Romanoff, so that she could understand the living habits of the person she needed to observe this time. Taking the personal information about Reid, Natasha Romanoff began to read it page by page. Soon, she had a preliminary understanding of the person she needed to observe this time, and then she spoke slowly. "No problem, I'll take the mission this time, and I'll take a break. Well, I'll trouble you next." During the conversation, Natasha Romanoff had already left the director's office with Reid's personal information. Nick Fury was left standing alone in front of the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes deep and far away, looking at the light curtain that kept flickering and changing far above the sky, and fell into deep thought. "Hello, hello, is there anyone inside?" In the picture, Reid had already arrived at the solemn main entrance of the Catholic Church. Then he slowly stretched out his hand, gently knocked on the door frame, and shouted loudly at the same time. However, no matter how he called out, no one responded in the seemingly quiet church, and only his voice echoed in the empty surroundings. Seeing this, Reid simply stopped knocking on the door and quickly walked to the side of the church. After searching for a while, he finally found a window that could be opened, and then climbed through the window without hesitation. "Sorry, I disturb you." Walking inside the closed and quiet church, Reid muttered to himself softly, slowly opened a door in front of him, and then carefully poked his head out. His eyes were like searchlights, nervously and attentively observing the scenery in the main hall of the church. The neatly arranged seats, the solemn portraits of God hanging on the walls, the stained glass that became dreamy under the influence of light, and the unique architectural style formed by the ancient Roman vault structure and the Latin cross, all of which were seen by him one by one, but he could not find the figure of the priest. This inevitably made Reid feel a little worried. So he boldly walked to the center of the main hall of the church and looked around attentively. During this process, a strong look of worry quietly appeared on his face. Although everything in the church was the same as usual, and there was not much difference from other Catholic churches he had visited before, but Reid always felt flustered, as if there was some kind of evil monster lurking in this sacred and solemn church, and it seemed that it would suddenly rush out from a dark corner at any time and devour him mercilessly. He could even vaguely smell a hint of blood. This made Reid feel more and more uneasy. and the speed of observing the surrounding scenery began to gradually speed up. At this moment, when his eyes moved to the door on the other side, he was surprised to find that a cold and piercing gaze was silently staring at him through the crack of the door. Hello, are you Father Haas?" Looking at the pair of eyes that were obviously cold, Red suddenly woke up from his dream and remembered that he had entered the church without permission. He immediately raised a smile with embarrassment and apology on his face and asked carefully. Bang! While he was talking, the door engraved with the seal of God was suddenly thrown open, and a priest with short black hair and metal earrings walked slowly from the side door with extremely heavy steps. This scared Red a lot. He mistakenly thought that the other party was looking for him to blame, so he waved his hands and shouted, Wait a minute, I heard that something happened to you, Father, so?" However, Red's explanation did not seem to change the attitude of the priest at all. He still looked furious. But when the priest walked to the middle aisle with neatly arranged seats, a glaring ray of sunlight suddenly shone into the church, scaring the priest so much that he instantly showed a horrified expression and stopped involuntarily. Chapter 21. Such a strange scene made Red subconsciously turn his head to look at the place where the sunlight came in. There happened to be a small window with a Catholic pattern there. The dazzling sunlight poured on the stained glass, instantly turning into colorful and brilliant light, reflecting in the dark church, adding a new color to it. And the indifferent priest stood outside the light, staring at Red standing in the middle of the light. During this period, he said nothing and no longer approached Red step by step as before. Well, since you are fine, I will go back first." But the cold eyes still made Red feel uncomfortable, so he simply waved his hand to say goodbye, then turned and walked quickly towards the side door. In response, the priest still did not choose to stop him, but reached out and gently touched his earrings, muttering to himself, "This linduo exudes a disgusting smell." As these words fell, the priest slowly retreated, his figure gradually disappearing into the depths of the dark church. On the other side, Reid turned his head again before leaving, and found that the priest had disappeared. He did not think too much, and directly closed the door and climbed out of the window to leave the church. As he left, the picture on the light curtain finally stopped on the main pulpit of the church. There happened to be a completely withered corpse hidden, with only a trace of bloody smell, indicating that the corpse had just been killed not long ago. I didn't expect that the real priest died under the cross of the Catholic Church. In the class, Jessica looked at the last frozen picture on the light curtain and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to this, I am more concerned about another issue. Different from Jessica's focus, when Stacy beside her stared at the depths of the church where the priest's figure slowly disappeared in the picture, and her expression gradually became solemn. "What's the problem?" Hearing her friend's words, Jessica raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. "Jessica, haven't you discovered it yet?" Gwen subconsciously asked back to Jessica's question, and then explained, from the clips played on the light screen. "This priest is undoubtedly the unconfirmed life form number 3, but look at his current appearance. What is the difference between him and the unconfirmed life form number 1 spider monster that appeared before?" Difference? After hearing this, Jessica began to think, and after a while, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Yes, the priest seems to be human, which is completely different from the spider monster that appeared before." "That's right," Gwen nodded, and then said, "The previous unconfirmed life form number 1 and the mysterious black shadow that appeared in the super ancient ruins both appeared in the form of monsters. But when the unconfirmed life form number 3 appeared, it was in the form of a human. This shows that these monsters are likely to have the ability to freely transform into both human and monster forms." Hearing this, a solemn look appeared on Jessica's face. Obviously, even someone like her who was always smiling and joking began to realize the seriousness of the situation. After all, this group of monsters was difficult to deal with, and now it was confirmed that they had the ability to freely transform into humans, which indirectly showed that they could hide freely among the crowd. If this was true, there was no doubt that this would add difficulty to Red and the police in the subsequent actions to deal with the monsters. Thinking of this, Jessica couldn't help but look at the light curtain again with a worried look and murmured to herself, "I hope Red on the light curtain can solve all the monsters safely." That's it. I really admire Red. He slept all night, but he went out for 2 hours, making me wait in the tea restaurant. In the tea restaurant, Gwen was sitting on the sofa with her mobile phone in her hand, complaining to her colleagues about Red's unreliability. While talking, she caught Red's figure returning to the tea restaurant from the corner of her eye, so she continued to talk and waved her little hand to pat him gently. But at this moment, the colleague on the other end of the phone suddenly mentioned something important. This made Gwen have no time to continue playing around. She quickly pointed to her mobile phone, signaling Red to help her hold the phone first, and then took out a notebook from her bag, recording while asking, "Eh? Is that so? Where is the funeral?" "Yes, it's Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn, right?" "Okay, I see. Thank you so much for telling me this, Makoto." After a series of conversations, Gwen hung up the phone and said to Red beside her, "I just received a call from a colleague. I may have to go to Greenwood Cemetery tomorrow to attend Professor Jimmy's funeral, so I'd better find a place to stay nearby for one night." "Is that so?" Red narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "It just so happens that I also have something I care about. I plan to go to the police headquarters again tonight." "Eh? Go to the police headquarters again?" "Well, I just went to Greenwich Village, and something terrible happened there." As Gwen and Red talked, the two slowly disappeared in the tea restaurant. The scene changed. At the moment, it was already late at night. Johnny Stone, who was on standby at the police headquarters, heard the announcement from the intercom. "Notify all state police departments that unidentified life form number 3 has appeared. Please go immediately." "Repeat again. Notify all state police departments that unidentified life form number 3 has appeared. Please go immediately." As the announcement sounded, Johnny Stone, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly started the police car and rushed towards the location mentioned in the intercom. But he had no idea that Red was driving a white motorcycle closely behind him. Chapter 22. A police officer fell from a floor tens of meters high amid the screams. Several police officers below hurriedly reached out to try to catch their colleague, but the strong inertia still made them fall to the ground together. The police officer who was caught was already dead at the moment. Only the 2 teeth marks left on his neck showed how much torture he had suffered in his life. Seeing the miserable state of his colleague, the police officers turned their heads and looked at the tall building opposite with fear on their faces. There stood a monster that looked like a bat. And it was the murderer of these murders, named Z.I.Changamo.gu by the police as the unconfirmed life form number 3. Humph. As if he was very satisfied with Lin Duo's fear of him, Xiaoma made a low sound proudly. Then he flapped the membrane wings connected to his arms and body, flew down from the high building, and pounced on the police officers on the ground who had already been frightened. At this point, a killing officially began. Well, although I don't want to say this, I think it's time to update some equipment in the police system. On the open-air balcony of the Cliff Villa, watching the police officers on the light screen die tragically at the hands of the bat monster one by one, Tony, who was leisurely drinking fine wine, frowned and complained to Pepper beside him with dissatisfaction. An old Glock series pistol like this can't even penetrate the shell of an ordinary car, let alone use it to deal with this kind of monster from the ancient times. Isn't this clearly asking these police officers to make meaningless sacrifices? Don't worry, Tony. Knowing the worry hidden in Tony's complaints, Pepper quickly reached out and rubbed his temples and replied, "Didn't Officer Johnny on the light screen say that the police department has applied to the superiors for more powerful weapons? I think by that time, these monsters won't be so rampant." "I hope so. I don't think those bureaucrats will be so efficient." Although Pepper explained, Tony's tone remained unchanged, and he was still talking to himself with dissatisfaction. But he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes when he looked at the light screen. It's obvious that he was extremely concerned about the lives of these police officers. Beep beep. In the picture, just as the bat monster continued to kill, a police car approached the scene with the sirens getting louder and louder, and behind it was a figure driving a white motorcycle. At the moment, a police officer was sucked of all his blood by the Batman, and then his shrunken corpse was thrown in front of the car where they parked. Witnessing such a cruel scene, Johnny Stone and Red, who followed secretly, suddenly changed their expressions and immediately got out of the car and ran towards the surviving police officer. "Mr. Policeman, wait for me a moment." Red waved and shouted at Johnny Stone in front of him, while running quickly. "I'm here to help." "Red, what are you doing here?" Johnny Stone was extremely surprised and angry about Red's appearance. However, before he could say anything else, the screams of the police officers came again in front of him, which made him have no time to care about other things. He hurried to the surviving police officers, then took out his pistol and pointed it at the bat monster and ordered, "Everyone, retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny Stone pulled the trigger without hesitation. Suddenly, a series of sparks came out of the muzzle of the gun, and several bullets with a golden luster shot out from the muzzle, accurately hitting the dark gray body of the bat monster. During the shooting, Red also ran over and said, "Mr. Police, let me. Get back. This is the job of the police." Johnny Stone roared without looking back. While rejecting Red, he quickly replaced the new magazine and continued shooting. But the body hardness of Chong Mo was no less than that of the spider monster he dealt with yesterday. He squeezed out the bullets that hit his body one by just squirming his muscles, leaving only the sound of bullets falling to the ground. Damn, no effect at all again. Seeing this scene, Johnny Stone frowned, obviously also feeling tricky about the hardness of the bat monster's skin, but at this time, Red's figure suddenly passed by him. You idiot. Go back quickly when I tell you to. Mr. Police, leave it to me. Facing Johnny Stone's repeated warnings, Red responded and punched the bat monster in the abdomen. In an instant, black strengthening muscles and pure white flesh armor covered his right fist. And this was just the beginning. After a successful attack, Red immediately added several fierce attacks, and then transformed into a super ancient warrior Kuuga again with a buzzing sound from the belt. Transformed. Seeing Red transform from a normal person into a warrior wearing pure white flesh armor in just a few seconds, Johnny Stone showed an expression of disbelief on his face. While he was shocked, Red, who was swinging his fists wildly, suddenly realized that something was wrong. That is, no matter how hard he punched, he could not make the bat monster in front of him move a little bit. Moreover, while enduring his attack, this monster also showed its ferocious fangs and sneered, "Lindu, a warrior, you should feel how to swing your fist." After that, the strong demon flashed and killed in front of Red in an instant, and then swung a heavy fist to hit the pure white flesh armor of the super ancient warrior Kuuga. Suddenly, Red's body, which was as hard as fine steel, was hit and sparks flew. In the end, he was blown away by a punch and was beaten back to human form by the bat monster in front of him. Chapter 23. Looking at Red, who fell miserably in the light curtain. The audience in reality also began to discuss it crazily on the internet. Oh my god, this bat monster is too strong. Yes, the unconfirmed life form number 3 that appeared this time is much stronger than the previous spider monster. Red is not his opponent at all. I remember that in the memory passed to Red by the belt, the ancient warrior Sora was in Red form. Maybe Red has to unlock that form to deal with this bat monster. I have the same feeling. This young man named Red should not have exerted the true power of this belt, so he was defeated so miserably. Wow. Even so, I feel very unhappy. This battle is too miserable. It is simply a one-sided beating. It makes people angry. Damn bat monster. Just as the audience sent barrages and vented their emotions, the future video on the light curtain continued to play. Hee, Lindo warrior, use your blood to help me become stronger. Under the night, the bat monster moved its ferocious fangs, speaking the unique language of the Garangi tribe, and walked towards Red, who had turned back into human form. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the bat monster had come to Red's side, about to open its fangs and bite him hard, Johnny Stone also came to his senses at this time, quickly replaced the new magazine, and then pulled the trigger at the strong demon, interrupting the monster's idea of sucking Red's blood. Lindo warrior using a bow and arrow. Since you want to die in front, let me fulfill your wish. Slowly turning his head, the bat monster looked at Johnny Stone with a cold and piercing look, and then hit him on the shoulder with a claw. Beep, beep. On the dark street, as Red and Johnny Stone fell one after another, the outcome of the battle was completely clear. But before the bat monster started to suck their blood, several police cars with headlights on drove from a distance and arrived at the dark battlefield. Suddenly, bright lights flashed on the bat monster, making him scream in pain, and then he turned around and disappeared under the night with his thin wings flapping. On the other side, after the police car stopped in the distance, Officer John hurriedly opened the door and ran to the unconscious Johnny Stone and helped him up. "Mr. Stone, please wake up. Don't fall asleep." Amid the shouts, Johnny Stone barely regained consciousness. Then, the picture on the light screen turned to Red, who had also fainted beside him, and froze at this scene. The picture turned. Time came to the early morning of the next day. Red, with gauze wrapped around his body, sat on a chair in the hospital corridor. He lowered his head, thinking about something, unlike his usual lively spirit. "Mr. Stone, your shoulder bone may be fractured. You must undergo a detailed examination." "It's okay. I can't feel the pain anymore. Thank you for your care." Bang! Johnny Stone, who came out of the emergency room, rejected the doctor's suggestion and walked towards the elevator entrance with a pale face. "Mr. Police." Seeing this, Red beside him shouted hurriedly. But Johnny Stone only paused for a moment, and then continued to walk towards the elevator, saying, "Are you still there? Didn't I tell you not to get involved in this case anymore?" Red hurriedly caught up with Johnny Stone, and then said, "I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. No need to say more." Johnny Stone didn't even turn his head, and replied in a cold tone. After all, you are just an ordinary citizen. But, before Red finished speaking, Johnny Stone had already grabbed his collar and pushed him against the white wall of the hospital corridor. You think you have gained the power to fight monsters, and you can fight however you want. But you have no obligation to fight at all. It is our duty as police officers to protect the citizens of this city. Don't get involved like you, a half-baked person. After all, Red was just an ordinary person before he gained the power of the belt. Now, even if he has gained the power of the ancient times, it is obvious that he is still no match for those monsters. If he continues to get involved in events involving unconfirmed life forms, he will most likely lose his life. That's why Johnny Stone reprimanded him in such a harsh tone. Then, he let go of the hand that was grabbing Red's collar and entered the elevator with a sullen face. After a while, the elevator door slowly closed and carried him away from the floor. Chapter 24. As for Red, he also fell into deep thought because of Johnny Stone's words. He has indeed gained enough power to resist those monsters, but it is still not enough to defeat them, unless he can evolve further. This thought flashed through Red's mind, and then he remembered the illusion that the belt had shown him. It was a warrior standing alone in the super ancient ruins. He had fully unfolded golden horns, red compound eyes, and red flesh armor covering his whole body. If he could transform into that posture, perhaps he would not lose to the bat monster. With this thought, Red unknowingly left the hospital and walked back to the hotel where he was temporarily staying. You're so slow, Red. In the main lobby of the hotel, Gwen, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help complaining when she saw Red coming back. What did you do again? You didn't come back all night. Nothing. Red shook his head and replied with a depressed expression. I was just thinking about the Red Warrior. Red Warrior? Yeah. Red nodded gently, then sat down next to Gwen and said in a low voice, in the illusion I saw before, the warrior was wearing red flesh armor, but the form I transformed into was pure white. So, I wonder if it's because my will is not strong enough that I can't reach that posture. I didn't expect that you, Red, would doubt that your will is not strong enough. Gwen Stacy subconsciously raised her eyebrows, and her tone was particularly surprised. Definitely, just like the first transformation. As he spoke, Red pursed his lips, then looked at his hands with a complicated expression, as if resisting something. It seems that this young man named Red seems to be very resistant to fighting. Beside the pool of the Washington Monument, Sam Wilson, nicknamed Falcon, looked at Red, who was struggling on the light screen, and couldn't help but sigh with a hint of surprise. For some people who are kind and gentle by nature, this is a very normal reaction. Unlike Sam's surprise, Steve looked at the light screen with appreciation. However, he also knew that pure kindness could not help the young man named Red deal with these murderous monsters. So, the look at the light screen began to gradually change from appreciation to worry. On the screen of the light screen, after a short silence, Red noticed that Gwen had changed into a black dress. It turned out that today was the day of the funeral of Professor Jimmy, one of the victims of the ruins in the Adirondack Mountains. Recalling this, Red simply stopped being silent and accompanied Gwen Stacy to the Greenwood Cemetery to attend the funeral. It was during this trip that he met the victim's daughter, who was squatting in front of the stone gate of Greenwood Cemetery, sobbing silently. The crystal tears flowed from her eyes and dripped down the little girl's cheeks to the ground. She cried so sadly and so grief-stricken. Seeing all this, Red felt his own incompetence and weakness for the first time in his life. But at the same time, he seemed to have found what he lacked in the past. For example, the meaning of fighting. Bang! With a bang, Red's right fist hit the hard wall beside him heavily, leaving a clear fist mark. Then he turned around and sat on his white motorcycle, twisting the throttle with a pair of angry eyes that were enough to burn everything, and sped on the deserted streets. Although the screen did not indicate what Red's purpose was for driving away at the moment, but all the viewers immediately realized at this moment that Red's purpose of this trip was only one, that is, to completely solve the Garangi monster that killed others. Realize this. The hearts of the audience seemed to be infected by Red's actions. I felt a surge of blood in my heart, and my eyes looking at the screen became more and more expectant. Hello, are you Mr. Rooney? At the same time, in order to find the trace of the bat monster, Johnny Stone came to a tavern with a slightly rough style, and then found the drunkard mentioned by Officer Cedes and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Perhaps because he had just drunk too much, Rooney's consciousness seemed a little confused. After replying in a daze, he turned around and picked up the big wine glass on the bar and took a big sip, looking like an old drunkard. My name is Johnny Stone, and I'm the chief of the Brooklyn District Security Department. Confirming that he had not found the wrong person, Johnny Stone immediately sat down beside him and said, "I came to you this time to talk to you about the attack of the blood-sucking monster." "Oh, do you believe me?" Hearing the purpose of the police looking for him, Rooney's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and he was obviously surprised that there was really a policeman who believed what he said. "Yes, there have been many murders in this area recently. I think your experience may help our police find some different clues. Is that so? Okay. I'm drunk. Let me tell you about some bad things I experienced last night." After hearing Johnny Stone's reply, Rooney became interested and told the policeman what happened last night. And listening to his story, Johnny Stone quickly captured the most important information from Rooney's words. "Mr. Rooney, you mean, have you ever seen a vampire monster fly into a church?" "Yes." Rooney nodded and replied, "It's the Catholic Church in Greenwich Village." "So that's the case. Thank you, Mr. Rooney." After getting the information he wanted, Johnny Stone immediately said goodbye to Mr. Rooney and then drove the police car to the outside of the Catholic Church. Chapter 25. It should be here. Coming out of the police car, Johnny Stone looked at the classical Catholic Church in front of him, took a deep breath, and then took out a pre-prepared Remington 870 shotgun from the car and stepped into the church alone. Yes, because this action is a private act. So only Johnny Stone came here, and he also planned to use his own strength to solve the bat monster Z.Gu. The audience had to admire Johnny Stone's courage when they saw this scene. He dared to go and fight such a terrifying bat monster with only one person and a Remington 870 shotgun. This is simply fearless. Definitely, Johnny Stone himself in reality was also given Susan's cold eyes and blame for this, and had to make a bitter face and repeatedly assured that he would never be so reckless in reality. Bang! With a slight sound of the door opening, Johnny Stone slowly stepped into the main hall of the church. Then he raised the Remington 870 shotgun in his hand, ready to pull the trigger at any time, and carefully looked around to find the possible bat monster. However, his observation obviously had loopholes. He was only busy checking the corners where people might hide and the middle aisle where the seats were neatly arranged. He was completely unaware that Z.Gu in a priest's uniform was hanging upside down on the classical relief on the ceiling, looking at him silently with his head down. After a while, the monster showed a hideous, evil smile on his face, and then his whole body was shrouded by a mysterious force, changing from a human form to a huge amounts of bat monster hanging on the classical relief, and then waving the thin wings connected to his arms and body, and pounced on Johnny Stone below. Exclamation point. Hearing the strange sound coming from behind, Johnny Stone's expression froze, and he quickly turned his head to look behind him. When he saw the monster emitting blood, waving thin wings, and flying towards him with fangs, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang bang! There was a bang. Countless specially made conical projectiles ejected from the sparks of the muzzle, hitting the unconfirmed life form number 3 that was flying down at an angle. The effect of the shotgun was far beyond that of ordinary firearms. It not only interrupted the fierce attack of the bat monster, but also directly knocked it down to the neatly arranged seats. But even if it was effective, Johnny Stone still did not dare to slack off. He immediately aimed at the place where the unconfirmed life form number 3 fell and fired another shot. In an instant, countless conical projectiles shot head-on, directly hitting the rows of seats into fragments and scattering them around. However, among these wooden blocks of different file sizes, the only person who could not see the figure of the bat monster was not. Noticing this, Johnny Stone's expression became solemn, and he immediately clenched the Remington 870 shotgun in his hand and walked over there. But when he got closer, he found that there was no trace of the bat monster there, and the whole church returned to silence at this moment, as if darkness enveloped the earth. Sensitively aware of the change in the atmosphere, Johnny Stone silently raised his vigilance and looked around the surrounding environment again. This time, not to mention the ceiling, even the neatly arranged seats were not spared, but still no trace of the monster was found. Is this leaving? In this case, Johnny Stone couldn't help but mutter. And at this moment, the stained glass window behind him suddenly made a bang. The hideous bat monster actually broke through the window and pounced on Johnny Stone, who was caught off guard, in a nearly sneak attack. In this regard, although Johnny Stone pointed the gun at his back at a very fast speed, his reaction was still half a beat slow. Hiss, accompanied by the sound of claws tearing. The Remington 870 shotgun instantly turned into scrap metal and scattered around. As for Johnny Stone, he was also thrown out by this claw and directly knocked down the decorations with a row of wax lamps hanging next to him. The next second, the wax oil that fell on the ground spread everywhere, not only igniting the white curtains that were more than 10 meters high next to the stained glass window, but also spreading to every corner around. The cross in the church, the neatly arranged seats, and the carpet embroidered with the Catholic emblem were all ignited. The fire that was enough to burn everything instantly spread throughout the church, rendering it a layer of red. In this situation, the bat monster ignored the surrounding flames and turned to look at Johnny Stone, who had just been thrown out by him. "Lindo Warrior, this is the second time we meet. This time, I will suck all your blood dry in this burning church." After saying that, the powerful demon spread his wings and dispersed the flames surrounding himself, and then took steps towards Johnny Stone step by step. Seeing that the sturdy figure of Batman was about to reach Johnny Stone, an unexpected sound suddenly exploded. Boom, bang. Amid the roar of the motorcycle engine, the closed door of the church was slammed open, and a white motorcycle with headlights on sped down the aisle of the church, heading towards the location of Batman Xiaoma. Damn, another dazzling light. Being illuminated by the headlights of the white motorcycle, Xiaoma subconsciously uttered a low curse, and then raised his hands to block his face from the light. Taking advantage of the moment, Red rolled down from the white motorcycle sideways, leaving only the white motorcycle to hit Batman under the push of inertia, but he dodged it with a nimble flip jump and directly crashed into the blazing fire, causing a violent explosion. Chapter 26. Mr. Policeman. Under the flames of the explosion, Red quickly came to Johnny Stone, then took off his coat and put out the flames on Officer Johnny's windbreaker as quickly as possible. "What are you doing here again?" Johnny Stone endured the pain in his body and questioned Red. But just as the words fell, the ferocious bat monster jumped out of the sea of fire and flew towards them. Seeing this, Red immediately helped him roll to the other side where there was no flame burning, avoiding the attack. Then, he looked at the blood-sucking monster in front of him with a firm look and roared, "I want to fight." "Why are you saying this again?" Johnny Stone grabbed Red's collar and shouted, "Leave here quickly while there is still a chance. I will help you." However, before he finished speaking, Red had already shaken off his hand, and then bravely stood in front of the bat monster, dodging his attacks while continuing to shout, "I don't want to see anyone cry because of these guys. I want to see everyone's sincere smiles." Under those shouts, Red's mind emerged with those innocent citizens who died tragically at the hands of unconfirmed life forms, and the little girl who squatted in front of the stone gate and cried silently. Their miserable state and tears pierced Red's heart like sharp blades, making him feel heart-wrenching pain, but at the same time, making him realize the responsibility he should bear. In order to prevent these things from happening again, he must stand up, and this is the reason why he chose to fight. So please watch my transformation. In an instant, Red raised his hands high and swung them from top to bottom to both sides of his waist. Buzz, the Yamatom belt from the ancient times appeared on his waist with a buzzing sound, and this time it was different from the past. The Yaguru spirit stone in the center of the belt flashed a red light far beyond the past, as if responding to the host's determination. Then, Red jumped up and punched the ferocious face of the bat monster. Bang! There was an explosion. Two deep gullies appeared on the hard concrete ground under the feet of the bat monster, and its sturdy body could not stop its steps and retreated madly. Bang! Another explosion. The bat monster screamed unbearably, and the scarlet compound eyes flashed with incredible light. How is it possible? It's just a Lindo. There is no way. Facing the bat monster, who couldn't believe what was happening, Reid's extremely angry fists responded to him. Bang! Another harsh explosion. The bat monster was hit by a punch and flew into the air, falling into the sea of fire several meters away. In the real world, when this scene was thoroughly displayed in front of countless viewers, suddenly, they were all stunned, and even the discussion on the internet stopped at this moment. Why is this so? The reason is very simple. That is, everything shown on the light screen is too outrageous, completely beyond their imagination. Look at what they saw. Reid actually punched the bat monster back with just human flesh and blood. Osborne Group, Connors Laboratory. Biology professor Kurt Connors looked at the picture on the screen with excitement. Sure enough, the potential of the human body is unlimited, and my wisdom will never be inferior to the wise men of ancient times. As long as I develop according to the previously planned progress, I will definitely be able to develop a serum that is comparable to that belt and heal my lost arm. At the same time, in the Wakanda Palace, the old king looked at Reid on the screen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The scene of Reid fighting the monster with his own will reminded him of his experience when he was young. According to Wakanda's tradition, anyone who inherits the throne of the king must take a potion that eliminates the effects of the heart-shaped grass, take off his battle suit, and then accept the challenge of other tribes and people with royal blood under the brave waterfall as a mortal. And he once thought that he could not win the final victory in the challenge of his tribe by his own strength. But later, he realized that what blocked him was never the challenge of other tribes and people with royal blood. It was his timidity in his heart and his lack of confidence in his own strength. At this time, Chala, who accompanied him to watch the light screen, also expressed such doubts. "Father, can humans really do this kind of thing by their own strength?" Facing his son's inquiry, the old king pondered for a while and replied in a low voice. "Chala, believe in human faith. Red can achieve this level. Of course, it is inseparable from the help of the mysterious belt, but his will and determination at this moment also played a key role. The belt, after all, is just a response to his faith." Hearing this, Chala first glanced at his father, then turned his head to look at Red on the light screen. After a long time, he seemed to understand something and nodded thoughtfully. And the old king, who saw all this, smiled with relief. At the same time, Midtown High School, Queens, New York. Peter Parker looked at Red in the burning church, who was constantly hitting the bat monster with his flesh and blood body, and shouted from the heart as if he felt the same. "Come on, you must win, Mr. Red." Just as Peter Parker said this, on the light screen flashing with psychedelic colors, an exciting piece of music exploded at this moment. The future video playback has also reached the most critical moment. Chapter 27. In the burning church. As Red relied on his human body, he punched the bat monster away. The Aga spirit stone in the Yamatom belt suddenly burst into a brilliant red light and quickly enveloped Red's body. In an instant, the black strengthening muscles and the red flesh armor that was different from the previous ones first covered Red's arms, then his body, and finally his head. Wait until the red light completely dissipated. An ancient warrior Kuuga with burning compound eyes, fully unfolded golden crown horns, and a strong red body like fire stood in the burning church. At the same time, the light curtain was also very considerate and marked a burning flame text next to Kuuga, who was like a blazing flame. Kamen Rider Kuuga / Almighty Form. When an evil thing appears, add the spirit stone of hope to your body. Transform into the form of fire and defeat the evil warrior. In reality, when the screen played to the level 1 segment, the network voices that had stopped abruptly started to boil again. "It's so cool. Red finally turned into a red form. Does this mean that he has the strength of the previous adaptive person who sealed these Garangi monsters in ancient times? Who cares if he has the strength of the previous adaptive person? Anyway, I only know that Red now fights not only because he has the power, but because he wants to protect everyone's smile. This is the character of a true superhero. Heroes are not born brave, but choose to be brave at the critical moment. I think this is why the Aga Spirit Stone chose Red. From the name of the all-powerful form, Red may awaken other forms in the future. The discussion on the internet is endless, but they did not have time to continue the discussion. On the screen of the light screen, the battle between the flame warrior Kuuga and the bat monster Chiangma is about to break out. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bat monster suddenly jumped out of the sea of fire in a mess, and then, looking at Red, whose form had changed drastically in front of him, he pointed his finger straight at him and screamed hysterically in disbelief. "Why, you transformed into Kuuga?" "Kuuga? Is that so? So the form I transformed into is called Kuuga, right?" Red did not know the language of the Garangi clan, but after hearing this name from the mouths of the unconfirmed life forms number 1 and number 3, he also figured out the name of the super ancient warrior he transformed into. "Go to hell, Kuuga." On the other side, the bat monster at the moment suddenly roared. Then, with overwhelming hatred, he attacked Kamen Rider Kuuga like a madman. "Taku!" Red shouted angrily without fear. Then he swung his fist covered with red flesh armor, and it collided with Zichong Mo Gu's claws instantly. Suddenly, invisible air waves burst out from the collision point of fists and claws, forcing the flames burning in the church back to the corner. Bang! 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 And this was just the beginning of the battle. The next second, countless invisible air waves and sharp and piercing hitting sounds rang out crazily, and the figures of Kamen Rider Kuuga and Bat Monster Chong Mo also kept colliding with each other at this moment. But in this real head-on confrontation, Chong Mo, although supported by surging hatred, was inevitably at a disadvantage in the face of Red, who had already mastered the almighty form, and was finally hit by a punch on the cross of the Catholic Church. After that, Red turned around and picked up the injured Johnny Stone and rushed out of the burning church. However, just when Red had just placed Johnny Stone safely on the ground. In the burning church, the Batman's hateful roar suddenly came out, and then a pair of hideous arms stretched out from it, grabbing Red to the sky. Then the strong demon hugged him and swooped down from midair and fell heavily into the dark factory below. So far, the battle continued from the burning church to the abandoned factory. But this still could not change the strength gap between the two. Facing Red, who had a tenacious fighting will, the Batman only supported a few rounds and was knocked down again on the hard concrete floor. However, at this critical moment, the spider monster Gummo, who was previously repelled by Red at the police headquarters, actually appeared in the abandoned factory and immediately joined forces with the Batman's strong demon to launch the most violent attack on Red. Affected by this, Red, who originally had the upper hand, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Even without paying attention, the spider monster's cobweb tied his arms again, causing the disadvantage to increase. In the end, he was pinned to the huge iron pillar behind him by two monsters. Kuuga, let me, as a member of the Z group, take your life as a gift before the start of the HYDRA game. The bat monster stared at Reid, who had no power to resist, and raised his big mouth with fangs, sneered, and then raised his ferocious right hand and stabbed Reid's Adam's apple. Bang bang, at the critical moment. Two sudden gunshots interrupted the bat monster's attack. The fire formed by the bullet hitting the steel fell directly on the eyes of the strong demon, causing him to groan in pain. Chapter 28. Damn it. You damn Lindo. The bat monster covered his injured face, turned his head suddenly, and looked in the direction of the gunshot. When he saw Johnny Stone struggling to stand in the corridor on the second floor of the factory, holding a pistol and pointing it at him, he could no longer restrain himself and let out a low and angry roar. The sharp claws that were originally pointed at Red also turned instantly at this moment, pointing directly at the Lindo warrior who dared to hurt his eyes. However, before he launched an attack, a ray of morning sunlight poured in through the gap in the curtains broken by a bullet and sprinkled on the body of the bat monster. In an instant, a shrill scream echoed for a long time in the entire abandoned factory. As a bat-type monster, Chong Mo inherited the ability of the bat flight, but also inherited the weakness of the bat, that is, the extreme fear of light. Therefore, after being exposed to the sun, he quickly lost his fighting power and finally had to flee the scene with his thin wings flapping in panic. Ahem, the rest depends on you, Red. Seeing this situation, Johnny Stone, who had dragged his seriously injured body to the scene to support, could no longer support himself and fell directly on the corridor on the second floor of the factory, completely falling into a coma. And on the battlefield where the battle was intense. With the departure of the bat monster, Red's half of his body that was originally bound was freed, and then he exerted a strong force and quickly broke free from the spider monster's cobweb. Then he collided with Gummo and fought all the way to the rooftop of the abandoned factory. And in the collision and confrontation along the way, he regained the upper hand and gradually suppressed the monster named Unconfirmed Life Form Number 1 by the police. Damn it, this won't work. Seeing this situation, Gummo knew in his heart that if he continued to fight like this, he would only be defeated miserably by the hands of the enemy in front of him. Therefore, he no longer held back, but directly ejected all the cobweb in his body. The ancient warrior Kuuga, who was transformed by Red, was tied up by these extremely tough cobwebs due to a moment of negligence, and lost the ability to fight back for a while. After a few rounds, he was soon stepped on by the spider monster Gummo. Fit, you are now qualified to be called Kuuga. But this still cannot change the fate that you will definitely be defeated by me, so get ready for your own death. Looking at the enemy struggling under his feet, Gummo excitedly moved his ferocious mouthparts, and after another death declaration, he clenched his fists and showed the fang-like claws hidden inside his wrists. However, Red suddenly roared at this time. The body covered with black strengthening muscles and red flesh armor suddenly expanded a little and actually broke free from the cobweb shackles that seemed like steel. At the same time, the battle symphony that is unique to Kuuga also sounded at this moment. I saw Red, who had transformed into a super ancient warrior, first blocked the claw attack of the spider monster with his hands, and then turned over and jumped up, aiming at Gummo's abdomen and giving it a hard kick. Then, he used his left leg that kicked the enemy's abdomen as a fulcrum, jumped into the air, and used his right leg to give it another simple two-stage kick. Suddenly, invisible air waves burst out from the bottom of his feet and hit the spider monster's chest. The damage caused by this two-stage kick far exceeded any previous attack. Gummo was kicked out directly with a shrill scream and fell heavily on the hard ground. No, Kuuga, I will never accept this. Then, A mysterious golden rune suddenly appeared on Gumu's body covered with gray-brown armor, and then quickly spread and exploded in the desperate and unwilling shouts of the spider monster. Boom, boom. Instantly, countless flames soared into the sky, instantly filling the sky with a radius of thousands of meters, completely burning Gumu's solid body into ashes and scattering between heaven and earth. Seeing the fireworks that continued to rise into the sky on the light screen, the audience in reality were stunned. What the hell is this? There is obviously no special effect. How come the spider monster's body exploded automatically after a kick? Also, the explosion range of this flame is too exaggerated. In just a few seconds, it covered the sky with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. Are you sure? Isn't this a big move hidden in the normal attack? With such doubts, the discussion on the internet instantly boiled over. It's beyond imagination. I didn't expect that the ferocious spider monster would be kicked to pieces by Reid's seemingly ordinary kick. Yeah, this is too exaggerated. I think Reid's fist can only blow up a truck at most. How can it cause such a terrifying explosion effect? This is definitely not an effect caused by physical strength. It seems that this belt not only gives the fitter physical strength enhancement, but also gives the fitter magical strength strengthening. That's not right. Since humans in the ancient times have such a high technological creation ability, these Garangi monsters should not pose much threat to them. So how did they become extinct in the end? That's not clear. Let the archaeologists explore it slowly. Chapter 29. Let's put aside the comments on the internet for now. As the flames on the light curtain gradually faded, the picture in the video began to change. The picture suddenly turned. On the rooftop of the abandoned factory, after the raging flames caused by the explosion of the spider monster, the hard concrete floor with wisps of white smoke ushered in the first ray of bright golden sunlight in the morning. With a face full of leisure and comfort, Reid enjoyed the rising of the morning sun while patiently waiting for Johnny Stone in his arms to wake up. In such a warm atmosphere, the light curtain also played a piece of music at the right time. Not long after, Johnny Stone, who was lying in Reid's arms, slowly opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. "Good morning, Mr. Stone," Reid smiled and said. "I should have slept well just now, right?" "Why?" I leaned on your shoulder. Johnny Stone's voice was full of confusion. "Well, that's pretty good, isn't it?" "I don't think so. In my opinion, this is a lifelong shame." They said so, but as the words ended, both Reid and Johnny Stone smiled. Under the glow of the morning sun, their figures looked so harmonious. No, the scene of Reid and Johnny interacting is so loving. I have completely imagined a whole sweet pet drama. You idiot. Don't forget that we are still on surveillance duty. Looking at the picture on the screen, Vibe Girl Sky Johnson's face instantly turned blood red, and blood gushed out of her nostrils, and then she gasped out 2 streams of white air like a cow. Notice the change in Sky's expression. SHILD Agent Melinda May couldn't help twitching her mouth a few times. After a long time, she tried her best to suppress the urge to complain about this rotten girl and opened her mouth to warn her. However, despite the warning, facing this ultimate special attack scene against rotten girls, she actually couldn't control herself and stole a glance at the screen with the corner of her eyes. Alas, I really don't understand the thoughts of you rotten girls. What's so good about this? Grant Ward, who saw all this, sighed helplessly. In the end, he had to temporarily take over the task of monitoring the members of the Tide organization so that the 2 female colleagues in the group could watch to their heart's content. State University of New York. Hee, I didn't expect that classmate Reid would have such a gay side. Let's see how I laugh at him then. Jessica is a casual person with a more boyish personality, so she didn't have any ideas like rotten girls in her mind, but instead thought of how to use this incident to tease Reid. Really, it's really too impure. As for Gwen Stacy next to her, her face flushed suspiciously. Growing up under her father's strict education, she couldn't help but curse inwardly when facing the gay picture on the screen, but her eyes were exactly the same as Melinda May's, always glancing at it inadvertently with the corner of her eyes, as if she was peeping at some treasure. At the same time, at Stone's house, Johnny looked at the intimate appearance of himself and another man in the future video. The original worried expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a sullen face. Especially when he felt the gaze of his eldest sister Susan, he felt like sitting on pins and needles, so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room with his toes and hide himself. Future me, or the parallel universe me, what are you doing? In Johnny Stone's frustrated inner cry, the picture on the screen finally changed again, and this time it was no longer the kind of coherent picture that slowly unfolded the plot. Instead, a collection of Red's battles with a large number of Garanjis was played. Apparently, after the early preparations, the pace of the light curtain began to speed up. On the screen, after the Battle of the Burning Church, Red and Johnny Stone finally reached a tacit understanding and decided to join forces to completely annihilate this group of Garangi monsters from the ancient times and protect the citizens of the city. Later, with the assistance of the police, Red participated in the operation to encircle and suppress unconfirmed life forms. And he soon gained something. Not only did he obtain a new police motorcycle called Test Tracker 2000 from the police, but he also successfully killed the female Garangi monster Maybayo, who also came from the Z group. Then, the picture changed. Johnny Stone, out of concern for Red's health, took him to the special surgery hospital and found a doctor he met a few years ago. Christine Palmer. Hey, what is this? I finally completed the task assigned by the Supervisory Medical Institute, and before I had time to rest, you found me such a dangerous guy? In the hospital, Christine looked at the test results of Red, raised her thin eyebrows, and then screamed with a surprised tone. Huh? Am I dangerous? Red, who had just come out of the X-ray examination equipment, asked curiously through the transparent glass. In response, Christine waved her hand, motioning Red to change his clothes first, and turned to look at Johnny Stone and said slowly with a creepy tone, You know, I've been working as an emergency doctor for the past few years and have dissected countless patients, but there has never been a moment like now when I was so eager to dissect Red's body to figure it all out. Chapter 30. Hearing what Dr. Christine said on the screen, countless viewers in reality showed confused expressions. No, you were the most dangerous guy, right? While netizens were complaining, Christine herself also showed a look of astonishment, especially seeing Stephen Strange, who was still pursuing her madly a few days ago, was now sneaking around, as if he wanted to stay away from her temporarily. She felt like crying, but had no tears. In the end, she could only drink the coffee on the table as beer, as if she was drunk in this way to get rid of the embarrassing scene on the screen. What do you mean? As if he heard the hidden meaning behind Christine's words, Johnny Stone frowned slightly and asked. To put it simply, he is the same as those guys before. Same? Yeah. Facing Johnny Stone's question, Christine still kept a smile on her face, but her eyes unconsciously became solemn. Before, I dissected the remains of unconfirmed life forms provided to me by the security department and found that the cell tissues in them were almost the same as Mr. Reid's physical condition. Hey, then I will become very powerful. Hearing this, Reid didn't care that his clothes were not fully put on yet and ran out of the X-ray examination room and then asked excitedly. Looking at Reid like this, the solemnity in Christine's eyes instantly disappeared. After a long pause, she turned to Johnny Stone and complained. Hey, what's wrong with this guy's brain circuit? Just get used to it. He is just like that. Seeing Johnny Stone's usual look, Christine didn't want to complain anymore. She could only adjust her expression and get straight to the point. Specifically, the muscle tissue has been strengthened and the nerve tissue has also been strengthened. Especially the right leg, its strengthening characteristics are the most obvious. And these characteristics basically match the physical characteristics of the unconfirmed life form. At this point, Christine turned her head to look at Red again and asked with a confused look. So, what is your relationship with those monsters? Faced with Christine's question, Johnny Stone took over the topic directly. After a brief explanation, he asked again. Compared to these, Red should not be in any danger of life, right? Not yet. So far. In short, the foreign body in Red's abdomen is currently continuing to spread something like nerve tissue, causing his body to undergo drastic changes. Although there is no big problem now, once that thing spreads to the brain, the worst result is that it will become a creature completely different from humans. Completely different creatures? Well, it will become like an unconfirmed life form, a biological weapon that exists only for fighting. Hearing this conversation, public opinion on the internet has once again stirred up an uproar. No way, according to what Dr. Christine said, won't Red become a monster that kills humans in the future? Impossible. Red is a warrior who protects everyone's smiles. It is absolutely impossible for him to be controlled by the belt so easily. That's hard to say. After all, Red's power comes from this belt. Since it can give the host power, it can naturally push it into the abyss of destruction. According to what the above said, I have a bold guess. Do you think it is possible that the super ancient civilization was destroyed because of the loss of control of these belts? Don't forget that the group of weirdos who call themselves Garangi also have a belt tied around their waists. It is entirely possible. Perhaps, in the super ancient period, Those Garangi might have been humans at first. SHIELD New York branch. In a laboratory specially arranged by Nick Fury for Bruce Banner. Hawkeye Clint Barton, who came to visit Dr. Banner, said seriously after seeing the conversation played on the screen. Banner, it seems that young man will most likely become like you in the future. No, the young man named Red is in more trouble than the Hulk in my body. Oh, what does that mean? Although the Hulk in my body is violent and irrational, at least I can still control him before I transform, and this control will last until the moment I die. Dr. Banner looked worried, looking at the screen on the screen, and slowly explained, but the young man named Red is different. From the moment he put on the belt, the transformation of his body has been irreversible. Even if he doesn't use the belt now, the power similar to nerve tissue will transform his body little by little until it is completely transformed. Doesn't that mean? Hearing this, Barton's face suddenly changed, and his eyes looking at the screen began to become worried. On the screen, just when Johnny Stone asked Christine how to solve Red's physical condition. At this moment, Durangela Beluga Butterfly, who is hiding in an abandoned aquarium, summoned a group of new Gurung monsters to complete the Kikaru who brought about the ultimate darkness, and then started the next round of rituals. Moreover, the Gurung participating in the ritual this time is the locust monster Z-Ba, who is known as the strongest monster of the Z group. Chapter 31. Botsy. Remember, your time limit is to hunt 81 Lindo within 48 hours. Don't worry, I will complete the ceremony as scheduled. Faced with Beluga's reminder, Locust Monster Botsy responded confidently, and then turned and left the dim, abandoned aquarium. Not long after, more than 20 innocent citizens were selected by Locust Monster Botsy. As sacrifices for the Kikuru ceremony, they were thrown from the top of a high-rise building and died on the spot. On the other hand, after receiving the news from the police, Red immediately drove the newly acquired experimental tracker 2000 to the scene of the crime, and then successfully rescued a police officer from the hands of the Locust Monster. As for his arrival, Locust Monster Botsy was also interested at this moment, and actually jumped down from the high building and said condescendingly, "Long time no see, Kuuga. Next, let's fight with me, Z-Ba. After saying that, Bazi pointed to the abandoned circular building not far away, which was not blocked by many obstacles, and signaled Red to follow him. Then he jumped and disappeared in front of the police officers. Seeing this, Red also transformed into the red, all-powerful form of Kuuga without fear. Then he followed the pace of the Locust Monster and came to the abandoned circular building to fight with him. But in this battle, Red faced the Locust Monster Bazi, who had a super jumping ability, and fell into an unprecedented disadvantage. Because the jumping speed of the Locust Monster was too fast and too amazing, once he jumped, Red could not attack him at all, and could only let Bazi keep ravaging him. In the end, the Locust Monster seized the opportunity and grabbed him and threw him down from the top of the circular building dozens of stories high. Boom, boom, accompanied by a sharp roar. Red's red body fell heavily onto the solid concrete ground. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and billowing smoke and dust spread all around. But even with such serious injuries, Red still did not give up, but quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then climbed up from the broken ground. Even if I risk my life, I will never allow you to continue killing. Then, a roar came out of his mouth. Under this shout, the Yaguru spirit stone on Red's waist seemed to feel the host's faith, and it actually bloomed a blue light at this moment. And then the red flesh armor on his sturdy body began to transform into blue flesh armor. So far, a brand new posture of Kuuga stood in the picture of the light curtain that flashed with psychedelic luster. At the same time, the light curtain also marked a paragraph of words like flowing water next to this brand new Kuuga. Kamen Rider Kuuga / Blue Dragon form. When an evil thing appears, turn its hundreds of skills into invisible, and calm the evil warrior like flowing water. It seems that Red's ability is higher than we thought. On the open-air balcony of the Cliff Villa, watching Red on the light screen present a new form, Pepper raised her thin eyebrows in surprise, and then said to Tony beside her, "It seems that he has only experienced 4 or 5 battles, but he has completed 2 evolutions in succession. No wonder he was chosen as the host of the mysterious belt. It's okay. And compared to this, I am more concerned about the information revealed by the female Garangi named Beluga." "You mean Kikuru, who brought about the ultimate darkness?" "Yeah." Tony Stark nodded, then picked up the cheeseburger he had prepared before, took a big bite and chewed it, while speaking out his guess in his heart. "I think the reason why the super ancient civilization was destroyed has a lot to do with this Kikuru ritual that brought about the ultimate darkness." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Pepper fell into thought, but after a while she shook her head and replied, "Although you said so, the existing information is still too little. The only clear thing is that the Garangi people need to participate, and then according to different rule and time limit to hunt humans. And based on this information, their purpose is impossible to guess. So, now we can only wait patiently until the light curtain reveals all the mysteries for us." After that, Tony swallowed the remaining cheeseburger in his hand, and then looked at the light curtain in the air again, patiently waiting for it to reveal the mystery from the ancient times for him. In the psychedelic picture of the light curtain, Kuuga transformed into the blue dragon form as Red. He just jumped lightly, and then jumped from the broken ground to the rooftop of the circular building, standing in front of the locust monster Baz. Humph! Finally used the blue form. Looking at the familiar figure, Baz's ferocious mouthparts snorted coldly, and then punched Red. And this time, Red, who mastered the blue dragon form, was no longer at a disadvantage like before, but in just a few rounds, he beat the locust monster back again and again. During this period, even if Baz used his special skill, the jumping flying kick, he could not touch Red at all. And this is the flexibility shown by Red in the Azure Dragon form. Although compared with the Almighty form, the Azure Dragon form is weakened in both strength and defense. But correspondingly, Red's agility will be greatly improved, which enables him to have the ability to easily keep up with the speed of the locust monster Baz. Chapter 32. Hee, that's exactly what it feels like. Now let's see if you can keep up with my top speed. Seeing that his attack had not been able to defeat Red, the locust monster couldn't help but shout excitedly. And then he suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumping and shuttling between the high-rise buildings in downtown New York. Seeing this, Red hurried to catch up with Baz. Then he intercepted him on a certain building and swung his fists wildly. Bang! Bang bang! In an instant, Red's fists hit the body of the locust monster densely like a machine gun. However, this fist, which was enough to smash any steel, failed to cause significant damage to the Garangi monster in front of him. The reason for this situation is that on the one hand, the power in the Azure Dragon form is relatively weak, and on the other hand, Red is injured, which makes it impossible for him to exert the full power of the warrior in charge of water. Therefore, after several rounds of confrontation, Red was finally knocked down by the locust monster, and then his body involuntarily tilted back and fell down. New Kuuga, you are indeed a good opponent. But unfortunately, I am the final winner of this duel. Next, let Z-Ba, the strongest of the Z group, completely destroy you. Seeing the old enemy of the Garangi clan fall in front of him, the locust monster Ba-Z moved his mouthparts and roared triumphantly, then walked in front of Red, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up high. Damn, am I going to die here? Feeling that breathing was becoming more and more difficult, Red began to struggle subconsciously. But unfortunately, the successive heavy injuries and long-term combat had already exhausted Red's physical strength. At this moment, he had no strength to break free from the restraints of the locust monster. Goodbye, Kuuga. On the other side, Ba-Z had raised his right hand, and when he was about to attack Red, a gust of wind suddenly blew from a distance. Feeling the wind, the face of the locust monster Baz suddenly changed drastically, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at the chimney in the distance. Kuuga, you saved your life. When he saw the smoke from the chimney change direction by the wind, Baz directly loosened his hand that was tightly holding Red's neck, and then left him a word, and jumped away from the battlefield without hesitation. In the end, only Red was left, curled up in pain on the rooftop of the high-rise building. Sizzle. The scene suddenly changed, and time came to the next morning. In order to complete the Kikiru ritual as soon as possible, the locust monster Baz appeared again on the busy streets of New York City and started the second killing. In a short while, dozens of innocent citizens died tragically in his hands. In such a situation, after a whole night of rest, Red rushed to the crime scene with full blood. Afterwards, Kuuga, who transformed directly into the blue dragon form, and the ferocious Garangi monster Baz, once again started a fierce head-on battle. Under almost the same sensitivity. In just a few minutes, Red and Baz had already had hundreds of fierce collisions. However, even though his body recovered, Red gradually fell into a disadvantage in this contest. In the final analysis, Kuuga in the blue dragon form was too weak in both punching and kicking, which could not cause effective damage to the locust monster. And at this critical moment, Gwen Stacy, a doctor of archaeology, successfully deciphered a super ancient text about the blue dragon form, and rushed to the battlefield in time, shouting loudly to Red, who was in a difficult battle. Red, the warrior of the heart of water. is a warrior who turns his hundreds of skills into invisible and calms evil with the form of flowing water. When Gwen's crisp shout resounded on the battlefield, a flash of enlightenment suddenly flashed on Reid's azure compound eyes. The next second, on the fierce collision battlefield, Reid transformed into J.A.R.V.I.S Kuuga, exerting all his strength, and his slender body covered with black strengthening muscles and azure flesh armor instantly expanded a little, and he actually broke free from the restraints of the locust monster. Then, he kicked the guardrail beside him and held it tightly in his hand. At this moment, a bright azure light shone up, instantly transforming this ordinary guardrail into a Qinglong stick with golden runes and azure stick body. What is going on? Why did the guardrail become like that? Looking at this scene on the light screen, countless viewers watching the future video showed shocked expressions. Just by holding it with your hand, a guardrail that can be seen everywhere on the street is transformed into a stick with exquisite runes. This ability is really amazing. In the underground laboratory of Pym's house, at present, the smallest known units are molecules and atoms. If you want to transform an ordinary guardrail into a weapon with a completely different appearance, you must reshuffle and sort the molecules and atoms of the object and then present it in a physical form. And this, undoubtedly, involves the realm of gods. Dr. Hank Pym, who is considered a genius in the entire Marvel world. At this moment, he was shocked by his own speculation. He could transform everything in the world into the shape he wanted so wantonly. This is a realm that only gods can touch. In fact, he was not the only one who made this speculation. Other geniuses who were watching the light curtain also deduced this conclusion and were shocked by it. The eyes looking at the light curtain also began to become more solemn. Chapter 33. Let's put aside the many comments on the internet and the shock of the genius doctors. In the screen, the ultimate battle between Kuuga, who successfully controlled the Azure Dragon Stick, and the Locust Monster Bazi has reached a critical moment. See the fierce collision on the battlefield. As Reid controlled the Azure Dragon Stick, he immediately took out the Wulong Bawa stick posture that he learned from a martial arts master when he traveled to Dragon Country a few years ago. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Stick turned into countless stick shadows, hitting the Locust Monster Baji from all directions, and pulled his huge body to the wall of the high building behind him. Boom! A blast was heard. The stones on the wall instantly flew out. As for the Garangi monster in front of him, the whole person was deeply sunken into the wall. Impossible. It's just an extra stick. How could your strength be? Unable to accept being ravaged by his old enemy, Baz ignored the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stand up by holding the wall, looking at Reid rushing towards him, wriggling his hideous mouth parts. It's useless to say anything now. Go to hell and repent for the innocent citizens you killed. However, he hadn't finished his words yet. Reid had already held the Qinglong stick and stabbed forward, hitting the locust monster Baz in the chest. Bang! In an instant, the fierce stick force penetrated the huge body of the locust monster and directly penetrated the wall behind him. Then, the azure gem decoration at the end of the Qinglong stick also lit up at this moment, and with an invisible wave spreading to the whole body of the locust monster, and then a familiar golden rune bloomed on his chest. Looking at the appearance of the golden rune, the locust monster Baz knew that his time had come, and he wailed in despair. Afterwards, the huge body suddenly exploded, turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. When this scene was presented on the screen, countless people who were watching the future video cheered for Kuuga in the form of a blue dragon to defeat the Garangi monster. But at the same time, there were also many conspirators who began to covet the belt worn by Reid in the future video. For example, Alexander Pierce, who was hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, with a greedy look on his face, he ordered Crossbones Brock Rumlow to secretly go to the Adirondack Mountains and bring this mysterious belt back to HYDRA. Even if necessary, he would not hesitate to expose his identity. Afterwards, Brock Rumlow gladly accepted the task, and then led a secret team away as SHIELD headquarters, began to quietly head to the Adirondack Mountains. And in this action, the picture on the screen continued to play. The next morning, Brooklyn Police Headquarters. Johnny Stone wanted to find clues about the earliest appearing Garangi monster, codenamed Number 0. As usual, he came to the conference room alone and watched the pictures recorded by the only camera that survived from the murder in the Adirondack Mountains ruins. Mr. Stone, are you watching the videotape of Number 0 again? At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Johnny Stone's little fanboy, Officer John, walked in from outside. Well, I want to go back to the beginning of all these events and see if I can find any useful clues from it, Johnny Stone said in a calm tone. Hearing this, Officer John couldn't help but sigh in his heart for Officer Johnny's diligence and dedication, and then put a newspaper in front of Johnny Stone and told him a bad news. Since the establishment of the search headquarters, a total of 7 unconfirmed life forms have appeared in 3 weeks, but we have only defeated 1, and the rest all rely on the power of number 4. This makes the superior very dissatisfied. He just scolded several colleagues in the office. Hearing this, Johnny Stone couldn't help but frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the superior's approach. But before he could say anything, a beautiful female police officer with curly hair pushed open the door of the conference room, and then came to Johnny Stone's side and handed him a fax document. "Mr. Stone, here is a fax from Queens. Midtown High School, Queens, New York." When the policewoman appeared on the screen in Peter Parker's class, everyone in the class turned their heads to look at Michelle Jones, who was sitting in the back row. Michelle Jones' eyes widened instantly. "Is this me?" Just when she felt unbelievable, the words of Johnny Stone in the next future video also confirmed her identity. "Thank you, Michelle." After saying thank you, Johnny Stone reached out and took the fax from Michelle. "Excuse me for asking." Michelle Jones looked at Johnny Stone looking at the fax with a serious expression and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Mr. Stone, what is this fax?" Chapter 34. This is the investigation report on number 0 that I asked my colleagues in the Queens Police Station to help investigate, and the handling of related matters of the Adirondack Mountains ruins. Faced with Michelle Jones's question, Johnny Stone did not hide anything and directly told the source of the faxed information. Then, with a serious expression, he slowly turned the first page of the faxed information and began to read the contents of the information. At the same time, just as Johnny Stone was taking advantage of his free time to explore the information about the unconfirmed life form number 0. As a member of the Girangela group, Baluba had already arrived at an abandoned tavern in Hell's Kitchen with a group of newly recruited Garangi monsters. "Baruba, why did you bring these guys here?" Seeing the arrival of this group of Garangi who were not at the same level 1, Z Group's leader Z-Chain instantly fell into a state of rage and questioned Baruba, who belonged to the referee class. "Don't forget, the current Kijuru ceremony is under the responsibility of our Z Group." "No, it's no longer under your responsibility." Facing Chain's angry questioning, Baruba still maintained a calm expression and then calmly took out a parchment with many mysterious totems printed on it and explained in a calm tone. "So far, only 1 person from your Z Group has passed the ceremony, and the rest were either defeated by Kuuga or by Rindo's warriors. With such a poor performance, there is no need to continue." Following Baruba's pleasant voice, the picture was frozen on the parchment in her hand, and many mysterious totems on the left side of it were crossed with bright red crosses. The number is 7, which corresponds to the number of Garangi counted by the police. "Therefore, I will follow the rules of the ceremony and revoke your qualification to participate in Kikuru as a referee. As for the subsequent ceremony, it will be handed over to the higher level to promote Kikuru to the next level 1. I said so, you should understand." Hearing this, the Garangi of the Z Group showed unwilling expressions. But under the gaze of Baluba's calm eyes, they did not dare to stand up and say any words of opposition. They could only remain silent. Only the rising and falling chests made people feel their anger and unwillingness. And at this moment, a man wearing black and gold leather armor and with colorful patterns on his face walked out from behind Baluba. He first glanced at Z-Chainda, the leader of the Z Group, with contempt, then walked to the table, picked up a brass writing board, drew zigzag lines on it with a black marker, and then handed it to Baluba, saying with confidence, "Time limit, 48 hours, 90 people." Hearing this, Baluba's eyes flickered, and then without saying a word, she took out a deformed ring and inserted it into the silver belt of the black and gold leather armor man. "Then you will open the next level 1 of Kikuru. May Bucky's Ba. Don't worry, wait for my good news." Feeling that the deformed ring had opened the ceremony for him, Bucky's mouth corners rose, and he transformed into his wasp monster form on the spot. Then he immediately picked up the scoring ring needed for this ceremony, flapped the wings on his back, and left the abandoned tavern in flight. Soon, several murders occurred in New York City, and all the victims died by being shot with steel needles from the top of their heads and pierced vertically through their bodies. When witnessing such a miserable and painful death, the real network instantly boiled over. "It's terrible. It's really dangerous for New Yorkers living in the era of the light curtain. They are slaughtered by these monsters at any time. Yes, now we can only pray that the video played this time is not a future clip of our universe. Otherwise, those Garangi killing rituals will befall us. Let's wait patiently for the news released by the police." I heard that several law enforcement agencies in the Adirondack Mountains have reached a cooperation agreement and are currently working together to find the entrance to the super ancient ruins. I hope they haven't found it. Compared to these, I am more looking forward to the battle between Red and these Garangi monsters. I want to know who won the final victory. I choose Red. He is the one that everyone expects. Soon after the murder, Johnny Stone found a sharp object similar to a steel needle at the crime scene. Then he analyzed the autopsy report and the place where decedent was killed and calculated the next activity location of the wasp monster Bucky's. Then he immediately contacted Red and took him to the crime scene. On the other side, at the moment, the wasp monster Bucky's had just killed an innocent citizen. Then he landed beside him and kicked him lightly with his foot. After confirming that the Lindo was really dead, he nodded with satisfaction and then turned the score ring on his left hand to the left by a magatama. It seems that you are progressing quite fast. At this time, a gloomy voice came from the dense forest beside him. I saw a strong demon wearing a dark outfit and a dark hat, hiding in the shadows and talking to Bucky's. Don't compare me with you bunch of trash from the Z group. It will only belittle my existence. Bucky narrowed his eyes and arrogantly fiddled with the bracelet on his left hand, showing off his eligibility to participate in the competition while speaking to Chang Yemo in a contemptuous tone. Chang Yemo felt the other party's contempt for him, and his face instantly became distorted. The hands hidden under the dark clothes clenched angrily until the veins bulged. Chapter 35. What? You look like you want to fight me. Bucky the Wasp didn't take the anger of the strong demon seriously. Instead, he continued to show off the scoring ring in his hand, and then warned, "But I still have to remind you that if we really fight, I won't show mercy for the sake of our fellow tribesmen." Humph. Faced with this warning, the strong demon snorted coldly, and his clenched fists seemed to be about to hit the next moment. However, thinking of the disparity in strength between himself and the Wasp, he finally tried his best to resist the urge to attack, and then turned around and left the scene. Haha. After all, he is just a waste from the Z group. Seeing that the strong demon did not dare to take action from beginning to end, Bucky the Wasp curled his lips in contempt, shook his head, and then moved the wings on his back, ready to fly high in the sky to find the next Kikaru sacrifice. But at this moment, Johnny Stone and Red arrived at the scene. Then, one of them shot at the wasp monster, and the other ran forward and quickly transformed into the omnipotent form Kuuga, colliding with Bucky's. However, facing the winged and agile wasp monster Bucky's, the red omnipotent form Kuuga that Red transformed into could not pose any threat to him at all, because his attack could not touch the Garangi monster in front of him at all. In this situation, Red changed his battle strategy and transformed into the Azure Dragon form with extreme agility, but this still could not cause effective damage to the wasp monster Bucky's. In fact, because the power of the Azure Dragon form was too weak, it also caused Red to fall into a disadvantage and was kicked down from the top of the building by the wasp monster. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Aga Spirit Stone seemed to sense the host's idea of attacking the enemy, who could flight. In an instant, a green light bloomed from the Yamatom belt, transforming Red's azure flesh armor into green flesh armor bit by bit. At this point, a brand new Kuuga stood in the screen of the light curtain with a psychedelic luster. At the same time, the light curtain also marked a paragraph of words like a strong wind next to this brand new Kuuga. Kamen Rider Kuuga / Pegasus form. When an evil thing appears, know the enemy's form better than his body, and shoot through the evil warrior like a gust of wind. It's incredible that in addition to the all-around form that takes into account attack, defense, and agility, and the Qinglong form that greatly improves agility, Kuuga actually has a third form. And from the look of it, it seems that he is still inclined to use the long-range warrior form of the bow and arrow ability. Seeing the new posture of Reid in the light curtain, Dr. Connors showed a stunned expression. Obviously, he was also shocked by the strength of Kuga's evolutionary ability, and he could actually change his form by dealing with different enemies. But at the same time, he was also looking forward to what kind of ability Kuuga in this new form could show. However, the next picture, Dr. Connors was shocked. What on earth is drilling into my brain? After successfully transforming into Pegasus for the first time, Red felt a sense of novelty and was ready to use this power to try to deal with the wasp monster Bucky. However, before he could take action, various chaotic sounds and scenes within a radius of thousands of kilometers suddenly poured into his head, causing him to scream uncontrollably. It turned out that transforming into this form would make Red's nerve tension reach the limit, and then gain a sixth sense thousands of times stronger than that of humans. Red, who transformed into Pegasus for the first time, obviously did not know about this, and did not know how to control this power, which caused the noises, scenes, and various smells within a radius of thousands of kilometers to flow into his brain uncontrollably. After a while, Red's brain soon became painful due to excessive information loading, and he fell heavily from a building hundreds of meters high to the hard concrete ground. This Pegasus form actually has a sixth sense strengthening level thousands of times greater than that of humans. In the underground laboratory of the Pym family, looking at the screen, Scott Lang jumped up from the sofa and then looked at Dr. Hank Pym beside him and asked curiously, "By the way, Hank, do you think if I become Ant-Man, can this Pegasus form perceive my existence?" "Scott, I think you need to find time in the future to understand the concept of thousands of times first." Dr. Hank Pym rolled his eyes at this idiotic question asked by Scott Lang, and then took out the equipment dedicated to Ant-Man and said, "Okay, stop watching the show and change this equipment for me." You. What do you want me to do?" "I want you to break into the house and steal." "What?" "If we HYDRA can take the ability of this belt for ourselves, why worry about not being able to dominate the world?" On the Quinjet heading to the Adirondack Mountains, Crossbones Brock Rumlow was excited. The other HYDRA agents also nodded, echoing Crossbones' words. After all, this belt has too many abilities. Whether it is the Almighty form, the Blue Dragon form, or the Pegasus form, they are all excellent, extraordinary powers. If they can master all of them, and apply them to the grassroots soldiers of HYDRA, then dominating the world, and even the universe can be described as just around the corner. Chapter 36. Just when everyone in reality was surprised by the ability of the Pegasus form. In the light screen flashing with psychedelic colors, the future video about Red continued to play. It seems that the winner has been decided, Kuuga. The wasp monster landed on the ground with a bang, staring coldly at Red, who had lost his fighting power lying on the ground, and unconsciously raised a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then raised his right hand with the poison needle high. But at this moment, his movement inexplicably paused for a moment. After a long while, he looked at his right arm with a regretful expression and said, "It's a pity that my poison needle has not been fully generated. This saved your life, Kuuga." After saying that, the wasp monster quietly retracted his extended right arm, and then began to flap the wings on his back, flew into the clouds and disappeared, leaving Red gasping in pain on the spot. A few hours later, in the private ward of the Special Surgery Hospital. "It hurts. Please be gentle, Miss Palmer." During the whole process of Christine treating Reid's injuries, his wailing never stopped, and his handsome features were twisted into a ball due to the pain. "You can feel the pain, which means that your body is fine, so be thankful. You know, your body fell from a building hundreds of meters high with your senses strengthened thousands of times, and you didn't die directly from the pain, which is already a blessing. But it still hurts, Miss Palmer. Don't be scared, be a man, and bear it for a while, and it will be over." During the conversation, Christine quickly bandaged Reid, and then scanned his body with curiosity. "Speaking of which, your body is really incredible. With injuries like this, most people have to lie down for at least half a year before they can move a little, but you can jump around after just a few hours, which makes me want to dissect your body for a good study. Oh, by the way, the last person who made me think this way was Bruce Banner. But unfortunately, before I dissected him, he left the blue planet on a spaceship because of the Omnic War 2 years ago. Omnic War. SHILD headquarters, Triskelion building. Nick Fury, who was in the office, felt his scalp tingling as he watched the conversation on the screen. "Nick, the Omnic War mentioned on the screen, is it referring to those Hollywood movies, like those in the Terminator movie?" At the moment, a slightly cold and capable female voice came from the side of Nick Fury, and the person who spoke was not her, but Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. She came to the director's office this time just to hand over a document to Nick Fury. Unexpectedly, he heard some incredible information from the light screen. It's not clear yet, but since it can be described as an intelligent war, I guess the future situation won't be very good. Nick Fury shook his head and replied, "At present, it has been confirmed that the timeline on the light screen is 2017. 2 years ago, in 2015, an intelligent war will break out on Blue Star. Add to that the invasion of the Chitauri army in 2012, and it seems that Blue Star will be in trouble in the future." Listening to Nick Fury's reply, Hill touched his chin and told the known information one by one. And listening to these bad news, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became solemn. At the same time, in Dr. Banner's personal laboratory, he stared at the content on the light screen. He didn't care much about other things, but the fact that he was leaving Blue Star by spaceship was enough to make him worry. According to his understanding of himself, he has never thought about leaving his home planet. So, what happened in the future that prompted him to make this decision? With such doubts, he continued to stare at the screen, waiting for the picture on the future video to change. Bruce Banner, Red, who was originally grimacing in pain, seemed to have changed into a different person the moment he heard the name, revealing a star-chasing look, and hurriedly asked, "Miss Palmer, the person you are talking about is not the legendary superhero Hulk?" Yes, yes. Wow. I didn't expect that Miss Palmer actually knew the superhero of Avengers. This is really cool. By the way, do you? Okay, these are all old stories. I just happened to know a friend and met Mr. Banner a few times through his channels. There is nothing to talk about. Let's talk about your physical condition first. Seeing that Red wanted to continue talking, Christine interrupted him unhappily. Then her expression was restrained and she started to talk about business. According to the test just now, the belt-like object inside your body is now in a state of overconsumption, which has caused all the nerves extending from your abdomen to fall into a state of temporary strike. It is estimated that you will not be able to transform in a short time. Then, how long will it take for me to recover the ability to transform, Miss Palmer? Hearing this news, Red's expression instantly became nervous. If the ability to transform cannot be restored in a short time, then when this unconfirmed life form appears again, I really don't know how many people the police will have to sacrifice to solve it. Well, according to your body's recovery speed, this process will take about 2 hours. During this period, you should rest well in the hospital. Just as Christine was telling Red to rest well, Johnny Stone, who had just finished a phone call outside the door, walked in with a heavy face and asked, "How is it? Red should be okay." Chapter 37. Don't worry, Red's current physical condition will be restored in a few hours. That's good. Since Red is fine, I'll go first. There are other matters to be dealt with at the police station. I'll leave it to you, Christine. Wait, Mr. Stone, is there something else going on? Reid was shocked to hear that Johnny Stone was going to deal with the police department and immediately asked nervously, "Or, is that wasp monster out hunting citizens again?" No, this matter has nothing to do with unconfirmed life, form number 14. Johnny Stone shook his head and explained, "I just received a call from the Metropolitan Police Department saying that the daughter of victim number 0, Professor Jimmy, is missing." Hey, the daughter of the victim is missing. Listening to this familiar name, Red thought carefully for a while, suddenly opened his eyes wide, showed a surprised expression, and said, "And that Professor Jimmy, I remember he seemed to be the head of the archaeological team." Yes, he is the head professor of the archaeological team responsible for excavating the ruins in the Adirondack Mountains. Johnny Stone nodded, and then explained the cause and effect of the matter in detail. His wife and daughter came to the police station this morning, holding an ancient artifact brought back by Professor Jimmy from the ruins, claiming to provide us with clues. But because it has not been confirmed that life form number 14 committed the crime, I asked them to go to the State University of New York to find Miss Stacy to see if they can find any clues from this ancient artifact first, but I didn't expect that the little girl ran away alone at school due to emotional reasons. After that, she called the search headquarters and asked the police to immediately launch a search operation against number 0, otherwise she would commit suicide. Speaking of this, Johnny Stone couldn't help but sigh, obviously feeling that this matter was quite difficult. Lying on the hospital bed, Red also recalled that the little girl was the girl who ran outside and cried when he attended the funeral at Greenwood Cemetery that night. This made him silent, and he spoke again after a long time. "Mr. Stone, what is the name of the little girl?" "Natsum Jimmy." "Yeah, Natsum Jimmy, right?" Red slapped his cheeks with both hands, and then jumped up from the bed with a grimace of pain, shouting, "Very good. Then leave this child to me next." "No, Red, your body. It's okay." Facing Johnny Stone's words, Red raised his thumb without any hesitation. "I just can't transform for 2 hours, and my body is not so painful that I can't move, so leave it to me." After that, Red picked up his coat and ran out of the hospital, leaving Johnny Stone standing there in a dilemma, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he came back to his senses, then said goodbye to Christine and left the hospital. Christine, who saw all this, smiled at this moment. "Johnny, it seems that you have finally found a like-minded partner." At the same time, in the dim, abandoned tavern, Bucky's once again picked up the brass writing board, wrote down the number of sacrifices completed today, and then handed it to the Garangi referee Baluba in front of him. However, Baluba didn't even look at it, but grabbed his wrist and asked, "Where's the score ring?" Tisk. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Baluba, Bucky's Tisk unhappily, and then pointed at Chang Yamo and said, "It was lost because of this guy." "Huh, Hearing this, Baluba's slender hands wrapped in black silk immediately waved at Changmo's face and slapped him to the wine cabinet behind him. After that, she picked up the brass writing board again, cleared the data on it, and said to Bucky's with a gloomy face, "Unfortunately, since the score ring is lost, we can only start over." After that, Baluba took out a new score ring from her arms and handed it over. Although Bucky's felt unhappy, he did not refute the ruling. Instead, he took the new bracelet indifferently and walked out of the tavern. But he stopped halfway, then turned around and raised the score ring he had put on again and asked, "If you sacrifice an ordinary rindo, count this number." As he said this, Bucky's moved a magatama in the upper row of the bracelet, and then moved 3 magatama in the lower row of the bracelet, and added, "Then, if you sacrifice Kuuga, count this number. How about that?" "Okay, just as you asked." "Okay, then I'll take Kuga's life." After getting Baluba's consent, Bucky's directly transformed into his wasp monster form, and then flapped his wings and flew up, breaking through the ceiling of the tavern and disappearing in front of other Garangi. And as he left, Baluba and the other Garangi also disappeared in the abandoned tavern one after another. Only the strong demon was left, and at the moment he slowly climbed up from the wine cabinet. His gloomy eyes swept across the abandoned tavern that had returned to peace. After a long while, he let out a roar full of resentment. "I must join Kikaru. I must complete the game of buy-in and kill him." Midtown High School, Queens, New York. Well, I really shouldn't pity these monsters. But I don't know why. Looking at the appearance of number 3 being hated by everyone, I feel that he is quite pathetic. Peter Parker looked at the powerful demon on the screen, who was hated and bullied by all the tribesmen. Somehow he thought of himself. It seems that he was also bullied by those school bullies every day in school. Chapter 38. "Hey, Peter." Ned Leeds patted Peter on the shoulder and reminded him, "Although this monster looks pitiful, I hate this kind of bullying. But monsters are monsters after all, and we must not sympathize with them." "Don't worry, Ned. I'm not so confused as to really sympathize with these monsters." Seeing that Ned misunderstood what he meant, Peter Parker waved his hand and explained, "It's just that this scene reminded me of the bullying by Thompson before, so I said that." "Is that so? No wonder you said that." Peter Parker's words reminded Ned that he was also one of the people who was often bullied by Thompson. His originally excited expression collapsed instantly, and then he hugged Peter Parker with sympathy, as if telling his miserable school life. Michelle Jones, who was sitting in a row behind them, couldn't help rolling her eyes and silently complained in her heart, "Two idiots." Swish. While the students of Zhongqing High School were communicating with each other, the timeline on the screen jumped forward again. It was several hours later. On the screen, in order to complete the ritual within the specified time limit, he had already followed the breath of the enemy of the Garangi clan and arrived at the sky above a deserted beach. Then he slowly raised his right hand and aimed the poison needle launch port on his wrist at Reid, who was walking on the beach and chatting with the little girl Natsum. However, at the moment when the poison needle flashing with endless cold light was about to be fired, Johnny Stone, who had successfully detected the trace of the wasp monster, rushed to the beach at the fastest speed he had ever had in his life, and then shouted anxiously, "Reid, be careful of the unconfirmed life form number 14. His target this time is you." After being reminded by Johnny Stone, Reid quickly raised his head and looked at the wasp monster who was most likely hidden in the clouds with vigilance. At the same time, he also pressed his hands on both sides of his waist, and the Yamatom belt flashing with green light suddenly appeared. Transformation, accompanied by a shout. The green lightning arc instantly spread like water waves, and it drove the surrounding wind and gravel, forming the shape of a storm, spinning rapidly around Reid. And Reid, standing in the center of the storm, did not move at all, allowing the wind and sand to cover him and gradually transform into the green Pegasus form of Kuuga. Seeing this scene, Johnny Stone was overjoyed, knowing that Reid had already mastered the power of the Pegasus form to perfection. At the moment, there was no more hesitation. While gently picking up the little girl Natsum and quickly moving away from the battlefield, he threw the pistol he had been carrying over. "Reid, next, I'll leave it to you." Reid did not say anything, but just silently raised a thumbs up and then tightly grasped the pistol in his hand. The next second, the emerald green lightning burst out. It actually transformed the old antique Glock series pistol mentioned by Tony into an emerald green crossbow inlaid with green gems and engraved with golden runes, which is the exclusive weapon of the Pegasus form, the Pegasus crossbow. After successfully mastering the exclusive weapon, Reid immediately calmed down and carefully felt the subtle fluctuations brought by everything around him. Whether it was the ripples of the waves blown by the wind, or the sound of gravel rolling at his feet, he listened to them one by one and remembered them in his heart. In this case, Red soon perceived a tiny steel needle, which was rushing towards the position where he was standing. The next moment, he slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and with a calm attitude, he firmly clamped the poison needle that the wasp monster Bucky was always proud of. Such a terrifying scene instantly made the wasp monster hiding thousands of meters above the sky look panicked. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At the same moment when he screamed, Reid pulled the Pegasus crossbow in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible arrow wrapped in the power of the wind pierced through the hideous and twisted body of the wasp monster Bucky's like lightning, and then the familiar golden burning runes bloomed brilliantly on his body. Accompanied by a shrill scream from the wasp monster's hideous mouthparts, his body immediately fell uncontrollably into the depths of the sea like a kite with a broken string. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounded. Bucky's body instantly turned into a raging flame burning above the sea level, driving countless water vapor to spread in all directions. In this situation, Red, wearing green flesh armor, slowly turned around and raised his right hand, giving Johnny Stone and Natsum the familiar thumbs-up sign. This is too cool. Looking at Red on the screen with his back to the explosion and giving a thumbs-up sign. Countless female viewers felt as if their hearts were shot by an arrow, beating wildly, and their cheeks began to turn red. At the same time, countless netizens also began to discuss it. No, Red's posture of controlling the power of wind is too visual. I plan to adapt it into a musical and perform it on Broadway. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the Kikuru ritual of the Garangi clan. That thing is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. There must be secrets hidden behind it that we have never known. I think what the above said makes sense. Don't forget the female Garangi named Baluba. She called the Kikuru ritual a ritual that brings about the ultimate darkness. If they really complete this ritual, perhaps eternal darkness will really come to the world. By the way, didn't you pay attention to what Dr. Christine said? In 2015, an intelligent machine war will break out on Blue Star, and Dr. Banner was also forced to flee Blue Star. Aren't you curious? Curious. But the problem is that the light screen did not show it, and Dr. Christine only mentioned it briefly. There are really too many doubts. Chapter 39. As the discussion on the outside world network gradually increased, the future video in the sky was playing at a critical moment. On the screen, when Red killed the wasp monster Buckies on the deserted beach and continued to talk with Natsum. Baluba, who was responsible for the Kikuru ceremony, now climbed onto a huge reef not far from the beach and watched the new era Kuuga from afar. After a while, the originally expressionless face inexplicably raised a mysterious smile. The new Kuuga is braver and more determined to kill us than the previous one, including those Rindo. They have changed a lot in the new era compared to the past. In fact, they have become more and more like us Garangi. What do you think, Gadu? As soon as Baluba's indifferent voice sounded, a man in a black military uniform with a fierce fighting spirit came slowly from behind her, and then pulled his heavy voice and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, the new Kuuga has the courage to punch us Garangi fearlessly, including Rindo beside him, which makes him look braver than the previous Rick." At this point, the eyes of the Garangi monster named Gadu in front of him clearly flashed with appreciation. However, in the next second, his voice turned sharply, and his heavy voice suddenly revealed endless chills. But his strength is too weak. Having the courage and spirit to throw a punch is not enough to reverse the gap in strength between us. If his strength is only this level, let alone defeating us and sealing us in the center of the earth like Rick, when the Garangi of the Good Group opens the Kikuru ritual, he will be the first to die at the hands of the Garangi who opens the ritual, without any surprises. After all, in the tens of thousands of years of sealing the center of the earth, the Garangi of the Good Group has absorbed too much power from the eggs of the gods, and is already very different from the Good Group in the past. This level of power cannot defeat us at all. While evaluating Reid, Gajalu also officially revealed his true identity. He is a member of the Good Group, a higher class above the Z Group and the May Group, and he is the most powerful Good Gajalu Ba in the Good Group. Don't be impatient. After all, the new Kuuga has just obtained the Aga Spirit Stone and has not yet mastered the most basic sublimation power. In addition, the first Kijuru ceremony of the May Group has just been held. There is enough time for him to grow. Hearing what Gadu said, Baluba's expression did not change at all. She still spoke with a calm look, and, The most important point is that Dagobah is very optimistic about him and has great expectations for him. He believes that he is qualified to become the next candidate for the white and dark game. Humph. When the topic involved Dagobah, Gadu's calm expression finally changed, and he was full of anger in his cold snort. The new Kuuga is not Rick. Such a monster is also the most powerful among all the fit people. Unfortunately, this world can no longer produce a second Rindo as powerful as him. So the person who will eventually cross the ritual and bring about the ultimate darkness will only be me or Dagobah. As for the new Kuuga, if he can hold on until I participate in the crew ritual, I will let him experience the absolute strength of the strongest member of the good group, Gaduluba. After saying that, Gadulu quickly turned his head and disappeared on the huge amounts of reefs in a short time. Only Baluba was left there, still with a calm look, silently watching Reid and his group on the deserted beach. After a long time, her calm voice slowly sounded. Well, I am also looking forward to the arrival of that day, looking forward to you defeating Kuuga and truly challenging Dagobah. As the light screen played this section, in reality, countless viewers were shocked to the point of being incoherent by the information revealed in this video. On the bleachers of the Cliff Villa in Manhattan, New York. Oh my god, this Gurangi named Gadulu actually said that Red's child is too weak. Is he sure he's not kidding? Pepper, who was helping Tony Stark press his temple, had an expression of disbelief on her face. She saw clearly through the previous light screen playback how strong the super ancient warrior Kuuga was after Red transformed. Whether it was the balanced strength measured in tons in the almighty form, which made him not lose in the power confrontation, or the agility in the blue dragon form, which was close to the speed of the fighter plane flight, allowing him to shuttle across the battlefield in an instant, dodge attacks or launch attacks unexpectedly. Or maybe it's the Pegasus form, which has a sixth sense thousands of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, which gives him a keen perception ability, allowing him to see danger in advance and make accurate judgments and responses. And these extraordinary abilities work together to make Red almost invincible in battle, becoming a Superman-like existence. However, this level of extraordinary power was only assessed as weak in the eyes of this Gurangi called Gaduru, and even asserted that when the Gurangi of the good group began to participate in the Jakuru ritual, it would be the moment of Red's death. This is really too exaggerated. It's so exaggerated that Pepper doesn't want to believe it. Chapter 40. While Pepper was deeply shocked, Tony Stark beside her also quietly put on a solemn expression on his face. After all, the information revealed by Gaduru was too exaggerated, and from the fact that Baluba did not refute it until the end, what he said was probably true. And this is enough to show how strong Gaduru is, and he also glimpsed the Gurangi of the good group, and his strength is probably extraordinary. Perhaps, their strength is really completely above the Gurangi of the Z group and the May group. In addition, there are the white and dark game that can cause the ultimate darkness and the so-called God's Egg, as well as the intelligent machine war mentioned earlier, which hides more mysteries. But relying solely on the existing information, no useful information can be analyzed at all. Now, the information he has obtained about the Gurangi clan from the future video is extremely fragmented, and it is impossible to piece together the outline of the truth. If you want to know these truths, you can only continue to watch the future video playback on the light screen. Thinking of this, Tony finally cast his eyes on the light curtain flashing with psychedelic colors again. At the same time, in the room of the leader of the Eternal Team, Jack heard what Gadulu said on the light curtain, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect that the Gurangi clan had been sealed in the heart of the earth for tens of thousands of years, and they have been secretly stealing the power of the god Thiam. No, I must tell the god Ariser about this. As she spoke, Jack stood up from the wooden chair and prepared to contact the god Ariser and report to him what happened on the blue planet. However, at this moment, her movements inexplicably stopped. Then, a look of hesitation appeared on her face, and she was obviously struggling whether to really contact the god Ariser. Why is this so? The reason is very simple. On the one hand, the video played on the light curtain cannot be confirmed whether it is the future of the universe where she is. Contacting the god without any definite evidence will only make Ariser question her ability. On the other hand, she developed feelings for this planet, and after the team disbanded due to ideological differences, she began to doubt the legitimacy of the actions of the Celestials, and even had the idea of preventing the birth of the Celestial Thiam. Therefore, she was so hesitant at this moment. In this hesitation, she finally sat back on the wooden chair quietly and continued to stare at the future video with a complicated and worried look. I hope my decision is not wrong. At the same time, in the Adirondack Mountains, in the temporary tent built by S.H.I.E.L.D. When Phil Coulson saw the video playing, he subconsciously touched his chin and muttered to himself, "No wonder we haven't found any trace of the ruins after searching for so long." It turns out that the ruins of this period are still hidden deep in the Earth's core. It was not until a major earthquake in the future that the ruins were moved from the Earth's core to the Adirondack Mountains. This is really unexpected. Speaking, Phil Coulson fell into thought, obviously considering how to arrange the subsequent actions. During this process, the image on the screen also began to progress to a new stage. Oh, in the picture, accompanied by the screams of the girl, it sounded in the remote alley. Two high school girls in the uniforms of Zhongqing High School ran out of the alley, running forward with terrified expressions. Behind them, a silver-white sturdy foot that was as tall as two people walked out of the remote alley leisurely, leaving a clear and hideous footprint with watermarks on the ground. Then, a body with a silver-white mane color, a dark silver hideous belt covered with spikes hanging around the waist, eyes like burning blood pools, glowing with a terrifying blood-red light, and a monster that looks like a squid walked out of the alley. And he is the contestant of the Kikiru ceremony this time. MEI from May Group. The squid monster Kuuga looked at the two girls running away in the distance, and a low sound came from his ferocious mouthparts. "Linduo, you can't escape, so you'd better become the sacrifice of my crossing ceremony." As he said, the squid monster Kuuga slowly raised his silver-white ferocious palms and covered his ferocious mouthparts. The next moment, invisible hot air waves surged out from the place covered by his palms like a tide, and as time passed, the surrounding space was completely distorted. After about 6 or 7 seconds, the squid monster Kuuga suddenly loosened his palms, and a ball carrying black ink sprayed out from his open, ferocious mouthparts, rushing towards the two girls running away at a speed that was almost at its limit, and soon spread and stained the back of one of the girls. By the lake not far from the alley, a fisherman was fishing leisurely, humming a pleasant little tune, and seemed to be in a particularly happy mood. But, in the next second, his happy mood instantly turned into a look of horror. Boom, boom, a roaring explosion that resounded through the sky came from not far away. The fisherman was so scared that he subconsciously threw away the fishing rod in his hand, and then the whole person fell backwards, falling all over, and even the bucket containing the fish fell down in the explosion and fell into the lake. What on earth is going on? But the fisherman at this time had no time to care about these. Instead, with a horrified expression on his face, he quickly turned his head to look in the direction where the explosion came from. As a result, when he looked at it, he was stunned like a wooden sculpture, and a look of extreme horror flashed across his eyes. It turned out that the direction where the explosion came from at this moment, there was a dark cloud with endless fire rising slowly there, and quickly set off a hot wave of air that swept around. Chapter 41. State University of New York. Gulp. This level of explosion is probably as powerful as those surface-to-air missiles. In the classroom, Jessica looked at the flames and dark clouds slowly rising on the light screen and couldn't help swallowing. It's more than similar. It's definitely worse than that. Just as Jessica finished her words, Harry Osborne, who had just arrived in the class, suddenly came forward and analyzed. These Garanges that appear later are stronger, especially the squid Garanges this time. With just this ink explosion, it is enough to kill all the unconfirmed life forms that appeared before. The most important thing is that he is just a Garangi from the May group. At this time, when also interrupted, according to the information revealed earlier, there is a higher-level good group above the May group, and they have also absorbed the power of the mysterious god's egg. I am afraid that their strength has long exceeded our imagination. Listening to Gwen's words, Jessica and Harry's expressions began to become more and more solemn, and they were obviously worried about Reid in the video. However, when they found that Reid was not in the class, the solemn expression on Harry's face instantly dissipated and turned into a look of doubt, asking, "By the way, why don't you see Red? Isn't he still studying in the library?" "Congratulations on your answer," Jessica replied. "I saw him ask for leave from the teacher this morning, saying that he was going to stay in the library for a whole day to complete the project left by Dr. Otto." "Is that so? Then let's not disturb him for now." Hearing this, Harry, who was originally planning to talk to Red, immediately gave up the idea, and then sat down in his seat and continued to watch the future video. On the screen, accompanied by a loud explosion, the police soon confirmed that this was the work of the unconfirmed life form number 21. Then, Johnny Stone rushed to the scene of the crime and began to search for clues in a targeted manner, and soon gained something, locking the trace of the squid monster Kuuga. Then, Johnny Stone contacted Red and informed him of the news. The scene suddenly changed. Just as Red drove the test tracker 2000 to the location of the unconfirmed life form number 21. In the upper New York Bay, a group of busy workers were arranging a large number of containers in an orderly manner, patiently waiting for the arrival of cargo ships and trucks to transport them away. But they had no idea that the hideous squid monster Kuuga had already regarded them as sacrifices for the HYDRA ritual. However, before he started to act, Red had already driven the test tracker 2000 to the scene at a speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour and raised the front of the car without slowing down and crashed into it. Bang! There was an explosion. The huge silver-white body of the squid monster was knocked out on the spot and hit the huge container behind him. As for Red, he landed smoothly on the ground and then summoned the Yamatom belt. Transformation, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. The almighty Kuuga with golden horns, red compound eyes, and thick red armor suddenly appeared in the upper New York Bay. At the same time, the squid monster Kuuga had also crawled out of the sunken container and spoke in fluent English. Kuuga of the new era, I am the silver killer Kuuga Ki. Let me kill you next. It was the first time to hear a familiar language from the mouths of these monsters. Red was obviously stunned for a moment, and it was obviously unexpected that these monsters had mastered the language of the human world just after resurrection for more than a month. But just when he was stunned, the squid monster Kuuga seized this flaw and immediately sprayed a ball of ink at Red. Swish! The black ink, like a high-speed train, instantly brought a sound of breaking through the air in the air, and then accurately hit Red's shoulder covered with red flesh armor. Boom! The fierce explosion flames burst out instantly. The almighty form of Kuuga, who was transformed by Red, was blasted to the hard cement ground not far away. Although he struggled to get up from the ground soon, but a deep dent appeared on the red flesh armor on his right shoulder. In reality, countless viewers who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. You know, the red flesh armor on the body of the super ancient warrior Kuuga was made of the Agus spirit stone using Red's flesh and blood. Its original part was part of Red's body, and now, this part was corroded by the ink of the squid monster, which was equivalent to Red having a part of his flesh and blood cut off. In this scene, even through the light curtain, all the audience could feel Red's pain. What touched them even more was that even though he was seriously injured, Red still did not give up, but struggled to get up from the ground and continued to fight with the hideous squid monster. Chapter 42. Seeing this scene, countless viewers cheered for Red in their hearts, and the battle on the light screen has reached the most intense moment. In the picture, Red completely ignored the injury on his shoulder. He continued to fight fiercely with the squid monster with the power of the Red omnipotent form. However, in this battle, Red faced the squid monster Kuuga, but fell into an unprecedented disadvantage. Because the defense of the squid monster was too strong, Red's most powerful omnipotent form could not cause any damage to Kuuga at all, and could only passively and unilaterally withstand the violent attack of this grown monster. In the end, because he could not dodge in time, the red flesh armor like flames was once again ruthlessly attacked by the squid monster Kuuga's ink. Boom, boom, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. Red's red body like flames slammed into the large container behind him. In an instant, countless shocking cracks appeared on the large container box and turned into countless fragments flying around. And Red also completely lost his combat ability. Kuuga, you're done. Looking at Red, who had been lying on the ground for a long time and couldn't stand up, the squid monster made a triumphant and happy sound, and then slowly stepped forward, intending to completely wipe out the old enemy of the Garangi clan. But at this critical moment, a large amount of steam suddenly sprayed out of the abdomen of the squid monster Kuuga. Tisk, has the activity time reached the limit? Slowly lowering his head, feeling that the temperature of his body was about to reach the limit he could bear, the squid monster Kuuga shook his head with regret, and then said to the nearly fainted Red, Kuuga, you've saved your life. After saying that, the squid monster Kuuga turned around and left without any reluctance. The figure that was still emitting white steam gradually went away with the sound of footsteps until it disappeared in the upper New York Bay. Only Red was left with his fists clenched and hit the ground hard, venting his unwillingness to lose and his inner confusion, because he had no idea how to defeat a monster as powerful as the squid monster. Fortunately, this unwillingness and confusion did not last too long. Not long after, with the comfort of Johnny Stone who rushed to the scene, Red cheered up again, and then learned from Gwen Stacy a newly deciphered super ancient text. Kuga's new form is a warrior who wields a sword to cut off evil with the force of breaking the ground. After receiving this crucial information, Red immediately found Johnny Stone and started to practice swordsmanship with his help. And he soon realized that the only way to overcome fear is to face it bravely. At the same time, just as Red was practicing, the squid monster Kuuga also returned to the Garangi gathering place in Hell's Kitchen with a happy mood. Kuuga, it seems that your ritual progress is quite good. Baluba slowly raised her head, and when she noticed Kuga's happy expression, she asked in a calm tone. Well, it's okay. Kuuga shook the score ring on his wrist and said with a smile. The 162 Lindos required for the ritual have been hunted so far. Only the last one is left to complete the ritual and advance to the good group. Only one more. Hearing this, Baluba immediately picked up the brass writing board on the table, took a look at the ritual rules and time limits written in Garangi characters on it, and then gently raised her thin eyebrows and asked in surprise. You are really fast. Within the 52-hour time limit, you almost reached the number of sacrifices required for the ceremony in just 18 hours. With this efficiency alone, you are indeed qualified to become the first Garangi promoted from the Mei group to the Good group. But why did you choose to stop and come back here when you were only one sacrifice away? It's simple. I plan to use Kuuga as the last sacrifice of the ceremony. The squid monster Kuuga clenched his fists and shouted in an excited tone. I fought with the new era Kuuga today. He is simply a waste. He doesn't even have 1% of Rick's strength. Such a capable person is not qualified to be the enemy of our Garangi family. So, I will hunt him and use him as my last sacrifice for promotion to the Good group. At the same time, lay the most solid foundation for the future Dark Game and White Dark Game, and become the one who attracts ultimate darkness. Listening to Kuuga's arrogant words, Baluba's expressionless face was now filled with a faint smile. Really, I look forward to that day. As Kuuga's extremely arrogant declaration resounded across the sky, people outside began to discuss. Wow, this Garangi monster called Kuuga is too arrogant. I think this is normal. Didn't you see that Red almost lost confidence after being abused by him? If it weren't for Officer Johnny's comfort and Gwen's deciphered intelligence on the new form, I'm afraid Red wouldn't have regained his confidence so quickly. With such strength, he will naturally be arrogant. Compared to these, I am more concerned about what Kuuga said, the so-called, what are the Dark Game and the White and Dark Game? Why do I feel that all the weirdos are working hard to complete these two rituals? The person above, be more confident and get rid of the feeling. Who cares what it is? As long as we keep reading, we will know the truth sooner or later. That's right. Instead of dwelling on these mysteries, it's better to enjoy the next battle. I have been looking forward to Red's new form for a long time. Chapter 43. I'm looking forward to it too. So far, Red has 3 forms: Balanced Omnipotence, Agile Qinglong, and Perception Pegasus. Now he only needs a defensive or power-oriented form to become a truly flawless warrior. The key is that Red can switch forms at any time according to the situation on the battlefield. This is the most terrifying thing. Okay, stop talking. A new picture has appeared on the screen. The next morning, the sun shines on Elizabeth Harbor in New York, casting a golden glow on the entire port. The squid monster Kuuga slowly walks from afar, looking at the busy workers and the fishermen fishing leisurely at the port not far away. A hideous smile instantly appears on his colorful face, which looks extremely cruel and bloody. This is a great feng shui location. Let's choose this place to start the final ceremony. Please don't make me wait too long, Kuuga. After saying that, the squid monster narrowed his eyes that emitted evil light slightly, crossed his hands on his waist, and a dark silver belt with a cold luster appeared like a ghost in an instant. Then, in a wave of invisible waves that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye, Kuuga's body began to undergo a creepy change, transforming from a human form to a squid-shaped monster bit by bit. Moreover, his body seemed to be much larger than when he fought with Red before. Although I can't constantly absorb the power of the gods in the long seal of tens of thousands of years like the Good Group and Dagobah, I still have a little gain. Next, let me use this power that can only be used once to grandly open the magnificent ceremony of death. As he spoke, the squid monster Kuuga slowly lifted his heavy legs and walked forward. As the steps were raised and lowered, a series of footprints flashing with dark golden thunder were left on the extremely hard concrete ground and slowly spread out, quickly spreading to dozens of kilometers in radius. Wherever they went, the earth was engraved with thunder cracks like a natural disaster, shocking, as if it was the prelude to the end of the world. And these huge amounts of movement were soon noticed by the workers in Port Elizabeth. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos like a pot of boiling water, with various mixed screams one after another, and the sound of hot flames constantly sounded in the port. The sound intertwined, like a sonata of hell, which made people terrified. Not long after, on the other side, Red, who was accompanying Gwen to translate ancient characters, soon received an emergency notice from the police. He had no hesitation or fear about this. After saying goodbye to Gwen with a firm look, he drove the Test Chaser 2000 again, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed to Port Elizabeth at the fastest speed in his life. For the new era Kuuga, it was so fast to arrive at the place where the final ceremony was held. The squid monster also showed an overjoyed expression, and the hideous mouthparts began to wriggle violently on the spot, speaking the language of the human world again. Haha, I finally waited for you to come, Kuuga. Listening to the words of the squid monster, Red did not say a word, but just jumped off the car silently, and then clapped his hands on the belt. The next moment, the Yamatom belt slowly emerged from the waist, and the Yaguru spirit stone in the center flashed a mysterious and dazzling purple light from the moment it appeared. Oh, is that the purple power? It seems that you have improved a lot compared to before. Although the two sides were separated by a distance of more than 100 meters, with his excellent vision far beyond that of ordinary people, the squid monster Kuuga was still able to see everything that Red did, especially when he noticed the purple light flashing around Red's waist. His surprise was instantly beyond words. In that case, let me try your quality. Ha! As he said that, Kuuga had already placed his right hand in front of the hideous mouthparts. The next moment, an extremely hot ink ball suddenly appeared between his mouth and palm, and then it hit Red in front of him at an astonishingly fast speed. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the raging flames instantly surged up, completely submerging the place where Red stood, turning it into a sea of fire. At this moment, countless viewers watching the screen showed expressions of despair, because they clearly saw that when the ink ball exploded, Red didn't even have time to transform. And how could a human body withstand such a terrifying explosion? Thinking of this, the audience's hearts couldn't help sinking. But in the next second, the battle symphony that belonged to Kuuga sounded again on the screen. Under that exciting music, the playback of the future video also ushered in a new climax. On the battlefield burning with flames and smoke everywhere, at the moment when the flames of the squid monster exploded, a super ancient warrior with golden horns, purple compound eyes flashing with mysterious light, and covered with silver-purple heavy flesh armor, stood on the devastated land. And below the screen, at this moment, a paragraph of text like a huge rock was also marked. Kamen Rider Kuuga / Titan form. When an evil thing appears, he will put on the steel armor and cut off the evil warrior with the force of breaking the earth. Chapter 44. Looking at the introduction subtitles on the screen, the next second, countless messages appeared on the internet. Oh my god, is this Red's fourth form? This is so cool. Celebrate. The king of the earth is born. He is the ultimate warrior who cuts off the Garangi monster with steel armor and sword-breaking Force Titan Kuuga. Hey, aren't you nervous? Just now I really thought that Red was blown to death by this squid monster. Nervous? Nervous for a hammer. Red is invincible. I believe in him from beginning to end. How could he be blown to death? Yes, I believe in Red from beginning to end. Really? I don't believe it. While many netizens were discussing, the scene on the screen in front of them continued to develop. At the last moment, did you still successfully master the purple power? But don't think you can defeat me like this. You have the purple power, and I also have the power from the egg of the gods. Next, let's compete and see who is the real strongest. Looking at Red, who finally transformed into the purple titan form, the squid monster Kuuga snorted coldly, then clenched his right palm fiercely, and quickly raised it to his mouth to cover the hideous mouthparts. Kuuga of the new era, be my last sacrifice for promotion to the G group. In an instant, the extremely hot air waves gathered crazily on the face of the squid monster again, and then quickly formed, turning into an ink ball carrying blazing flames and gloomy dark thunder, and shot straight at Red with thunderous force. Moreover, the ball produced a shocking splitting reaction on the way to it, instantly splitting into several smaller ink balls, each accurately hitting various parts of his body covered by the thick silver-purple flesh armor. Then, a violent explosion immediately occurred, spreading the scorching flames and mysterious dark thunder contained in it, tightly wrapped around Red's body, and turned into a tornado of fire and thunder, roaring towards the sky. No. How is this possible? Such a horrifying scene of destruction made the squid monster Kuuga laugh proudly, But when the flames and dark thunder gradually dissipated, everything that happened in front of him made him dumbfounded and unbelievable. I saw that at the center of the explosion, as the smoke and dust slowly dissipated from Red's body, the silver-purple heavy flesh armor had no other injuries except for some slight damage, and the light on the flesh armor was still bright, as if proclaiming its indestructibility. As for Red himself, he stood in his original position without moving. His posture was as straight as a pine tree. Those ink balls carrying flames and dark thunder were like hitting a mine made of indestructible vibranium. They were useless except for causing endless smoke and a violent gust of wind. Even the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone on Red's waist began to emit a mysterious light that seemed red, blue, green, and purple. It seemed to have life and was swallowing up the dark thunder used by the squid monster Kuuga bit by bit. That posture seemed to be about to take the power of the god's egg for himself. Looking at this weird scene that was completely beyond his understanding, the squid monster Kuuga felt an uncontrollable fear like a flood that suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, making him unable to stop his steps and staggered back a step. What is that all? Noticing the squid monster's shrinking behavior, Red, who had been silent before, finally opened his mouth slightly and spoke slowly. Hearing this, the squid monster was struck by lightning and felt that he had been insulted like never before. This made him clench his fists in anger, and the bones made a crackling sound when the fists were squeezed, and then he suddenly opened his ferocious mouth and roared almost hysterically. But you are lucky to withstand my blow. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of the great MEIDGK.KI? Feel the despair well. I will release the huge energy in my body and burn you to ashes completely. While speaking hoarsely, the squid monster Gakiai covered his mouth heavily with both hands at the same time. The next moment, his extremely strong silver-white body suddenly burst out with a dark red light as hot and dazzling as the scorching sun. Then, the surging dark thunder and the blazing flames intertwined and roared out, as if to swallow the whole world. The terrifying heat wave of tens of thousands of degrees swept wildly from the surface of his body to the surroundings with overwhelming force. Suddenly, everything around seemed to be trapped in an extremely twisted vortex. Even the hard concrete floor, which has always been known for its solidity and can withstand huge pressure, showed obvious signs of melting under the impact of this hot air wave that seemed to burn everything and gradually became soft like mud. All this clearly foreshadowed how terrifying the attack of the squid monster Gakiai was, just like the judgment of the end of the world was about to come. However, Red, who had already understood the heart of the Titan, was calm at this moment, without any fluctuations, because he had completely overcome the deep fear that the Garangi monster in front of him had brought him. It seems that this is your strongest move. In that case, let's see who is qualified to stand to the end. Red looked at the squid monster Gakiai, who was still accumulating power, and made a declaration of termination, and then pulled out the handlebars of the experimental tracker 2000 behind him. The brilliant golden thunder flashed out. The handlebars in Red's hand were instantly transformed into a purple-gold sword, and the sword body flashed with mysterious and powerful light. And this was the exclusive weapon of Titan Kuuga, the Titan sword. Gakiai, I'm going to fight. Holding the Titan sword, Red changed his previous fast-moving fighting style, with a heavy and oppressive feeling, like a towering mountain, and walked towards the squid monster step by step firmly. I have the power of the egg of the gods. Even the purple power can never defeat me. Remember my name before you die. The new era of Kuuga. I am the Silver Killer, MEI.G.I.G.AI.G.I. Facing this overwhelming pressure, the squid monster Gaki knew clearly that there was no time to continue to accumulate power, so he simply let out a deafening roar. Then he suddenly opened his hands and shot the dark thunder fireball that condensed all his energy forward. Chapter 45. Come on. Red showed no fear. His resolute eyes were as bright as stars, staring straight at the whistling dark lightning fireball, then raised the hand that was not holding the sword steadily and pressed it forward. Instantly, the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone on his waist burst out a half-gold and half-dark thunder light, instantly covering the hand. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a roar, Red's palm actually rippled with an invisible majestic ripple, like a surging wave, and actually compressed the dark lightning fireball that the squid monster Kuuga used all his energy to use layer by layer, and swallowed it into his body wantonly and wildly. Kuuga, Kuuga, I am absorbing my energy. The squid monster Kuuga had never expected that Kuuga in the Titan form could swallow his fatal killing move, and a look of panic instantly appeared on his face, like a fallen leaf drifting in a storm. Kuuga, it's all over." Just as he was filled with shock and confusion, Red had already absorbed all the dark thunder fireballs with the power of the gods. Then, he raised the Titan sword again, and the blade accurately aimed at the abdomen of the Garangi monster in front of him, and stabbed it with thunderous force. Ha-dash, dash, amid Red's steady, powerful and resounding shout, and the squid monster Kuuga's uncontrollable scream of fear, the heavy Titan sword was like a lightning that cut through the darkness, piercing Kuuga's silver-shining sturdy body. Then, a red mysterious rune appeared at the piercing point, and cracks flashing with golden light quickly spread. "Kuuga, you ruined this magnificent ceremony." Boom, boom. At the last moment of his life, the squid monster Kuuga tightly grasped Red's thick silver-purple flesh armor with his hands, and his hideous mouthparts began to wriggle wildly. But before he finished speaking, the red mysterious rune had already formed perfectly, and then his huge silver-white body suddenly exploded, and the raging flames produced by the explosion instantly devoured everything around. On the other side, Johnny Stone, who had just rushed to the scene from the Brooklyn police headquarters, was immediately blinded by the rolling heat waves and powerful impact produced by the explosion. After everything dissipated, he looked in the direction of the explosion again. At this moment, Red still maintained the action of stabbing the sword, but the unconfirmed life form number 21 in front of him had disappeared, and then he slowly retracted the Titan's sword he had stabbed, turned around, and gestured the familiar thumb again. "Mr. Stone, I did it." When this scene appeared, countless audiences smiled familiarly. Some female audiences even prepared to post some sweet comments about the couple online. But at this moment, the images on the screen flashed as fast as a meteor. And these images that flashed by quickly were the scenes of Red fighting fiercely with more Garangi monsters after mastering the power of the Titan form. The scenes were thrilling and exciting. Looking at these images, countless audiences were surprised to find that these newly emerged Garangi monsters were becoming more and more powerful, one better than the other. There was even a monster in the form of a tiger, which made Red try his best and barely defeated it after more than 10 hours of hard fighting. He himself was seriously injured because of this battle. But even so, Red still silently endured the pain, leaving a smiling expression to others forever. Seeing this scene, countless viewers were impressed by Red's personal charm. At this time, the rapidly flashing picture on the light screen finally stopped slowly and was fixed in a dim, abandoned tavern, playing steadily. In an abandoned tavern on 8th Avenue, Manhattan, New York. At this moment, with the death of the tiger-shaped monster May, Ghidorah Changemo came to Baluba again, looking at the score ring shaking in her hand, and asked with a thirsty tone, "Baluba, it's been so long. It's finally my turn this time." "I remember. I've said it before." Faced with his question, Baluba stopped shaking the score ring in her hand, then slowly turned her head, staring at the pale face of the bat monster Changemo with her cold and beautiful little face, and replied in a calm tone, "Your Z group has long lost the qualification to continue to participate in the ceremony. No matter how long you stay here, it will never be your turn. No, I can't accept it." The strong demon, who had been patient for a long time, could no longer suppress his inner irritability after hearing this reply. He directly reached out and grabbed Baluba's collar and pulled her up. "I say it again, let me participate in the ceremony, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel." Facing the strong demon of rage, Baluba still maintained a calm face. But somehow, the corners of her mouth slowly turned up, revealing a mysterious smile. After that, she made a move that even the strong demon himself couldn't believe. "Since, if you really want to participate, try to wear it on your wrist." As this crisp voice fell, Baluba actually stretched out her hand and handed the score ring that was originally in the palm of her hand to the strong demon. Looking at the long-awaited score ring in front of him, the bat monster Changmo's original rage emotion instantly dissipated, and then his whole body trembled with excitement, and even a line of tears flowed from his usually gloomy face. He paid so much and endured humiliation in the May group for so long, just to get the opportunity to participate in the Kikuru ceremony. And now, he finally waited for the moment of harvest. "Haha, Baluba, since you said so, I will accept the score ring." Thinking of this, Changemo immediately showed a wild laugh on his face, and then he grabbed the score ring from Baluba's hand and prepared to put it on his wrist, while shouting excitedly, "Come on, start the ceremony for me next. This time, I must let those Lindo know my name. The number of kills is..." However, he hadn't finished speaking when the score ring in his hand hadn't been put on his wrist. A hand with a white silk glove quietly reached out from the side and directly snatched the score ring from his hand. Chapter 46. ****. How dare you be so bold to take away what belongs to me? Looking at the score ring that was taken away, Bat Monster Chang Yamo was so angry that his eyes almost spit out fire, and then he turned his head suddenly to look at the figure who took the bracelet and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, before he could finish his scolding, the figure suddenly approached again. Then, a light kiss was imprinted on Bat Monster Chang Mo's lips. In an instant, a severe burning pain accompanied by billowing white smoke and a squeaking corrosion sound came from Chang Mo's lips, causing him to bend down in pain. Then, the palm wrapped in white silk slapped Bat Monster Chang Mo's cheek heavily, and the powerful impact directly slapped him onto the wine table behind him. Pa! Wah! The bat monster that was slapped and flew onto the bar continued to let out a shrill wail, which echoed in this small space, making people shudder. At this time, if you look closely, you will find that Chang Mo's lips are like being splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, and most of them have been corroded into a bloody mess. Even between the looming, you can still see the bones with shocking bloodshot. The miserable state is simply horrible and extremely miserable. J.A.R.V.I.S. It's your turn this time, are you ready? As for Chang Mo's end, Baluba seemed to have expected it. She didn't even look at him, and directly passed him by, looking at the figure in front of him wearing a white patterned skirt and a white patterned hat on his head, and asked softly, "Well, do I need to ask? I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." Faced with Baluba's question, Janagia from May Group first put the score ring she had just taken on her wrist, and then pretended to be shy and replied. But the voice under this shy posture was full of the rough breath of men. It turned out that this Galangi named Janagia was actually a transvestite. He just pretended to be a woman in his dress and posture, and his actual gender was still male. After he simply responded to Baluba, he stretched out his slender and flexible tongue, licked the score ring on his wrist, and twisted his waist to add, "As for the number of my sacrifices, let's set it at 144. As for the time limit, 34 hours will be enough. Well, I hope you can complete the ceremony on time." As she spoke, Baluba raised her right hand with the deformed ring again, and then gently inserted it into the silver-white belt around Janagia's waist, and personally started the ceremony for her. Then, the Gurangi gathered in this abandoned tavern quickly left the scene one by one. Only the bat monster was left, still screaming in pain on the bar, and the sound was miserable and desperate. Tony, the ability of this Gurangi that appeared this time, seems. Pepper had seen the scene of Batman being bullied by his own kind before, and was somewhat accustomed to it. So, her focus was not on the strong demon, but on the special ability displayed by the new Gurangi named Mei, Janaka-chun. Looking at the lips of the Batman Xiangma on the screen, he was corroded into a bloody mess with just a light kiss from Janaka, and even the white bones were vaguely revealed. Pepper couldn't help shuddering, and at the same time, she also had a preliminary understanding of Janaka's ability, but she couldn't be completely sure, so she asked Tony Stark. "Well, this sign of being corroded by a super acid. If I'm not mistaken, the new Gurangi that appeared this time should have an ability that is more inclined to the use of toxins." Face Pepper's question, Tony quickly gave a reply, and then added, "Although this Gurangi has not yet shown how powerful it is, combined with the light screen's move to slow down the video playback, this enemy may be an extremely cruel challenge for Red." "Is that so? I hope Red can survive this challenge safely." Listening to Tony's analysis, Pepper couldn't help but show a distressed expression, and even the look in her eyes when she looked at the light screen began to become more and more worried. And at this moment when Tony and Pepper were chatting, the future video on the light screen was also playing rapidly, and quickly skipped the process of the new Gurangi Janagia initially hunting the sacrifice and the police discovering the murder. Finally, it was fixed on the scene of Red driving the experimental tracker 2000 to the new crime scene. New York, Manhattan, in a dark and damp remote corner of a light rail station. Amidst the extremely shrill and horrifying screams, a slightly overweight middle-aged white-collar man was desperately covering his neck with both hands in agony, and fell to the ground full of dust and garbage. During this time, his legs were shaking violently like spasms, and his eyeballs were accompanied by countless spider-web-like bloodshot, as if they were about to break through the constraints of the eye sockets and almost bulge out. And on his neck, where the veins were bulging like earthworms, there were countless dark green fine blood veins, which were gradually spreading outward at a strange speed, eroding his vitality bit by bit, causing him to finally stiffen his body with a heart-wrenching scream and completely lose the breath of life. Well, this is the 19th little cutie. Seeing that the sacrifice had completely lost its life, the hideous monster hidden in the dark corner let out a creepy low laugh, Then its body twisted and turned back into human form, then took an elegant but weird step and slowly came to the middle-aged white-collar man who died with his eyes open. And in front of his empty eyes, he gently flicked a magatama on the score ring on his right wrist, his face full of pride and arrogance, as if showing off his cruel and bloody masterpiece. Next, there are 120 left. Taku. The koi words were just halfway through, and the angry roar was like a surging wave, approaching quickly with the force of thunder. Then, an extremely thick iron fist covered with red flesh armor, with a whirring sound of wind, smashed down like a falling star. Chapter 47. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, huge amounts of hitting resounded in the dim light rail station. Kajina, who was still pretending to be shy, was punched away by the extremely angry Red. Then, the figure in the white patterned skirt crashed directly into the huge amounts of advertising wall like a cannonball, and was buried under the rolling bricks and rubble in a deafening collapse sound. Sir, please cheer up. I will take you to the hospital now. After doing all this, Red jumped off the motorcycle without even looking at the Garangi monster that was blown away by him like a cannonball, picked up the middle-aged white-collar man lying on the ground, and shouted in an anxious tone. But no matter how hard he shouted, the white-collar man never responded. His extremely pale face was reflected in Red's pupils, making his heart feel like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He was still a step too late, and the innocent man died tragically at the hands of the monster. With grief as surging as the tide, Red slowly stretched out his trembling hand, gently covered the white-collar man's pale face, and then slightly pulled it down, closing his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. Hey, you're finally here. Just as Red was immersed in deep grief, Kikina had transformed into her creepy monster form, successfully struggled to break free from the collapsed ruins, and then stared at Kuuga, who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him, and spoke loudly in the unique language of the Garangi clan that was full of evil and arrogance. Kuuga of the new era, I've been looking forward to you for a long time. It's the same as always. I don't understand what you monsters are chattering about, but it doesn't matter. Red carefully put the body of the white-collar man back on the ground, then slowly stood up again, looking at the mushroom-like Garangi monster in front of him with a sharp gaze, roaring with an uncontrollable anger that seemed to be about to burst through his chest. The only thing I want to do now is to punch you to death with one punch after another. Oh, do you want to beat me to death? Unlike Red, who knows nothing about the Garangi language, in the past few months of living in modern society, the mushroom monster Kikina has already mastered English. Therefore, after hearing what Red said, she responded immediately. She stretched out her hands and slapped the silver-white ferocious belt heavily, and said with a shy tone, Kuuga of this era, you are more courageous than I thought. In that case, let me use this power from the god to give you the most fierce response. As soon as the voice fell, the silver-white ferocious belt burst into a scorching light, and dark red heat waves were like a surging torrent, carrying a terrifying temperature of tens of thousands of degrees and spreading unscrupulously around. This is the power that the squid monster used back then. Facing the explosion of the mushroom monster, Red crossed his hands, like an indestructible copper wall, while he was tenaciously defending himself against the surging heat waves and scorching heat. He stared at the mysterious figure in front of him that was continuously flashing dark red flames through the narrow gap between his arms, and whispered in an extremely solemn tone. Although the forms presented were different, at the moment of contact, he immediately distinguished that this dark flame and the dark thunder cast by the unconfirmed life form number 21 at that time were from the same source of energy, and this instantly brought his thoughts back to the battle that still frightened him to this day and made him terrified every time he thought of it. In that thrilling battle, even though he successfully awakened the Titan form with the strongest defense, when facing the dark thunder fireball condensed by the squid monster Kuuga with all his strength, he could still deeply feel a huge threat that was almost fatal. If the Yaguru Spirit Stone had not swallowed some of the dark thunder in advance, thus allowing its Titan form to awaken the magical ability to absorb the enemy's energy, the final outcome of the battle, who would win and who would lose, would probably still be an unknown number that was difficult to guess. Boom, boom. Just thinking this, the dark red flames in front of him spread wildly again, and a more blazing dark red flame burst out, radiating to the surroundings with overwhelming force, instantly melting all the steel in the light rail station into boiling molten iron and splashing on the ground. It's already like this. Can the temperature rise again? Feeling the temperature soaring again, while secretly shocked, Reid immediately transformed his own form into the Titan form with the strongest defense. Then, he suddenly separated his crossed hands, and then pressed forward heavily with overwhelming force. The next moment, the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone on his waist once again shot out violent dark thunder, forming a rock-hard thunder shield in an instant, which blocked the surging and unstoppable dark red flames and lasted for several minutes until the dark flames that continued to spread outward finally stopped, and the thunder shield slowly dissipated in the air. At this time, a mushroom monster that was even larger than the unconfirmed life form number 21, about 4 or 5 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of Reid, and then said in a deep voice, "Kuuga of this era, before you die, please remember my name firmly. I am the killer who hunts Lindo with a kiss of fierce poison. May J.A.R.V.I.S die." Chapter 48. Stone's house in Manhattan, New York. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Looking through the window at the mushroom-shaped monster on the light curtain that was as big as Hulk and the light rail station that almost melted into rolling magma, Johnny Stone couldn't help but twitch his mouth quickly, and his eyes showed unprecedented fear. No wonder Johnny Stone was so frightened. After all, the ability displayed by this Garangi monster from the May group on the light curtain was really too outrageous. Not only did it have the means of attacking with poisonous gas that corroded everything, it could also use a power called God to instantly burst out a flame of tens of thousands of degrees, covering a range of tens of kilometers. And these two abilities alone are enough to show how powerful this Garangi named J.A.R.V.I.S is, not to mention that he has the ability to make his body expand several times in an instant and turn into a huge beast. When Johnny Stone thought of this, he felt cold all over and full of despair. So, why does reality have such an outrageous thing? Can the future me, or the me in the parallel universe, really join hands with Red to defeat these monsters? In the light rail station that has completely become a ruin, as the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S made a declaration, his hands suddenly twitched violently, controlling his own active spores to transform into the shape of vines, and fiercely whipped the Titan form in front of him. A deafening explosion. Huge amounts of vines slammed Red's body covered with silver-purple flesh armor. The powerful impact generated by its explosion actually made the Titan form, which was invincible in the last battle with the squid monster, retreat several steps, and only stopped after the potential energy of the impact was removed. But even so, the vines still left a clearly visible deep mark on the silver-purple flesh armor, and accompanied by the sizzling sound of active spores corroding the flesh, Reid grimaced in pain and his expression was distorted. No, these vines contain a large amount of highly toxic substances. If you let this monster whip you, even in the Titan form, it will be difficult to resist, and you must transform into other forms to deal with it. While thoughts flow, facing the vines that whipped again, the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone on Reid's waist directly bloomed a dazzling azure light. Then he jumped up, and while successfully avoiding the attack, his silver-purple body transformed into azure in midair. And this is the Azure Dragon form with the most outstanding agility among the 4 forms that Reid has mastered. Kuuga, your struggle is in vain. No matter if it's the purple power or the blue power, it's impossible for them to defeat me, who possesses the power of God. So I've said it all. I don't understand what you monsters are chattering about at all. Faced with the chattering mushroom monster, Red couldn't help but retort, then bent down and picked up a guardrail that had not yet completely melted. Instantly, the blue pearl on his wrist burst into a dazzling blue light, quickly transforming the guardrail into the shape of a blue dragon stick. Then, Red dodged the poisonous vines of the mushroom monster with his agility and swung the Qinglong stick to kill him, then hit J.A.R.V.I.'s huge mushroom head hard. Suddenly, invisible air waves burst out from the collision between the Qinglong stick and J.A.R.V.I.'s head and set off a violent wind in the light rail station that had already become a ruin. Bang, 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 bang. And this attack was just the beginning of the battle. The next second, countless invisible air waves and vines whipped through the air, and the figures of Kuuga in the Qinglong form and the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S kept crossing each other at this moment. But in this extremely fierce confrontation, J.A.R.V.I.S, although blessed by the power of the gods, and from time to time, she once again performed dark flame bursts. However, facing Kuuga's agile and ghostly skills in the Qinglong form, he still inevitably fell into a disadvantage, and in the end, his head was smashed by the Qinglong stick that was infused with Red's full strength. Impossible. I clearly absorbed the power of the gods. How could I still? Severely injured. The huge body of the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S slowly knelt on the ground. However, the sound still came from the tattered head. Through the broken gap, You can clearly see that there are countless spore-like biological tissues stuck together inside, and the body of the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S, who is in the core position. At this moment, he is raising his head through the broken head gap and keeps roaring at Reid with disbelief, as if venting his inner resentment and anger. Osborne Group, Connor's laboratory. I see. When Dr. Connolly saw the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S hiding in the innermost part of its huge body through the light curtain, he couldn't help but show a look of sudden enlightenment. It seems that he didn't really expand his body to this size. Instead, he relied on his unique active spore ability to continuously secrete and expand, and then used the so-called power of the gods to cleverly integrate it into one, using himself as the core hub to carefully build this huge body that seems to be comparable to Hulk. But in fact, its power is very limited. If it weren't for the toxin as a means of blessing, his true strength might not even be as good as the unconfirmed life form number 21. While analyzing like this, in the light curtain, Reid, who had finally gained an advantage, made a serious mistake that was fatal at this time. This made Dr. Connolly have no time to continue analyzing, and he quickly looked at the future video again. I finally got you. Seeing that he had gained an advantage, Reid's body, which was originally tense to the extreme, relaxed involuntarily, and then slowly exhaled. But at this moment, the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S, who had been hiding in the huge body, suddenly flew out of the chest like a ghost, and then kissed Reid's lips with a heavy force, accurately imprinted on his lips. Instantly, countless poisonous spores and the dark flames of the gods that were so hot that they seemed to burn everything. Along J.A.R.V.I.'s hideous and terrifying mouthparts, like the devil of the abyss, they poured directly into Reid's body without any hindrance. Chapter 49. Ugh. Reid, holding the Qinglong stick, suddenly froze, then staggered back a few steps, and subconsciously covered his mouth with his hands. Just like that, I don't know how long it took. When Reid let go of his hand again, he was as pale as paper, and dark green blood and dark flames had already invaded his palms, making his lips tremble wildly, and a painful low moan came out of his throat. Then, the whole person fell heavily to the ground like a collapsed mountain. The flesh armor on his body, which was shining with azure light, also slowly degenerated to pure white at this moment, and then turned back to human form in a violent convulsion and fainted. In front of him, the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S, who had already consumed all the toxic spores and the power of the gods. At this moment, the previous wanton teasing and mocking expression was completely gone. Instead, he stared at the fallen Reid with extremely resentful and hateful eyes, and let out a shrill roar like a gloomy ghost. Kuuga, my ritual rule cannot be separated from the poisonous spores, so be thankful that you have saved your life. Accompanied by this roar full of anger and unwillingness, it slowly fell. The mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S turned around forcefully, took those miserable and weak steps, and gradually disappeared from the scene. In the end, only Reid's body, which seemed to have lost its life, was left, lying quietly in this ruined light rail station, as if it was about to die. I didn't expect that J.A.R.V.I.S would perfectly integrate her poisonous spores with the power of the god's egg and inject them into Kuuga's body. This is really unexpected. On a tall building not far from the light rail station, Baluba, dressed in red, looked at Reid, who seemed to have passed away, with a calm look on her face. She smiled with interest. But this is indeed a great opportunity. Kuuga, if you can overcome this crisis and take this power for yourself, you will have a chance to peek into the strength of the J.A.R.V.I.S group. Definitely, all of this is based on the premise that you can survive this crisis. As this calm voice fell, Baluba's figure gradually disappeared from the tall building. After that, about 10 minutes passed. Johnny Stone arrived at the scene belatedly, and after finding that Reid had fainted, he immediately sent him to the special surgery hospital and handed him over to Dr. Christine for treatment. But all this seemed to be too late. Under the fatal kiss of the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S, all the organs in Reid's body had been cruelly and ruthlessly destroyed. In this situation, no matter how good Christine's medical skills were, she could not save him, and finally, she could only tell Johnny Stone the bad news with regret. Time, 1944, confirmed dead. The next moment, under the noisy night, Johnny Stone, sitting in the police car, put down the smartphone in his hand, then slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head heavily. Just like this, always silent. Seeing this scene, countless audiences who were still boiling in reality were completely silent at this moment. Then, an indescribable sense of suffocation instantly filled the hearts of these audiences. Impossible. Reid just died like this? Could it be that The hero who always guarded everyone's smile will never come back again. Just when countless viewers felt unbelievable and sad because of the news brought by Christine. The picture on the light screen flickered rapidly at the moment. And in these rapidly flickering pictures, Gwen Stacy, who was in the archaeology research room of the State University of New York, had learned the bad news of Red's death from Christine. But she did not show any sadness at all, because Gwen had always believed in Red and believed that a miracle would happen to this man. With such a firm belief, she also brought Christine an extremely important message. When the pupils of the warrior's eyes become larger, no one can prevent him from sleeping. Looking at this conversation on the light screen, countless viewers ignited the flame of hope in their hearts at this moment. And at this moment, the rapidly flickering pictures on the light screen finally stopped slowly and began to play at a steady speed. Inside the special surgery hospital, after Christine got this crucial information from Gwen, she immediately conducted a comprehensive and meticulous examination of the dead Red without any hesitation. Then, she was surprised to find that Red, whose heart stopped beating due to the failed rescue, had miraculously recovered his body temperature. And the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone located at his waist was also running frantically at this moment, constantly repairing Red's body corroded by toxins, constantly devouring the extremely destructive dark flame power hidden in his body, as if it was fighting a fierce battle with death. At this point, Christine was finally able to confirm. Red's death this time was just a fake death due to severe injuries. And the electric shock therapy she had used to treat Red before seemed to have strengthened the J.A.R.V.I.S spirit stone in his body. Not only did it gain a new ability, but it also began to devour the dark flame power that was destroying Red's body, injecting new vitality into the host's frail body. Chapter 50. State University of New York. Great, Red is still alive. In the classroom, when Jessica saw Red gradually regaining his vitality on the screen, the worry on her face instantly disappeared, and then she rushed to Gwen beside her with an extremely excited expression and shouted to her excitedly, incoherently. I knew that boy would not die so easily. He is going to become an epic superhero. Okay, don't be so excited, Jessica. Looking at the progress on the screen, Gwen also breathed a sigh of relief. But on the surface, she still tried her best to maintain her calmness in the past. After patting Jessica's shoulder and agreeing, she turned her eyes to the future video again, silently looking forward to the moment when Red wakes up again. At the same time, just when Red's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. At this moment, the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S had fled to a remote bridge and then squatted on the ground with a look of exhaustion, carefully rubbing the part of his body that had been hit hard by Red, and muttered to himself with resentment, Kuuga, this is all. Tick. However, he didn't have time to finish his words. Several figures shrouded in darkness walked over quietly from a distance. When the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S looked up, he suddenly found that these figures were Baluba, the referee, Galima and Galum of the May group, and the strong demon who had been taught a lesson by him using poisonous spores. It seems that you have been beaten up by Kuuga of this era. Galima, the strongest of the May group, walked up slowly, looking at the embarrassed J.A.R.V.I.S in front of him, and couldn't help but curl up a disdainful smile, and said sarcastically, After all, you only have this ability. Even if you steal the power of God, you still can't change the fact that you are a waste. In this case, it is better to give up the ceremony directly. At least you can retain a little face as the May group. Faced with Galima's sarcasm, the mushroom monster J.A.R.V.I.S, who had lost all his confidence, could only look gloomy and keep silent. Come back. Since you don't have the confidence to continue to participate in the ceremony, you might as well return the qualification of the ceremony to me. Seeing the mushroom monster looking timid. At this time, the strong demon also jumped out from behind, shouting, while impatiently reaching out to grab the score ring on J.A.R.V.I.'s wrist, with a greedy look that had completely forgotten the previous lesson. However, just as his hand touched J.A.R.V.I.'s wrist, J.A.R.V.I.S, wearing a white patterned skirt, suddenly approached again, and then gently kissed Xiangma's lips that had just healed. Zizi. The next second, the familiar sound of flesh corrosion sounded again. Then, the bat monster Xiangma covered his lips again, screaming extremely miserably while rolling on the ground in pain. Humph. In this situation, as a member of the Z group, you have no right to speak at all. After knocking Xiangma down with the toxic spores that had just been secreted, J.A.R.V.I.'s face, which was as silent as dead water, finally changed. He first sneered at the strong demon, then looked up at Baluba, the referee in charge of Kikru, and said in a deep voice, I will pour all the poisonous spores and divine flames into Koma's body. In this case, he will definitely die. So, collecting sacrifices will become easier after this. Just give me an hour, and I will send the remaining 125 sacrifices to hell with my gorgeous poisonous kiss. After saying that, he didn't wait for Baluba and others to respond. The mushroom monster Janagia directly used all his strength to support the wall and slowly stood up, and then hurriedly left the scene with staggering steps. Not long after, Janagia appeared again on the bustling streets and gave innocent citizens a deadly poisonous kiss, causing them to lose their lives painfully under the erosion of the poison. And these murders happened not long ago. The police also quickly received relevant intelligence, and then Johnny Stone led the police officers of the investigation department to arrive at the scene as soon as possible and surrounded the mushroom monster Janagia. Bang, 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 accompanied by a fierce burst of gunfire. One by one, the strengthening gas bombs specially made by the police to deal with Garangi monsters hit the body of the mushroom monster Janagia accurately. But unfortunately, these bullets were not enough to cause damage to the Garangi monster in front of them. On the contrary, facing their offensive, the mushroom monster directly spit out a large amount of yellow-gray poison, which poisoned the police officers to the ground. Then, Janagia passed the poisoned police officers and walked towards Johnny Stone with ferocious steps, ready to kill the leading Lindo warrior. But at this moment, the mushroom monster Janagia's movements inexplicably stopped, and then looked forward with an unbelievable expression and shouted loudly, "Impossible! Why are you still alive, Kuuga?" After saying this, Johnny Stone, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly looked back. But he saw in the reflection of the morning sun a super-ancient warrior with short golden horns, red compound eyes, black strengthening muscles, and pure white flesh armor all over his body, was stepping into the battlefield quickly. And this is Kamen Rider Kuuga in his newborn form. In reality, seeing the familiar figure on the light screen reappear, the audience, who were still nervous, instantly boiled up. Whether it was the streets and alleys, or office buildings, apartment houses, and other places, excited shouts broke out one after another. Red is back. The hero who always guards everyone's smiles. He is really back. Excited shouts from all over the world came one after another, and they were endless. But they didn't have time to continue celebrating. In the screen, the battle between the resurrected newborn warrior and the mushroom monster Janagia has reached a critical moment of tension and imminent outbreak.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.